with you. Hello. Good morning, little towels. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. It is great to see so many of you. Hello. I am a towel. It is great to see you. It's great to see so many of you. And did you know we even now have chat leaderboards and rankings? We are super towels. And you might be saying, Grant, how did you get chat rankings on your YouTube? Well, I don't really know. I don't really understand. It just showed up one day yesterday out of nowhere in the middle of the stream. And I said, you know what? We are going to have competitions. And oh, it's Taterbug. Oh, it's Alicia. Oh, and Bossy Texas Chick. And Ange. And so many. And LS and Vicky Moore. Oh, and Jew Drops. Ladies and gentlemen. And Natalie B. Good morning. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Now, you might be saying, Grant. What did you find now? What did you do? Well, first of all, I didn't mean to, okay? It was an accident. I was just being a little towel, and I'm very interested in researching things, and there was all that big news yesterday about the testing lab getting shut down. And I said, you know what? I'm a little towel. And I find interesting things. So let me go back into the declassified files related to Jack Ruby. All right. And let me find out what I can find. And wouldn't you know it, little towels. Oh, goodness. I found the diamond in the rough. I found a document that will change history, as if my Watergate discoveries didn't change history, which I know they did because the Nixon Foundation didn't tell me I was wrong. As if my Watergate disclosures were not big enough, ladies and gentlemen, Towel has single-handedly solved one of the greatest mysteries in American history. A man who Towel, I almost feel like in some sense this was fated because I have always looked up to this man. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. I have solved what happened to John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And you might be saying, Grant, you have a theory or you actually solved it? Well, little towels, in my role as Grant Smith Ellis and not as a towel, I actually did extensive research via newly declassified primary source CIA and FBI files, and I managed to simultaneously solve Watergate and discover the actual cause, including the specific unit name and the people involved, of the death of JFK. Now, I realize this might be a little bit, it's not really outside the scope of what we've been talking about, because if you want to know how this is relevant to the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial and how this all started, so we were kind of examining how the father-in-law of Juror 11, who, by the way, there's also news about that. I found documentation, and the person who helped can volunteer if they want to, but I understand this is sensitive. I found information confirming that the father-in-law of Juror 11 in 2017 was holding himself out as a member of the Egyptian Armed Forces on research documents, right? And then in 2019, he gets popped by the feds for stealing U.S. missile defense secrets from Raytheon, and then also for possession of CSAM. So, Google it. It's disturbing. Well, don't Google that material. If you want to Google his charges and also my coverage of them to find out what CSAM is, because it's disturbing, you can do that. Oh, God, yeah. Don't, well, you can't Google any of that anyway. Google will never let you, thank God, because the government has very active filters. But still, if you want to understand what I'm talking about and how serious this guy's charges were in 2019, look it up. So in that context, I was explaining how, domestic intelligence agencies work, because for some reason this father-in-law cops a plea to serve an 18-month concurrent sentence in an ICE detention facility for stealing nuclear secrets and possession of CSAM and very bad stuff. And then he shows up in 2025 under a fake name, submitting more research papers. And so the question is, and it led us down this path, did we turn this guy in 2019? Was he a spy for Egypt? Did he disclose everything he knew? Did we get misled? Did he screw the U.S. when he made a deal? Was he withholding information? And then, of course, his original patent in 1988, the father-in-law, Ahmed Lahadi Yassin Sarah Geldin. This guy, all right, he submitted a patent in 1988. It didn't get approved till 1990, alongside a man named Mostafa E. Ahmad. Now, it turns out that there is no Mostafa E. Ahmad, and he listed himself as working at the King Fayed University of Petroleum and Minerals in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. There is, however, a Mustafa, with a U, F. Faisal Ahmad, who is clearly Saudi intelligence and has been for like 40 years. So this guy, Mustafa F. Ahmad, was in Nebraska, and Ahmed Al-Hadi Yassin Sarah Geldon was at the University of Idaho. Now, there's this weird thing, and I'm pretty sure I know what I'm going to find, but I've got to talk to some people. There's this weird thing where this guy was a PhD at the University of Idaho doing high-level classified patent work, which clearly went on to become a number of different applied military technologies that we're not really going to talk about, but basically have to do with using sonar, using sound very broadly, all right? Murder by Maestro is going to get mad because I won't go into details, but we're going to speak very broadly. The father-in-law was researching how to use sound, okay, to real-time map the geospatial environment around us. Now, it was under the cover of a different patent, which was fake, but using the geospatial audio spectrum to visualize events in the world is wild. It has a number of different applications. For example, it could be like a shoulder-mounted missile detection technology for our soldiers, and this is an example that does exist, the Raytheon Boomerang Warrior X, which was part of what this guy's patent went on to become out of Raytheon. And what it does is it can detect specific missile frequencies, and you can think about this kind of as an analog to natural language processing. Now, natural language processing, okay, basically means you look at a bunch of words. Like you use a computer to analyze a big set of words. And then you pick out the words that are most common and you can make a word cloud. That's not really what natural language processing is, but that's a very basic way of understanding it. Now, by analogy, you could do something that I've termed audio spatial processing, ASP, okay, audio spatial processing. Now, what this means is it takes the concept of natural language processing and applies it by analogy to sound. So, to sum it up in a sentence, the future of warfare is sound, and sound is more relevant than what our eyes can see for a number of reasons. One, we don't really know how to interpret the light waves in the same way that we know how to interpret sound waves. And two, I'm pretty sure, although light travels faster than the speed of sound, sound is more detectable. The nuances in sound disturbing the air is more detectable by our technology than the way that light changes. And I don't know exactly why. I imagine this has to do something with E equals MC squared and the way in which light over time changes. So light, it's very hard to understand because of the theory of relativity. Light is traveling in a different way than sound. Okay, I'm not Einstein. I am not an applied physicist, but very basically, light travels differently than sound. Light is subject to different laws as when it travels than sound. This is, if you've ever seen the movie Contact, this is a very rudimentary application of it, but Einstein's theory of relativity is made manifest in the fact that sphere in the movie Contact drops, okay? And then you travel differently through time and technically space, but really time for our purposes. If you're traveling at a different rate than the light around you, all right? That's the basic premise. And that basically means you could travel so fast, you'd have to accelerate at 1 meter per second infinitely, okay? So if you traveled at 1 meter per second infinitely, you could eventually travel so fast that you would be going faster than the light around you. And then therefore, time you wouldn't experience the passage of time in the same way. That's how light works, basically. So if you could go really fast, the world around you would move slower than you. And that's the concept in the movie Contact. It's just an applied visual representation of E equals MC squared, in that if that ball in the movie, you have to know what the movie Contact is, but if that ball falling down that sort of spherical apparatus in the movie Contact is technically, due to some mechanism we don't understand, anti-gravity probably, had the capacity to travel faster than the light around it, then you in the sphere would experience time at a different rate than people around you, basically. Audio waves do not function the same way. They're different. I don't understand enough about the corollary of E equals MC squared in the context of auditory analysis, but it's different. I don't really know why. I would imagine it's because light waves are, well, first of all, they're just different atomically than sound waves, but I also imagine that light waves are subject to different rules of physics, and the rules of physics that relate specifically to the way in which sound translates to our perception of how we move through time and space. I don't understand. There is a theory there, but I don't understand it as well as I understand the way light is subject to the theory of E equals MC squared, okay? It's Einstein's special theory of relativity. Now, in the context of sound, this is why this is relevant. This guy was working on a patent in 88 and 90 with a Saudi Arabian intelligence asset for sure. And we now know this guy was Egyptian Army, Juror 11's father-in-law. And what he was basically doing was applying natural language processing to the audio-spatial spectrum, okay, so ASP. He was doing a form of, this is unnamed because I think it's very sensitive military technology, but I'm going to coin the term audio-spatial processing. And basically it looks for unique identifiers in the sounds around us. I think it was in the 80s, limited to 500 meters. Now, God knows, it probably goes like 500 kilometers, all right? And I don't even know if that's probably bigger than the Earth, but all right. The point is, though, what it does is it uses this sound, think of it as like sonar, all right? It uses sound technology in order to detect very specific frequency signals, like things emitted by a missile, emitted by a gunshot, emitted by like a drone. And it's doing a number of different things. One, it has a preset defined list of those sounds. So you have to know the sounds the missiles make. You have to pre-program it into the system. And then the system can say, hey, I recognize that pattern of sound. That's a missile. That missile behaves in a certain way. Here's its trajectory. Here's how it's going to fire. And more importantly, you can use it to do a few things. One, if your troops are being shot at by missiles and you don't know where the missile's coming from, you can use this geospatial analysis to pinpoint the source of the missile fire, and that allows you to do two things. One, the unit commanders can mobilize their troops in an effective way to deploy them on the battlefield such that they can take out the rocket fire or the person firing the rockets and avoid being hit. Number two, well, it does three things. Number two, it allows you to use anti-ballistic missile technology, missile interception technology to stop the missiles from hitting you. And then three, worst case scenario, if the missiles hit your troops and take out your unit commander or something, you'd still have the real-time GPS coordinates via the geospatial processing data of where the missile was fired from. You call in an A-10 airstrike or whatever the hell you're going to do, and boom, they're gone. All right, so that's the application of this. It has those three applications, but it does, the tech is wild, because by 1993, people are adapting that audio spatial processing technology to do something else. And this was 93, so I don't even want to know what our soldiers have the capacity. I don't want to know, because I want them to have it, and I want them to use it to the advantage of the United States and beat our enemies with it. But I have some idea of what the tech was going towards, and what it does is, so not only is it simultaneously doing geospatial processing to determine what is happening, like what type of missiles being fired, where it's being fired from, and how to target missile interception systems, and also retaliatory airstrikes on the source of the missile firing. It's doing something else. It's capable of, I think its accuracy drops over time, but it's capable of, because it has all these sound frequencies and it knows how and it probably has visual processing, but I bet the visual component of it has way more nuance because it involves the special theory of relativity and syncing the audio interpretation, because seconds matter here, remember, and there's a delay every mile. Oh, that's how to understand this. Okay, so do you know how when lightning is in the air, goes off, right? You're going to see the lightning, and then for every mile that the lightning is away, it's going to take roughly 5 seconds for the sound of the thunder, which happens simultaneous to the lightning, to reach you. Okay, that means that in order to do real-time geospatial analysis of an auditory and visual environment around a subject user, what you would have to do is you'd have to account for the fact that for every millimeter of distance that you're projecting away, oh my God, this is incredible. Every millimeter of distance that you're projecting onto this visual display, you're basically like interpolating the world around the person by using a heads-up display to interpret audio and visual signals and project onto the person's heads-up display the information they need to know to survive on the battlefield. What they're able to do, I'm almost positive, is they can, first of all, they can correct for the fact that light is coming in before sound. Oh my God, Murder by Maestro, that's what it is. It's not about seeing into the future, brah. It's that there's a correction, necessary correction between, there's going to be a lag between when we or a piece of technology see something and when we hear something. And so therefore the most valuable piece of information, if possible, would be a real-time ability to hear and see something at the same time. That's what it means by time traveling. It's not time traveling. What it's doing is it's using geospatial auditory analysis coupled with real-time visual feedback and then syncing the two together to provide what human ears and eyes naturally can't do, which is see and hear something at a distance at the same time. And then but it's doing way more than that. That's the fundamental application of the technology. What it's doing is it's using that to then, it's doing a few things. One, it's providing a real-time heads-up display. In a world where milliseconds matters, it's providing a real-time heads-up display of what's happening and what audio sounds are being emitted in a probably 1,000 to 5,000 meter range field around the person wearing the HUD. And you could apply this on like overhead drones or whatever. You could see the whole battlefield in real time and hear everything in real time as well from a single source. But then interpolating that audio and visual imagery into a actual display would, first of all, it would require like multiple points of reference, okay? Because everything is at a different distance from the source fire, from the source. Let's use a missile in this example. So if everything's at a different distance from the source fire, then what you're really doing is you have to account for that with every device you have out there on the battlefield. So you have to be running all these complex algorithms, and then you're basically triangulating. Oh, it's so brilliant. You're triangulating the position of the source of the fire because you have a bunch of real-time audio and visual monitors out there. And then I think this, you can also, Murder by Maestro might be right, that you can also do one more thing with this technology. If you can project the path of a missile or a bullet or any number of auditory producing non-variable entities, and you can account for some variables like missile trajectory or guidance systems or the ability to be controlled in flight. As long as you know how the missile works, you can account for all those variables. You can't really account for the variability in like autonomous human movement, but you probably can make a 90 to 95% accurate guess based on where the person was before and what unit formation they're in and what they're doing on the battlefield. Technically, and I'm not sure how accurate it would be, you could probably not only see simultaneously what is happening and what audio sounds are being emitted, which is incredibly valuable, and you could sync it up and display it in real time on a heads-up display, on a drone, on a command center screen, or in the field on a literally anywhere. But you might also technically be able to provide a simulation of the next few seconds. This is where it becomes, I wouldn't call it time travel, but it becomes time simulation. If you have enough input information, if you have enough input markers, you technically, it's crazy to think about, but you technically could apply this technology that Juror 11's father-in-law was working on in a way that you could simulate the conditions on the battlefield. Verdict incoming in the P. Diddy trial. We already have it open. All right. But anyway, you get the point. This is how we started all the research on the secret stuff, because I found out about something very interesting.
Surprises me.
All right.
And both of you can react to this, that's how this played out.
We're waiting. I'm going to Twitter.
According to this poll, is not the reason that people are following what's going on with Sean Diddy Combs. What do those results tell you, William, about the interest surrounding this trial?
Look, I think that a trial of this magnitude, I mean, it's been going on for 6-7 weeks. Obviously, a lot of people are interested for a lot of different reasons. And quite candidly, regardless of why people are interested in this trial, I think it's fantastic that they are. I think the criminal justice system in this country needs to have a bright light shown on it at all times. And it doesn't matter if it's the Sean Puffy Combs case or a drunk driving case in your local court. The more people know about the criminal justice system, the more people understand the criminal justice system, the more people are aware of it.
We're going to do it this way. All right, here we go. Here we go. We do have a verdict. We do have a verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a verdict, and I'm going to be announcing it live. Breaking news. Breaking news. We may have a verdict. Breaking news. We may have a verdict in the Diddy trial. Watch live for real-time updates. Ladies and gentlemen, we may have a verdict in the Diddy trial. That means I'm going right from my complex analysis into 1940s horse racing announcer towel mode. Is everybody ready? I'm ready. We are in 1940s horse racing announcer towel mode. All right, so here's what we got, ladies and gentlemen. At 10:06, the prosecutors have filled their seats in at the front of the table. Sean Combs has still not been brought back into the courtroom from the holding cell. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am a towel. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Are you ready for the Sean Diddy Combs verdict? I'm here. I'm in a super towel, and I'm not in a super towel. I am a super towel, and I am entering 1940s news announcer mode. Yes, I don't have a hat, but I have a Gatorade. I don't think Gatorade was around in the 1940s. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to deliver you the updates in real time. I was just so excited to talk about audio spatial processing as an analog to natural language processing, but I can't. I have to report on a verdict. Murder by maestro. This is tormenting my soul. You don't understand. I understand. I see it all. It's beautiful. It's glorious. I should be in some kind of government agency. Someone call the Congress. Let's just send me to Congress. Mr. Towel goes to Washington. It'll be a great story of the American dream. The towel-based American dream. Here we go. The fact that they didn't take long. Listen. Federal judges, they really rig it. Here we go. 10:10 a.m. Sean Combs has been brought back into the courtroom by U.S. Marshals. He is seated with Brian Steele on his left. Tony Garagos on his right. His family in second row of the gallery. Here we go, little towels. Here we go, little towels. Popcorn and towels at the ready. Hello, housewives and true crime. Thank you so much to the super towels who alerted me to the fact that the verdict was ready. I'm getting my towel news reporting cigar. If you've always wanted to relive British pathé and the newsreels of the 1940s while learning about a criminal verdict in a high-stakes federal trial, oh, ladies and gentlemen, you tuned in to the right location. And you might be saying, sir, I'm a little baffled. It is 2025. Well, you know what? These are not the time for such questions. These are the times for us to wait for the verdict. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for tuning in. As you can see, we have towel chat rankings. I'm a towel. Everyone is on pins and needles. Oh, goodness. I need to post some kind of emoji. What is the most appropriate GIF? I want a Matlock GIF. Excited Matlock. Excited Matlock. Can I find an excited Matlock GIF? Oh, goodness. Should I use the Stewie GIF? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Stewie GIF it is. Oh, goodness, little towels. I'm using the Stewie GIF. I don't know if we can handle this. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I believe this man is going to be found guilty of something. If it's just prostitution, I'm going to be baffled. Here we go, little towels. Judge Summeranian, we have received a note at 9:52 a.m. It reads, we have reached a verdict on all counts. Anything to address before we bring our jury out? No. Judge, maintain order while the verdict is being read and until we have the jury out. Ladies and gentlemen, here it goes. Here we go. I do not have a reporter's hat, but I have my reporter cigar. I have a Gatorade, and I'm ready to do this. Here we go, little towels. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious me, little towels. We have a verdict in the Sean Diddler Combs trial. You are here. We have a reporter, Inner City Press, tweeting from inside the courtroom. There's no audio or visual coverage from federal court. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with you. I'm monitoring. I've taken on the intonation of a 1940s news reporter, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Oh, goodness. Someone has requested a towel poll. All right, let's see if I can do that. I'm not guaranteeing this is possible, but I'm going to do my best. All right. Sean Combs. All right, hold on. I'm starting poll. Sean Diddler Combs will be found. Hold on. I put caps lock on. Sean, a verdict is in. Sean Diddler Combs will be found guilty on at least one count. Guilty on at least 2 counts. Guilty on at least 3 counts. Not guilty on any counts. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your towel poll is up. Your towel poll has been launched, and we are going back to the top fans ranking. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The towel poll is launched. Get your votes in. You can see it up on your screen. Oh, guilty on at least 3 counts is up at the lead. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of those moments. Here we go. That was very quick for the jury to make their decision. They slept on it overnight. Judge, I'll ask a deputy to bring back our jury. Sean Combs remains seated. His 8 lawyers are standing up. Judge, all rise. Combs stands up. Jurors enter. Oh, goodness, little towels. This is a moment. Get ready. Here we go. It should be announced any second now. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be the moment. We're watching live. Judge, we have received your note. Juror number 5, have you reached a verdict? We have. Is it unanimous? It is. Please provide the verdict to the deputy. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness, little towels. Here it comes. The only way that we can see a federal court verdict delivered in real time. You are watching live. Can Twitter handle the feed? Oh, the digital world is going crazy, little towels. It's going crazy. Twitter is a flutter. I repeat, Twitter is a flutter. It's about to be read, little towels. Get ready. Get ready. Drum roll, please. Drum roll for the towels. Here we go. It should be being read right now. We have to wait for a reporter to tweet out the verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, the moments, the anticipation, the suspense. 1940s news reporter towel here with you. Will we have the verdict? Oh, nothing yet. Oh, every second is agonizing. Every moment, every click. What will it be? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, nothing yet. Oh, this is agonizing. This is agonizing. Every single second, every refresh, every tweet. We are in this together, little towels. We are in this together. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when Murmur Maestro runs wild on you? Twitter is a flutter. I've never seen Twitter a flutter like this before, ladies and gentlemen. Twitter is a flutter. Someone is eating chicken. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Do we have the update? Oh, here we go. The deputy will inquire as to the verdict. In the matter of U.S. v. Combs, count 1, not guilty. Sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura, not guilty. Transportation for prostitution, guilty. Oh, whoa. If it's just prostitution, he may be out today. He may be out today. Oh, goodness. It depends on the other counts. If they just find him guilty on prostitution, he may be out today. He may be. It depends on what the other counts are. It's much different if you get any sex trafficking. Sex trafficking, not guilty. Transportation for prostitution, Jane, guilty. P. Diddy, breaking, found guilty on 2 of 5 counts. It is just transportation for prostitution. Breaking. Diddy found guilty on 2 counts. He is only convicted as to trafficking for prostitution, not guilty on RICO or sex trafficking charges. Oh, goodness, little towels. Only guilty on trafficking for prostitution. Oh, goodness. The difference is that sex trafficking involves force, whereas trafficking for prostitution involves only money. Diddy may go home today. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. What an outcome. They could not get it. The RICO statute needs to be reformed. Oh, wow. They couldn't. It used to be a guaranteed conviction on anything. This is incredible. Whoa. The RICO statute is not what it once was, little towels. The RICO statute is not what it once was. It has crumbled. It has absolutely crumbled. He could walk today. The judge could also throw up to 10 years at him, but more likely he'll walk today. Oh, wow. I mean, you're still banged as a federal felon for the sex trafficking, for prostitution. But the difference is they didn't feel he used force or threats. They only felt he used money, which means it's sex trafficking for prostitution, not sex trafficking for, not like pure sex trafficking, which is a much more serious offense. Because the more serious offense involves threats or force. Oh, wow. I mean, he could go to prison for up to 10 years, but it's unlikely, ladies and gentlemen. It's unlikely. We're going to keep updating. I don't know when sentencing is going to be. He might be held. He might be released. Hold on. We have to continue with the updates. Let's see what's going on in court. All right, let's see what's going on in court. We don't know what's going on in court. We have no idea how this is going to play out, little towels. We have no idea. This could mean that the diddler walks today. It could mean up to 10 years in a federal penitentiary. But the distinction between the guilty convictions, to lay it out again, is Sean Diddy Combs was found guilty on 2 of 5 counts. 2 of 5 counts. All right, so those of you who guessed 2 were right. Let's see the results of the poll. Little towels. Those of you who guessed 2 guilty counts were right. And we're ending the poll now. We're going to see the results in the chat. It should pop up right now. All right, we're going to cut to a live feed. Ladies and gentlemen, from Law and Crime. The results of the poll were 56 thought guilty on 3 counts, 20% thought guilty on 2 counts, 11% thought guilty on 1 count, not guilty on any counts, 11%. Ladies and gentlemen, this is quite a shocking moment. We're going to cut to the live feed outside court now.
Alone for a little bit at the defense table, and then again writing something down, and then I was like, okay, I'm going to go just run downstairs really quick. Then I saw him get up. I was thinking, okay, maybe he's going back to his holding cell. And to your point, Chris, just that note that was read, it seemed like he told his family that. But then all of a sudden we see all of his family inside the gallery kind of nod.
Newest from inside. Judge, I asked the media not to question jurors about their deliberations. Jurors, you can contact our chambers. You gave up a lot these 10 weeks. It is inspiring. You worked together, rain or shine. You answered the call of public service. That should give us hope. Back to outside the court.
Went back to his holding cell. Everybody kind of dispersed from there, probably to go to the cafeteria or just kind of be on standby until we get another note from the jury. But those were the things that really kind of stood out to me this morning. And it was a pretty packed courtroom, even though there's been no note from the jury thus far this morning. So we saw everyone from Janice Combs, Keisha Combs, Diddy's sister, Justin Combs, I believe his girlfriend was there too, Quincy Brown, Christian and his girlfriend, who I think her name is Raven, and she's like an influencer, and she's known by Body by Raven. The twins were there, Delilah and Jesse. Chance was there, Chance's mom. Sarah Chapman was there. Fahim Muhammad was there. Deanna Tran was there. She's the mother of baby Love. And then Doug Wigder, Cassie's Ventura Fines attorney, was inside the courtroom. So it was pretty packed, as a lot of us are kind of anticipating what the next notes will be from the jury, whether it'll be another question, whether it'll be maybe they've settled their disputes as to count 1, RICO conspiracy. So we'll see what happens this morning. But it's pretty interesting, just the tone from yesterday evening to this morning.
Right, and we just saw a video of what appears to be Sean Combs' family, that they were leaving the courthouse, getting back into the Sprinter van that they've been arriving in each morning. Again, Sean Combs, as you're saying, Elizabeth, prayed with his family, and then he went to another room where he's waiting out these deliberations. So potentially they're going somewhere else just to wait it out so they don't have to be in the courthouse for as long as these deliberations are going to take. Elizabeth, while we have you, we are getting some questions in the chat for you. This is from Analyst TM. Question for Elizabeth. Did you see the jury this morning? How did they seem?
I didn't see the jury this morning. So they're not brought in at the beginning of the day. They really just go back to the jury room. They begin their deliberations. I did see kind of the bailiff or the marshal who's kind of overseeing the jury deliberation process go kind of towards the back area a little bit after 9 o'clock, but it was between like 9 o'clock and 9:05. So we didn't see their faces this morning. I saw a couple of them trickle into the security line, but they looked kind of how they normally look, which it's hard to kind of gauge or read on them sometimes. They look like they're just kind of reporting for duty, seeing what's going to be this morning, maybe this afternoon. But it'll be interesting to see when they come back with another note, if it'll be a verdict or just another question.
And then, Elizabeth, another line coming in here from Ashley Bramley. I am in awe of your recall capabilities. I'm really impressed as well. It's incredible. You're just painting the pictures for us inside this courtroom. How are you able to keep up with the details in real time without any recording devices?
I know. How am I able to keep up? I don't even know sometimes myself, but I'm jotting everything down, literally. And to the point I have a now color-coded system. I think I've talked to you guys about this, where if I'm writing in black ink, that's just kind of what's going on. If I'm writing in green, I'm just observing the courtroom. If I'm writing in red, it's something that I'm making sure I'm noting of, because I did not bring any highlighters. So everything has to be color-coded for me. So that way, when I relay this information to you guys know what I'm talking about. And hopefully it's simple enough that you guys, I'm not getting too much into the weeds of things. I know I tend to ramble sometimes, but I've got it down to a system where I'm just jotting.
She is very well versed. Okay, Judge, I need to address a few matters with the lawyers. Then I will come back to meet with you jurors. All rise for the jury. Jurors exit for the last time. I'll hear any application then about sentencing days. He should be released. Combs Anglifo, he is no longer charged with sex trafficking or racketeering. His plane has been chartered. It is in Maui. He does not have access to his plane. This is his first conviction. It is a prostitution offense. He should be released. Ladies and gentlemen, they're trying to move to have him released. They are trying to move to have Combs released right now. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm reporting for you live. They are trying to have Sean Puffy Combs released. They are trying to have him released after he was convicted on 2 prostitution offenses, found not federal felony prostitution offenses. Combs Anglifo, his family is here and could sign a bond. He should be released today and go back to live at 2-Star Island. Judge, this is just coming up right now. I will hear from the government in a moment. Are you proposing he just walk outside now? Anglifolo, yes. Yikes. It doesn't look like the judge is inclined to do this. Are you proposing he just walk outside now? If I were a judge and I said that would mean that I'm saying, are you crazy? I'm not going to do that. Hold on. He also has 80 open civil lawsuits. Interesting. He is a flight risk. Bro, people are like, bruh, what? Bruh. That's literally the comments. Wow. LMFAO. All right, we need an appropriate gift for this. No, I need an appropriate gift for this. I am outraged. You don't understand. We need a gift that is literally outrage. I demand an investigation. This is an outrage. I demand an investigation. Oh, goodness, it is abhorrent. This is an outrage. I demand an investigation. Oh my hell. We just witnessed a real life runaway jury. That's why they can all get away with it. If they let him walk out, he won't be back. Are you proposing he just walk out now? Yes. Laughing emojis. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is outrageous. This is outrageous and scary, and I am just incredulous. It's not just Karen Reed, the whole justice system. This is an outrage. I demand an investigation. Somebody get my gavel. Somebody get my gavel. I'm becoming Congressman Towel. This is an outrage. If you're just tuning in, Sean Combs is trying to walk out the front door of federal court after being found guilty of 2 prostitution offenses. You are proposing $1 million bond. Combs and Glifo, yes, and travel to Florida. AUSA Comey. The USA opposes Combs' release. A person found guilty shall be detained until the judicial officer finds he is not likely to flee or to be a danger. Oh, goodness, little towels, they're trying to keep him in federal prison. They're trying to keep Diddler in federal prison. Will the U.S. attorneys prevail? Oh, the defense. The defense, ladies and gentlemen, the defense. Oh, goodness. Eric Leiber demands a mixtape. Modelo Macy says this is New York. Dewdrop says this is disgusting and sickening. Hello, Dark Side of the Moon. Hello, Holistic Psychology. I'm in 1940s news announcer mode. I don't know how to interpret this crazy series of events. I just wanted to talk about audio spectrum processing. You don't understand. I demand an investigation. I'm being facetious, but I don't know. Oh, goodness, we're now about to find out, will he be released? Ladies and gentlemen, will he be released? The U.S. is fighting it. Oh, the Diddler. He's been found guilty of prostitution-related offenses. The distinction is that the prostitution versus sex trafficking involves threats of violence or coercion or harm, whereas this charge involves money. Oh, AUSA Comey, the defendant faces a maximum sentence of 20 years, so it's 10 years per count. Even while faced with this case, he assaulted Jane here in New York, preparing to surrender. He had drugs in his hotel room. He was ready to commit the same offense. Boom! Got him! Oh, AUSA Comey, you go get him! Got it! Boom! Get him! I need a gift that says boom, get him. Get him. Get him, AUSA Comey, get him. Let the battle commence. The battle has commenced, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what a diphthong is. You're going to have to explain that one, Eric. What is Judge Submarinian going to do? There's so much evidence of Diddler doing ridiculous things, ladies and gentlemen. The battle has commenced. I used Masterpiece Theater. Nancy from the 508 will be happy. It's also almost lunchtime. I'm so hungry, but it's not lunchtime yet. We have to get to 12 o'clock for towel lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a verdict in the Diddler case. It is guilty on 2 counts. The USA is literally right now in federal court moving to prevent him from walking out the front door. Here we go. Just seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen, this argument is happening right now. The battle has thus commenced. The Diddler how has the system fallen to the wealthy and the privileged? Will he be kept in federal court? Is Judge Submarinian the last line of defense for the American judicial system? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's happening in real time. It's happening in real time, my little towels. Here we go. Judge, I am not going to resolve this second. I need to review the statutes. Miss Comey, do you have a case in which bail was denied after a conviction under the Mann Act? You may confer and come back. We'd planned to be there the whole day. Oh, breaking news. Breaking news. The U.S. government is moving to detain P. Diddy after he was convicted of 2 counts of trafficking for prostitution under the Mann Act. That's not how you spell prostitution. I know, prostitution. Come on, spell check. Oh, I got it right. This offense, while less serious and not involving threats or harm than sex trafficking could lead to 20 years for Diddler. Breaking. I'm going to change it to breaking so it fits in the post. The Diddler, ladies and gentlemen. The Diddler. Oh, goodness. Will he... This is incredible. Just simply incredible, ladies and gentlemen. P. Diddler, Diddy's fate has not yet been determined as to whether he will be able to walk out of federal prison after being convicted of 2 counts of trafficking for prostitution involving money, not force, under the Mann Act. Diddler faces 20 years but is asking to walk free. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is a test. How will Judge Submarinian rule? How will he rule, ladies and gentlemen? He's looking for a case. He wants a case from the United States that shows that you can hold someone on revoke bail after a conviction on the Mann Act, ladies and gentlemen, under the Mann Act for trafficking for prostitution. We need to see if there's a case. AUSA Comey, I'm aware of cases involving minors, but we intend to raise relevant conduct at sentencing, the drugs and violence. Judge, I'll like letters from each side. When? A few hours. Oh, goodness, he's trying to get out of prison. Just in. The United States is moving to detain P. Diddy after 2 convictions for federal sex trafficking involving money, not force, under the Mann Act. Hold on, maybe the U.S. needs cases where someone was denied bail after a non-force-based Mann Act conviction. Diddler faces 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen, this is stunning. The research is happening. The U.S. will Diddy walk free? I highly doubt it. The judge wants a case. The judge wants just one case, ladies and gentlemen. That means the Diddler trial, the suspense has not ended. The Mann Act is the Human Trafficking Act. It relates to either prostitution, like interstate trafficking of humans for prostitution, either by force, which is sex trafficking, or by monetary inducement, which is sex trafficking by way of prostitution. Diddy was convicted on 2 counts out of 5. The 2 counts he was convicted on were sex trafficking by way of prostitution, which means not involving force or threats of violence, but instead involving monetary inducement. He faces up to 20 years in federal prison, 10 years on each count. Where the sentencing matrix is going to fall, I mean, he didn't cooperate, so he doesn't get the -3. He had like drugs and guns on him when they caught him. Like he assaulted Jane during the pendency of the case. So you're looking at like multiple sentencing enhancements factors up on the guidelines. The guidelines are probably going to be like step 32 to like step 40, even with no criminal history. Step 32 to step 40 under 2 prostitution-related, non-violent, monetary-induced Mann Act convictions. We got to look. So let's look at the federal sentencing guidelines. I think that's the best way to do this. So hold on. Federal sentencing guidelines, Mann Act conviction, trafficking for prostitution. And he also got 2 counts, so we got to figure this in. So let me just look at the federal sentencing guidelines for the Mann Act. I need to actually see it's 18 U.S.C. 2421. Federal sentencing guidelines, 18 U.S.C. 2421. So let me just see I need to actually see the guidelines. All right, hold on, but I need the sentencing guidelines, Brett. Okay, but what are they? Okay, but what are they? What are they? Federal sentencing guidelines. Okay, yes, I know, but I need the federal sentencing guidelines specifically for 18 USC 2421. Okay, but what are the sentencing guidelines? USSC sentencing guidelines. Okay. I have the sentencing guidelines, but I need to actually find the relevant section for 2421. Hold on, I have it. Hold on. I can get it. I can get it this way. I'm positive. Yep, I got it. With an individual other than a minor. I got it. It's 2G 1.1. I found it. I found the federal sentencing guidelines. Okay, look, I found it. This is it. Okay, it's under it's under the federal sentencing guidelines, which is the guidelines manual for 2024, section 2G 1.1, promoting a commercial sex act or prohibited sexual conduct with an individual other than a minor. Base offense level 1, 34 if the conviction is in violation of no. Special offense characteristic. So it's base level 14. Otherwise, if A subsection 2A2 applies, A2A2, and B1, the offense level fraud or coercion, or 3, the offense is a conviction under 24A1, increased by 4 levels. Cross-reference. If the offense involves conduct described in 18 U.S.C. 2241A or B or 18 U.S.C. 2242, apply 2A 3.1. Okay, hold on one second. Are you saying that he can, even if it just involves conduct described? So he doesn't actually have to be convicted of it. But he wasn't convicted of that. Okay. Now, what if it's conduct under 18? This must be the Mann Act section that refers to violence or coercion. Or sexual abuse. Other than by placing that person in fear. Oh! Yes! Yes! It falls under this. So what do we get? Hold on. So that means we can apply 2A 3.1. So it's not actually 2G 1.1. It's 2.3A.1. Oh, he's screwed if they can make this argument. Now I need to make sure that it works this way. But it looks like if the offense involved, it doesn't even have to be a conviction. If it involves conduct described, and 22A, 41A, and B don't apply, but 18 U.S.C. 2242 does apply. That means you apply the sentencing guidelines for 2A 3.1. Now, that means the base offense level is 30. Oh, 30. And it doesn't involve 2241A or B. If she had not sustained the age of 12, no, she was 12. If she was 12 to 14, nope, so this doesn't apply. Was in the care, custody, or control, no. Did she sustain permanent or life-threatening bodily injury? No. Did either of them sustain serious bodily injury? Yes. If it's between like serious and life-threatening, so I'm going to give them 2 levels on that. Okay, if the victim was abducted, I don't know if she was abducted, she was induced. If to persuade, entice, induce, or coerce a minor, or to facilitate a minor, no. No. Cross-references. If the victim was killed, no. If the offense involved causing, transporting, permitting, or offering, or seeking by notice or advertisement a minor, nope. Special instruction. If the offense occurred in the custody of a prison official, no. Okay, I got it. Now, what does abducted mean? Serious bodily injury means other than criminal abuse. All right. Using force, threatening, rendering the victim unconscious without the permission of drugs. So I think he had their permission. No. All right. No. If the victim was sexually abused by more than one participant, an upward departure may be warranted. Okay. So, let me get this right. He has a base offense level of 30 because you use the guideline, even though it's an offense under 18 USC 2242, you use the guidelines under 2A 3.1, which is actually for an offense of something very different. But you use this guideline, the matrix. So a base offense level of 30, then increase by 2. All right, offense level 32. All right, so base offense level 32, conviction 18 USC 2242, sentencing range. All right, so now we have to look at it. Base offense level 32. And it's not USE, it's USC. But it's actually, I have to make it a bit more clear. The relevant guideline is 2831. It got it right. The total offense level, along with criminal history, determines the sentencing. For an example, because he probably does get a downward departure for some stuff. 121 to 150 months in prison. In one case, a defendant with a total offense level of 32 and a criminal history category 2 had a recommended sentencing range of 135 to 168 months. Yeah, but no, it's not life imprisonment because it's the it's not, it must not be 2242 though, isn't it though? He was convicted under 2242. 18 USC 2242. This is the sex trafficking offense. Oh, no, that's the corollary offense. Hold on. He was actually convicted under 18 USC 2421. Hold on. That doesn't mean I'm wrong. It just means we have 22. It's actually a different offense. Hold on. 2421. 2421. It's technically he gets sentenced under the guidelines for that, but that's not what we want for our purposes, okay? All right, so you ready for this? Here's my prediction, and this doesn't take into consideration downward departure, but it will change the previous analysis. The offense level is 32. All right, we already did the analysis. The criminal history, $121 to $151. This is right. For a conviction under 18 U.S.C. 2421, the maximum penalty is up to 10 years in prison, or up to 20 if the victim was adult, or a mandatory minimum if the victim was under 18. Bro, no. He's facing, even with reductions for his criminal history, with a base offense level of 32, and the reason it goes to 30 is because even though you're applying... Even though it's under 18 U.S.C. 2421, you'd technically apply the provisions of 2G 1.1, which would get it down to 14. You don't, because there's a cross-reference that says if you commit a crime that falls under the definition with conduct involving 18 U.S.C. 2242, which this does because it's just inducement to commit sexual conduct, then it falls under criminal sexual abuse penalty, so you go to 2A 3.1. If you go to 2A 3.1, the base offense level is 30. It's not 38 because he wasn't convicted under 18 U.S.C. 2241. He was convicted under 18 U.S.C. 2421. So that means it's a base offense level of 30. A base offense level of 30, he gets a 2-step increase because she was injured. One of the victims was injured. So that goes from we're going to give him a 2-step increase. Now he's going to get some decrease because his criminal history is going to be a 1. He's going to be the lowest level. But even if it says, and I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, even with a criminal history of offense category 1, okay, he's looking at 121 to 151 months, even with a criminal history as low as possible. Brah. And he can get up to 20 years because he got convicted of both counts. 120 months, that's 10 years. Even if he gets some benefit, he's doing 7 years. He could now. I don't see him walking. A lot of people are analyzing this, saying that the guidelines say he might walk. Yeah, if he were at a step 14, but you got to apply 2.3A1, or you're not going to get this right. And I think the U.S. is going to argue, and he's not getting out on bail today, because the U.S. is going to read this, and they're going to see that under 2A3.1, their base offense level at sentencing is 30, which means a base offense level of 30 under 2421 means he's looking at realistically 7 years on the low end. So cut a third off with good behavior, 5, but he could get 10 to 15 years, and that's within the permitted range because he got convicted on 2 counts. That's my analysis. Yeah, he's not getting out though. He's going to jail. There's no question he's going to federal prison. And if the judge lets him out, he's going to run. He's got unlimited resources, unlimited money, and he's going to run. So what I'm looking at here, and the base offense level, remember, is 32. Now he gets a lot of credit. He'll get some credit for his criminal history being in zone 1, the lowest possible. But that's not going to stop him. It's a level 32 offense in criminal history category 1 falls within zone D, which is a sentencing range of 121 months to 151 months. And we can look at it right here. It falls within zone D, a level 32 offense in criminal history category 1, the lowest possible. Let's give him as much credit possible for no criminal history. Bruh. Criminal history, okay? Category 1, that means no criminal history. Offense level 32. Bro, 121 to 50. Even if he had gotten it down to step 14, he was looking at some time, okay? Like some time, because there's an enhancement to at least 21 to 27. Bruh, they're going to apply 2.3A, which is a base level of 30, and he gets 2 points because maybe 3, because one of the victims was injured. He's looking at 121 to 168 months, and that's within the 10 to 20 years. He's not getting out. He's not getting out. Nope. He's not getting out. No, he's not walking. Nope. Not based on the research I just did. He might have walked if he could have got 2G 1.1 applied at sentencing, but he can't, because that would give him a base level of 14, and that's at least reasonable. All right, do you see the base level of 14 there? If he were at 14, he's at least only looking at a year or 2 in federal prison. Maybe he gets bumped up to a 16 with the injury to the victims, but still, 21 to 27 months. Cut a third off for good behavior, he would have been fine. What screws him really hard is there's a special provision. So when you're sentenced, he got convicted of 2 counts under 18 U.S.C. 2421. There's a special provision of the federal sentencing guidelines. It doesn't have to do with a specific offense characteristic. It has to do with a cross-reference. And there's a clause here that says, if your conduct, and this falls under 18 U.S.C. 2242. He didn't get convicted under that, but 18 U.S.C. 2242 covers what he did, because it can involve inducements, and it doesn't have to involve threats to commit specific harm for sex. Like, you can induce someone or drug them, and that's enough for 2242 to apply. And he didn't have to be convicted under it. And this is what I mean by they will screw you in federal court. They will screw you to the wall because it's built to screw defendants. If he had got not guilties across the board, he would have walked today. Or even, no, I don't even think one not guilty, he would have walked. With one guilty, he would have walked. With any guilty conviction, especially, and this is what the U.S. knew. They must have read this ahead of time. It didn't matter. The RICO would have guaranteed him decades. The trafficking would have guaranteed him decades. But this offense, under 2D 1.1, has a special clause, and they're going to find it. AUSA Comey either already knows about it, or she's going to find it right now, or her deputies found it, because it says here, all you need is conduct under 18 U.S.C. 2242, and you can apply the sentencing guidelines from Section 2A 3.1. Well, you go over to Section 2A 3.1 of the U.S. sentencing guidelines, and you're going to see, instead of a base offense level of 14, it doubles to a base offense level of 30. He could have got 38, but he wasn't convicted under 18 U.S.C. 2241. He was convicted under 18 U.S.C. 2421. So instead, we go to here, all right? So otherwise, 30, all right? 30. Base offense level of 30. Let's go over to the chat. 30 is a lot worse than 14. 30 jumps you to zone D, even with a criminal history of 1, bruh. Okay? No criminal history at all. If he had criminal history at a base offense level of 30, he'd be looking at like 2 decades, no question. But he gets the benefit of no criminal offense history at all. All right? That puts him at 30, 97 to 121 months as a base offense. But you have to look at the specific offense characteristics when you're applying 2A3.1. If you go down here to 4A, okay, this applies because one or both of the victims were injured. Now, it's not permanent or life-threatening bodily injury. That would bring him a 4-level bump. It's somewhere between serious bodily injury and life-threatening. Okay, so we give it like a 2. We're giving him 2 points, but they could argue for 3. Let's give him 2 for the benefit of the doubt. That bumps him up to offense level 32. Okay, zone D, criminal history 1. That gives him at a base 121 months at the lowest, even with his criminal history. He didn't cooperate, so no points there, and that would only bring him. But say it was, even if he got brought down a little bit, okay, we're giving him a base offense level of 30 minimum. So 97 months, and we know it's going to get bumped up by 1 or 2 levels, okay? So let's peg it at 32. 121 months as a base sentencing level, up to 151. Frankly, they could argue for up to 168, because I do think they have the grounds, and I'm not a lawyer or you're a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but I think they have the grounds under 2A 3.1 B 4 B C, yeah, B and C, to argue for a bump. And if they get the bump, it's either a bump of 2 or 3. So they're going to get somewhere between 121 and 168. He's not getting out. I'm telling you right now, he's not getting out. If it were any other offense, or if there wasn't this special clause in the sentencing guidelines for 2421, he might have got out, because he wasn't charged under 1591B1, but so that would immediately just put him at 14. He would have been fine. Even with a bump to 17 or 16, he would have been fine, because good time or whatever, he would have barely gone to prison. What screws him, and mark my words, if they can get this argument, and they will argue this, trust me, he's not getting out, because there's this special, there's this cross-reference. It's not a special offense characteristics under 2G 1.1 C 1 B, okay? Then under 18 U.S.C. 2242, he doesn't have to be convicted under it, but if it describes conduct covered under that statute, which his conviction does, then you apply 2A 3.1. You go to 2A 3.1, that's where he gets screwed, okay? Because the base offense level is 30. It doesn't matter that he wasn't convicted under whatever that offense is, 2241. All that matters is that this clause of the other sentencing guideline, 2G 1.1, applies. It does. He's looking at a base offense level of 30. None of the other enhancements apply except for 4A. So 2A 3.1 B, 4 B, and C. All right, so only this applies. And it's not A, but it is B because it was serious. And it is C because it's between A and B, serious and life-threatening. So 2 to 3 levels. And there's nothing else that applies, so therefore he's a level 30 to a level 32 offense in zone D, no criminal history. There's no way he's getting, I mean, he might get out after 5 to 7 years with good time, but based on the sentencing guidelines, and unless there's a reason to justify a downward departure with the agreement of the AUSA, no, he's doing time. And he's not getting out on bail. That's why Judge was... And my guess is Judge Submarinian knows more than I do. So Judge Submarinian realized that 2.3A1 applies. And he was like, this is a zone 32. 30 to... He probably didn't realize where from 30 to 36 or 34 it landed. But his mind was probably like, this is a zone 30 offense, even with a criminal history of 1. He's doing time. I'm not letting him out on bail. So that's what I'm saying. Like, yes... Now, yes, I do think that it's a little bit possible that he could do less than 7 because you can always argue that there are special circumstances to any judge can just downward depart. But here, with what the government's going to argue, with the drugs he was found with when he was caught, the violence against the victims during the pendency of the case, nah, bruh. He's not getting out. He's not getting out, and we're not going to see him until 2030, maybe 2032 at the earliest. So yeah, how did I do on my analysis? Did I do a good job? Can we put on a something to watch now, and while I wait for towel lunch? We can't go anywhere because the world now wants to know if the diddler's going to walk out of that door. Now I'm saying no, based on my erudite lay towel analysis, all right? But you know what I'm saying? The diddler, ladies and gentlemen, is trying to walk out of that court. Can I get towel lunch? What do we want on? Murder by Maestro, you got anything? Oh, that's right, the Jack Ruby document. So, before I was so rudely distracted from talking about my research, get in here, bossy Texas chick, you are going to love this. I'm a super towel. Now, you might be saying, Graham, we know you're a super towel, but check this out, bossy Texas chick. You want to see me be a real super towel? So I was doing my little towel thing this morning, being a little towel, you know what I'm saying? Then I get around to doing some towel research. Now take a look at this. I'm going to repost it because it's so explosive. I'm going to read it for you, little towels. All right, this is what little towel discovered this morning. Breaking. Per a newly declassified FBI file, Jack Ruby, a.k.a. Jack Rubenstein, a.k.a. Jack Rubin, did not die in Parkland Hospital on 1/3/67. This was the man who shot Lee Harvey Oswald. And Lee Harvey Oswald was the guy who shot JFK. An anti-communist FBI informant since 1931, Ruby lived as a free man from 1963 until 1967 in Miami Beach and died of self-harm on 12/12/67. And you might be saying, Grant, no, I don't know. That would mean that it was all a lie. No way. It can't be true. Well, it is true. Here is the memorandum from July 10th, 1969, to the director Hoover, from the special agent in charge in Miami. And the subject was Jack Rubin, whose name was also Jack Ruby and Jack Rubenstein. And if you're wondering, how do you know this? Let me show you. This is Jack Ruby's list of FBI files. He was a communist, he was a communist who hated Stalin, and so that was called a Lovesonite, and he got kicked out of the Communist Party in 1929. So do you see all these FBI files like 43, 46, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49? He was a communist spy. He was an anti-communist spy the whole time. The government picked him up because he got kicked out of the Communist Party in 29, and then he turned into an anti-communist in the labor unions who would hunt communists for the labor unions in New York. Now, he did that for until 51 or something, maybe a little bit earlier. He changes his name, though, from Jack Rubenstein to Jack Rubin, all right, right around 48. How do I know this? Because I found a ledger of the Communist Party that was like a Jewish sect of the Communist Party. In 48, Ruby was clearly working undercover for the feds by then, and he infiltrated it under the name Jack Rubin. So I know he was using the name Jack Rubin as early as 48. Well, what's weird is, and notice all of these are under Jack Rubenstein or Jack Ruby or Jack Rubin. It's all the same guy, all right? So now we go to Jack Rubin Jack Rubenstein, who was actually Jack Rubin, in 1961. And what do we find out? He's in South Beach in Miami, all right, working with Max Eder, who was Sam Giancana's man in South Beach in 61, but he's under deep cover. Rubin down there is some construction executive, he knew Sinatra. He was an FBI informant around the mob, all right, but he was hiding well. But then, you know what's weird? He kind of drops off the radar from 62 to 63, all right, but then shows up again right after the JFK assassination in the FBI files. But then what's weird is he's alive, bruh. He's not in jail in Parkland Hospital like they said after he shot Oswald. He was just in Miami in 64, 65, 66, all right? And while he was in Miami, he was back with Max Eder, and he was kind of settling up his affairs. His construction company closed down. The rackets in South Beach were closing. He wasn't really in the loop. You could tell they sent him back there to die, and said, you can live as a free man, just never talk about it. How do I know this? Well, look at this, folks. This is a memo from the special agent in charge in Miami to Director Hoover in 1969. It says, enclosed herewith is the original and 5 copies of an LHM containing information regarding Jack Rubin, who was Jack Ruby. And if you want me to prove it, go to this restricted file, RIF 124-90132-10048, all right, 7869. Open it. It's in the Jack Ruby file. You know this is Jack Ruby. This is the document I just had open, okay? All right? Same document, okay? I'm telling you this is Jack Ruby, all right? And you can tell subjects, Jack Rubenstein, Jack Rubin. He is the same dude. They knew. This was never supposed to be open. They did eventually release it in 2022, but it was never supposed to be released because this single document proves that it's, you know, it was a lie. Jack Ruby didn't die in Parkland Hospital in January of 1967 from cancer. He died on 12/12/67, December 12th, 1967. Then he died from suicide, ostensibly, but really from something what looks a little worse. On 12/12/67, former, and this means MM, which means informant, on hoodlum Max Eder, quote, Jack Rubin's Miami Beach residence where blank, Rubin's mother, blank. Rubin is in an unconscious state in his bedroom. This is Jack Ruby. A self-harm note in the bedroom, which blank. Rubin's mother, blank. Max Eder, blank. The blank, which blank. Eder, this is the important part. This is the smoking gun. Eder, blank. That if blank regarding Rubin's condition, blank, to tell them that Rubin had gone into a diabetic shock. And then it gets worse. Eder furnished the, and blanked out, but I'll tell you what it says. Eder furnished the identity of the subject, which is Rubin, to the FBI in strictest confidence, stating that if the information was divulged to anyone, Eder blank. That sentence is basically saying the FBI knew that was Ruby. They put him there. They let him hang out there. It's the smoking gun, okay? I'll show you why it's the smoking gun in a second. But this is the smoking gun in the JFK assassination, okay? This proves that Jack Ruby was never in jail. He never went to Parkland Hospital in custody. He never went to prison. He was released immediately after killing Oswald. They pretended he was in prison. They faked it in the hospital. But Jack Ruby immediately was released. From 1964 until 1967, and I can prove it, 1963 until 1967, Jack Ruby lived in Miami Beach, okay? Now you might say, Grant, like this is a lot. Well, yeah, it is. And so let me show you. Here's some files from 65, okay? He was in the criminal intelligence program, all right? So here's a file from 65, and it shows that he was alive, all right? Because MM reported that the latter part of July 65, the National Plastering Company, Miami Beach, operated by Max Eder and Jack Rubin, had only $46 in their checking account. The officials of the bank a day advised them the bank would not honor any overdrafts. All right? And then, so we know they're alive, okay? And then he shows up in the Irving Berlin investigation. But first, let's look at this. I can prove he was alive. The National Plastering Company operated by Max Eder, who was also an informant. Oh, Max Eder was an informant. MM92467. Which means in this document, folks, see that number up there? Former MM46827. That's that number, 92467. That's what's blanked out, MM92467. Or MM probably 467. and Jack Rubin have contracting jobs at the West Flagler Dog Track, King Cole Apartments, Bell Plaza Apartments, and the Tower Apartments. He was alive in 65 and 66 and 67. He was closing up his affairs. The company was bankrupt. Eder and them, like, they were done, but, like, here you go. I mean, see, they were, like, running some clothing stores, but their operation was dead, bruh. It was dead. All right? And you can see, like, they knew, all right? They knew. This was 68. It was right after he died. It went out of business right after Ruby died, the company. Now, look, they're pretending he's still alive, but he's not. On April 8th, 1968, we know he's dead. Jack Rubin's close associate at Max Eder started a new company named Metro Chemical Company with offices somewhere in South Beach. Rubin's partner is alleged to be a person by the name of Ted Smith, who previously worked for Barcol Chemical Company. That's fake. He was dead by then. We know he was dead. And then we know by March of 68, they've locked the door of Jack Ruby and Eder's old company. We know Eder was an employee. We know that Eder was an FBI informant, as was Ruby. Okay? And we know that Ruby was alive. Like, I'm telling you right now, you can see all this. He was alive, and then all of a sudden, you get this restricted file, okay, on Jack Ruby and Jack Rubenstein, who was also known as Jack Ruby. There you go. It's his mother, and then it's confirming he died on December 12th, 1967. So I'm telling you right now, there was no new company in March of 68 run by him. Whoever did that was using his name, probably Eder, because he was a con artist. It just, you know what I'm saying? So do you see where this is all going? Like, this company, they didn't start a new company. Not Jack Rubin. He was dead. He was dead months earlier. And I don't even want to know how this guy ended up dying, Max Eder, but he was a bureau informant. And then you get this full summary. On April 10th, 64, now remember, this is going way back to before the Kennedy Association. It started in 61. A confidential source advised the FBI that Jack Rubin and Max Eder were co-owners of the National Plastering Company, 19 West Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida, for the past 1.5 years. So before the Kennedy assassination. Investigation in the past had disclosed that Max Eder is a hoodlum and racketeer in the Miami, Florida area and a federal informant. He has been based in the Fontainebleau, they didn't say that part, but I found it. He has been based in the Fontainebleau Hotel, the world's largest and best-known hotel in Miami, and to protect the hoodlum and racketeer interests therein. Business dealings as the National Plastering Company have also brought Rubin into contact with other hoodlums of Eder. Eder was Sam Giancana and Meyer Lansky's man in South Beach. On April 24th, 1964, a confidential source advised the FBI that Jack Rubin owns one share in the National Plastering Company and draws a weekly salary. So see, he was alive in April of 64 of $250. That's how the CIA was paying him through that front company. Yes, when is the plea agreement hearing starting? 11 a.m. Eastern, plus quarterly bonuses. Rubin is considered excellent plastering man. And you can see in July 27, 61, there's Jack Rubin, Max Eder. Jack Rubin owed a tax lien in 58. Oh, look at this. A confidential Jack Rubin's tax lien was $30,000. And then after the Kennedy Association, it was $30,058. A confidential source advised the FBI that in January 64, Jack Rubin was all clear of the IRS lien, and therefore the U.S. government had no lien against his property. On January 24th, 67, a confidential source advised the FBI that Jack Rubin had been making short trips to Freeport, Grand Bahama Island in there in connections with efforts to obtain a casino license. On January 27, 1967, a confidential source advised the FBI that Jack Rubin had been traveling through the Bahama Islands in an effort to see someone close to the new premier concerning the possibility of obtaining a casino license for Bimini or Cap City, Bahamas. In this connection, Rubin was also in contact with Nathan Saunders, who was previously declared undesirable by the Bahamian government. On August 27, 1967, a confidential source advised the FBI that a levy was filed by the IRS against the plastering company for $55,000. Notice of seizure was filed on August 29th, covering the contents of the business. On December 7th, so this is right before his death, a confidential source advised that the IRS was again attempting to close the plastering company. And then he dies, and then a confidential source in March advised that the Florida Power and Light Company put a padlock on the door, and the lease ran out on January 1st, 68, and was not renewed. I'm telling you, he died. Jack Ruby died in Miami, Florida on December 12th, 1967. He killed himself because he had a tax lien in 58. He got it wiped for doing this hit on Lee Harvey Oswald. Then he picked up more problems and he couldn't get out of it, so he killed himself. And the government covered up his role in the assassination of Oswald and pretended he was dead in prison and then died of cancer in Parkland Hospital. He did not. Jack Ruby, the assassination of the person who assassinated Lee Harvey Oswald, who killed JFK in part of a larger team. Ladies and gentlemen, he died a free man in South Beach, Miami, on December 12th, 1967, by his own hand. And I'm not speculating. I can prove it. I have the document that proves it. I solved the Kennedy assassination. It's extremely sad. I'm not pleased about this. It's time for the government to tell us what happened. They were waiting, I think. I'm pretty sure they were waiting for just one person to figure it all out. I think some people got really, really close. Some congressmen in the 80s, some investigators, but they never really got it. They never really, because the files didn't come out till 2022, 50 years. 50 years from the act being signed, which was in like 72 or something. No, it was 50 years. So the act was signed in like 93, but it was 50 years from the origination of the classification, and a lot of this stuff was classified in 72. Ironically, right around the time of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence was created after Watergate. And there's a tie to Watergate here too, but I don't want to go into it. Not right now. So anyway, with that distraction, the Diddy conviction, it wasn't really a distraction. I'm being sardonic. I solved the JFK assassination. I proved it. It's indisputable evidence. It can't be argued with. Can't be debated. It fits into a wider picture I'll explain to you in a second. But if you've never watched the stream before, I solved the JFK assassination. I really solved it a few days ago, but I wasn't able to put it all together till this morning. And I solved Watergate the day before, too. It's all tied in together. And I know I solved Watergate because the Nixon Foundation didn't tell me I was wrong. Now, I'm going to read for you the story, all right, that I published this morning. Mark my words, if I ever win an award for anything, I will want it to be for this story. This was the most important story I ever wrote in my entire life. The most important story I've ever written. I sat there. I don't even know. It was like channeling. I felt something writing this story like I have never felt before. There are times when I write stories where I have this incredible capacity, like when I cover stuff. It's almost like I'm just letting myself be used as a conduit, but I know it's my conscious brain because I know I have to actually go get the information. I have to know the ALA form, like the citation format. I have to know how to write a story that's cohesive, put the citations where they need to be, logically structure the piece in a way that tells tells the story the way that I'm trying to explain what I found in the primary source documents, because the way this stuff hides is you're not going to understand, not you, but the general person is not going to get like code names and reference numbers, like unless you have a mind that sees everything and can categorize it and memorize it as you read it. You're not going to make these connections as you're reading all these documents. There's hundreds of them. But if you have a mind that memorizes everything, then you're going to see it's not like I have some magical ability to see connections. I memorize, against my will, I memorize everything I see, hear, and learn about. So when I'm reading these documents, they're all getting indexed, and then I'm seeing patterns and connections, and then I know that I can prove all of this. But writing this story the way that I wrote it today, never in my life. Yeah, I agree, Murder by Maestro. Never in my life have I ever come across something like this. I've never felt the passion while writing a story. It took hours to research it and do it. Like, and I'm in pain, and it wasn't easy. But I found it. I put it all together, and I managed to source it. Like, it's the kind of thing other outlets will eventually pick up on this and cover it, but they're going to have, like, whether they want to or not, they're going to have to look at that and be like, that man, that little towel, that's just incredible. It's like an entire agency. It's like an entire government in one man's head. Am I like some kind of... I don't know what I am. Like, what should... Does this mean that I should apply my knowledge to make sure our constitutional republic survives and endures and is reinvigorated? I think that's what it means. Because when I think about it all in context, and I'm not blowing my own horn, tooting my own horn, but this isn't for me. Like, it doesn't, like, personally, I don't care that I have the ability to do this. I don't walk around thinking about that at all. Never. Doesn't even, most of the time, I'm either thinking about, like, what I'm working on, or I'm driving around listening to music, thinking about, like, how peaceful it is to not be thinking about my work. But I never thought of myself as... It never was like, oh, I'm really good at this. I don't really care that I'm really good at it. It's not why I don't think about that. Like, why does the fact that Grant is good at this matter? It doesn't. It's the information. But then I realized, like, okay, Grant, like, that, like, no one can replicate what you are doing. Okay? Like, you have to realize this. And if they can't replicate it, it's not for want of trying. It's because you have a very specific kind of skill that's probably meant to help people. And so that's really blowing my mind, because I'm like, oh, okay then. Because that's what, like, people who, like, really can, like, help the country and history and a lot of people, like, that's what they do. And I never really thought of myself that way, because I'm doing my work. But then it's like, okay, yes, I am a prolific writer who has probably penned with my own hand upwards of 10 million words, 20 million, maybe more, which means I'm probably one of the most prolific American writers. And then I also am very good at researching. I have a wide knowledge base across regulatory arenas, legislation, the criminal courts, the administrative courts. But then I also am really good at, like, analyzing the interplay between the domestic security apparatus and politics. And then I also am really good at reading documents and putting things together. And I think what that means is I should buttress the foundations of our constitutional republic by pursuing cogent, stable reforms in line with the core principles of representative democracy that undergird the text of the Constitution and its amendments, along with its millennia or centuries of precedential interpretation. I got it. I know what I have to do. Don't really know how I'm going to do it, but I know what I got to do. Anyway, back to this JFK story. I love music, Allie 90211. I listen to music all day, and I'm really good at finding new music. If you ever listen to the Twitter feed before it goes live in the morning, oh goodness, little towels. By the way, when is 12 p.m. Mountain Time? Is that 1 p.m. Eastern? Anyway, we're going to read this JFK story now. You just let me know when the Coberger sentencing comes up. I'll try to make sure I'm here for it. I want to get lunch, though. I'm very hungry. I'm a little towel. I just got to pray that everything's going to be all right, you know? There's some stuff that's just out of our control. Like, obviously, okay, if I solved Watergate to the point where the Nixon Foundation was like, Grant, this is incredible, and then if I solved the JFK assassination and found the documents to prove it, okay, I'm probably right about the Karen Reed trial. That doesn't mean that anything's going to be done about it, but like I'm telling you, I'm probably right. Not that I care about being right. And just we have to understand, like, I'm not upset with the verdict. I'm upset that something way, like a more pernicious, insidious influence was involved. Now, I'm morally okay if it was because there's some giant public corruption probe that I can't know about because I'm a little towel, all right? I get that. I'm a little towel, all right? I try to be helpful, but I'm also a little towel, and I care a lot about the country, and I think the powers that be know that you, barring like an imminent threat to national security, if you come to me and are like, okay, Grant, this is what's going on, here's how it's going to happen, I would be like, okay, why are you compromising an active federal investigation? Two, do you realize by telling me this, like, I have a duty to the public interest first, so it's better to just not tell me this. Then I'll just report on it when it happens. And like, three, you know, that then makes me realize, like, they know that. They know that. They don't need to tell me what's coming. I've already inductively figured it out, and I'm using my maturity, I think, and patience to just let the powers that be make the decisions that have to be made. There's no room for ideological principles in zero-sum investigations, okay? You have to wheel and deal. It's the only thing that makes sense. I'm not against it. I believe this is the appropriate way to administer the justice system. Do I think that whatever the hell that verdict was, unless I get a really good, I'm not owed it, but unless I get a really, really good explanation, I mean, like, literally an explanation that is, like, it's going to have to really, 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 really make sense. And it doesn't have anything to do with the facts, because I know Karen and Alan didn't win on the facts. But but unless I get a really, really good explanation, I'm forever going to be insulted by how John's family was treated and how that verdict was rendered. I mean that. I am forever going to be insulted. I'll never get over it. 1 p.m. Thank you, Allie 90211. We'll be here for the Kohberger guilty plea. We will. But no, I'll never get over it. I'll tell you right now, I will never get over it unless I get. Now, let me just be blunt with you, okay? I have no reason to not be transparent. I'm going to be circumspect about some of the stuff with the juror's father-in-law out of respect for a country that I love very dearly and put first. Safety, country, family, God. Safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there for good measure. I'll be direct with you. If I was told, or if it comes out eventually, that what happened was, during the first trial, even though I agree that the outcome, I thought the first trial was a more accurate outcome to the facts. If the reality is that there was some impropriety there, okay, and somebody talked to the juror, somebody knew a juror from the prosecution, okay, then yeah, you know what the feds probably said? Bruh. The feds were probably like, okay, that's a serious, like, that's not about the Karen Reed trial, that's about the Norfolk DA and the MSP. Bruh. Let's put federal informants on the jury and see if they try to run it up. But then there was another component to it. All right, that was the cover. All right, bruh? That's how you sell it to the DOJ. All right? You say, and that's how you get it signed off on. But now I know how this apparatus thinks. All right? I know how it thinks. That's why I was really researching Charles William Wiley, Frank Sturgis, Jim McCord, E. Howard Hunt, G. Gordon Liddy. That's, if you want to know what was my motivation. It's brilliant, isn't it? How are you going to understand how they think if you don't learn how the institution thinks? You got to study it. You don't normally get access to those documents. I didn't mean to solve Watergate and the JFK assassination. That was just incidental. I wanted to learn how the intelligence community thinks. I wanted to do it respectfully with declassified documents, so I did. I would never abuse any position of trust, or I would never ask anyone in a position of trust. I don't need classified documents. I know how to search on classified documents. I know what I'm looking at. I understand the history. I can read between the lines. And that was the real reason. I wanted to know how this apparatus thought. I wanted to know what they were willing to do in the past, because that would tell me what they were willing to do now and how they would do it and how they would get approval for it and how they would sell it. And I'm telling you, my most reasonable theory is that this was sold to DOJ leadership and continued under U.S. Attorney Foley as a plan to get informants on the Karen Reed jury to, in essence, catch the Norfolk DA or the MSP doing something bad. All right? What was not told to the DOJ, at least to U.S. Attorney Foley, was that Reagan Communications, in my opinion, was going to be contracted by either an intermediary or more likely the DOJ themselves or someone in the DOJ chain of command, to do something else. A parallel operation, in my opinion. I don't know why it traces to Reagan Communications. I mean, I know why, but it's a good cover. And they use PR agencies like this, the feds, all the time. But I'll tell you what. I'll tell you right now. It would be very easy to sell the operation as we're going to try to catch the state police and the Norfolk DA doing something wrong by putting federal informants on the jury. And then on the low, have their handlers be like, oh, by the way, make sure you vote not, we're going to make sure this is not guilty. Give them a guilty on the OUI, but not guilty on everything else. Make sure you get that result. It's not that hard to do. Okay? It's all human intelligence, so. Hey, Brett, you want to stay in the U.S. despite what your father did? All right, you're going to do this. Hey, Jack Ruby, you want that tax lien to go away? No, you're going to do this. Hey, kid, you want those drug charges to go away? All right, you're going to do this. Now, am I saying that's wrong? No. Not the primary function of that informant program. That's not wrong. I respect it. You don't see me compromising anything that's not public. I don't. I won't. And I don't want to know. But when you run a parallel op, potentially to get it not guilty, all right, now you have my attention. Now you have my attention. That's not okay. You want to monitor the jury, that's cool. I'm all right with that. But you want to get an outcome as a parallel potential? I see exactly what happened. Now I'm upset. Not upset necessarily that they're worried about corruption. I think that you should be worried about corruption. But I'm upset how they went about potential parallel op. I'm not dumb. I see it for what it is. I don't know what Hank's going to do about it, though. Because how do you expose this, bruh? If you talk about it, right, you're basically saying, listen, there's good reason that the FBI was concerned and the DOJ about the Norfolk DA and the MSP. It wasn't related to the Reed trial per se. They just are targeting these people. I mean, don't you think a FBI file might exist on Brian Tully for a reason? It's because it never ended. It was the investigation was never about John's death. People need to just get it. It was never about John's death. You know what I'm starting to wonder? Just how helpful have Karen and her dad been to the United States? Quite helpful, one imagines. Quite helpful. And listen, I don't like the implications of this any more than anyone else. All right. Now, before I read my Jack Ruby expose here, let me put on a little bit of Diddy coverage. I need to get some water. So take a listen to this. Diddy, we're waiting for the follow-up on the Diddy situation. So Diddy is in jail right now. He's trying to get out, and the USA is fighting it. Let's listen to coverage from Law and Crime. I'll be right back.
Combs family get their reaction after this verdict was read out loud today. And so it's really kind of a pretty packed scene outside there, as people are just waiting to see what the family's reaction is, as they are pretty pleased with today's verdict. Obviously, they would have liked probably for him to be acquitted on all the counts, but in terms
Chris,
of just the verdict that was rendered today, it seems like the family is pretty pleased.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, Chris, I was just going to say that I think the answer to your question about why there's not this sort of groundswell of support out there is because he's admitting, his lawyer's admitting he did bad things, right? This isn't one of these cases. This isn't one of these cases where it's a question of did he do it or didn't he do it? We know he did it. We know he did really bad things here. The question is, did those really bad things fall into the legal definition of sex trafficking or racketeering? And the jury believes the answer is no. But that doesn't mean that he's going to get the kind of groundswell of support that someone who people believe is literally innocent, falsely accused, might get in a different kind of case.
And you've even seen, and Dan, I know you covered the OJ trial. I mean, OJ Simpson found not guilty, but no one up until his death had, for the most part, pretty glowing things to say about OJ Simpson in hindsight of how that played out, even though there was a not guilty verdict. I'm just thinking of OJ. I think of Johnny Cochran, one of the great defenses of all time. As you've covered a lot of high-profile cases, where does the defense that Sean Combs got in this case rank?
Well, look, it was a very good defense, but they also had good legal arguments to make. I mean, they had the fact that Cassie and Jane were in these long-term relationships with him. They had the text messages, which were very positive and at times glowing and loving, which I think helped him a lot. You had the fact that racketeering is a complicated case where you need more than one person, you need more than one crime, et cetera. So it's not really quite apples to apples, right? In a murder case as you had here.
And then just lastly,
Chris. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll let you go. Law and Crime founder and CEO Dan Abrams. Always good to have you on. Thanks for taking the time to be with us.
Great to be here.
Elizabeth,
great job, guys. Appreciate it.
We appreciate that.
Elizabeth, great coverage in the courtroom too. Love it.
Absolutely. Elizabeth, I will go to you right now. Let's break down these arguments here, because you have Diddy's defense is saying that he should go home today, that this is not guilty on the majority of the counts, the most serious counts. He should walk out of here. The prosecution is not saying that. As you take a live look at the media that is outside of the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. What can we expect today when it comes to the arguments for what happens next to Sean Combs?
Well, what we can expect is that the defense is going to really be adamant about letting Sean Combs out today. He has a lot of money to post what they have been proposed as a $1 million bail, have some of his family members be able to kind of co-sign off that, and for him to just walk out of that courthouse today. I have to kind of really emphasize that today. He did not want to go back to MDC. Whenever the judge was like, I am sure that Sean Combs doesn't want to go back to MDC, he was shaking his head at the defense table. A lot of people were kind of chuckling in the gallery today. But as far as just like the the arguments that the defense initially made. Mark Agnifilo making these arguments as his voice was shaking a little bit, probably because he was pretty happy with the verdict. He stood up and he was like, he should be released on conditions. He should be able to return to Star Island in Florida. And Mark Agnifilo saying that we still have his passport, that being Tinny Garagos and Mark Agnifilo. But if he is released on bail conditions, that they should be able to return that passport over to pretrial services. They really were talking about how Sean Combs has been acquitted on sex trafficking, on RICO conspiracy. They even pointed out that his plane is currently in Maui, Hawaii, and that he doesn't have access to his plane. And so Mark Agnifilo says his family can sign onto the bond. Again, they were proposing $1 million. He should be released today. And their proposal was that Sean Combs could walk out of the courtroom and that his travel be limited to Florida, Los Angeles, and New York City. Whereas the government opposed that application. Maureen Comey making these arguments on behalf of the prosecution. The government was saying that Mark Agnifilo was really kind of downplaying Sean Combs' conviction because everyone, just remember, he is still convicted on 2 counts. That, again, we have to kind of emphasize being transportation to engage in prostitution, also known as the Mann Act. The government also pointing out there's been extensive testimony regarding drugs throughout this trial.
Yep, that was nailed it. Hello, that nailed it. I'm back. I have returned. Lisa, it's so good to see you, my dear friend. Towel got some water. I'm about to get some towel lunch. Did you know I got a new towel phone? Is everybody excited? I have one of the greatest phones. I didn't even know phones like this could exist. I got it for, listen, this was incredible. I went yesterday. I was so nervous. We're taking a little break here, by the way. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're not taking a break. It's just I'm going to tell an interesting story and then tell you how I solved the JFK assassination. Hello, Taterbug. Hello, Colleen Henry. Hello, Vicky Moore. Hello, Selena. We're on P. Diddy Verdict Watch, by the way. We're not really on Verdict Watch. We're waiting to see if P. Diddy's going to stay in federal prison or have his bail revoked. And also, ladies and gentlemen, did you know we have new chat rankings? Oh, yes, we have chat rankings right now. Pardon me. Oh, the competition is fierce today. Vicky Moore is in first place, ladies and gentlemen, with a 25 XP lead over Dewdrops, the Super Towelette. Murder by Maestro is coming up in third with 275 XP. We got Angela in fourth, Steph in fifth, Allie 90211 in sixth, Eric Leiber in seventh, Jimbo at 8, Holistic Psychology at 9, Nancy at 10, Star, we don't know who that is. Stargirl could be someone who uses a different name on display. And we have Alicia at 12, Ann at 13, Truth Over Bias at 14, Modelo Macy at 15, Def Otter at 16, Cat Dawn at 17, Jack D 65, my dear friend, at 18, Peony and Rose at 19, Dark Side of the Moon at 20, Val, great to see you at 21, Cutter G 8 at number 22, Sunken Grave at 23, FBI Corruption Survivor at 24, and Sonia Blanco 5414 at 25. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition is fierce. It's fierce, ladies and gentlemen. It's fierce. We enjoy these new towel chat moments. And now I'm going to go over for you how as we wait for more information on Diddy, how I solved. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, is that a super chatto? Oh, I love it. I love it, ladies and gentlemen. Peony and Rose says, God knows you're brilliant. We were beginning to draw the parallel awareness between your studies and the current trial. Thank you. Oh, God bless you. I'm so happy, and I'm so glad everyone's starting to see it. Peony and Rose, you are a super towel. You are a super towel, my dear friend. I didn't want to spoil the fun, but you all picked up on exactly what I was doing. You're all towel geniuses. True brilliance hides in plain sight, my dear friends. And Peony and Rose is brilliant. I tell you, all of you are just brilliant. Hello, Heartstar. But Peony and Rose, ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly what I was doing. I was studying the history of the intelligence community so I could figure out how they think in order to facilitate my understanding of what went wrong in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. God bless you, my dear friend. You got it. You got it. You figured it out. Isn't it fun? If you listen to me talk for long enough about Vico and Hegel and the Wake, Finnegan's Wake and James Joyce, you knew some of you probably knew that I wasn't just researching Watergate and the FBI and JFK's assassination. There was layered meaning there. There was hidden esoteric knowledge. You got it. I'm so proud of you, Peony and Rose. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am so proud of so many of you. And look at this. Oh goodness, Vicky Moore. I have to say, Peony and Rose just came for your crown. The new updated standings. Peony and Rose takes the lead, ladies and gentlemen. The horses are out of the stables. Vicky Moore in second. The Super Towel Dewdrops in third. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yes, Alicia. No doubt in my mind. The question is why. And I have some answers to that too, but I haven't really got it. But I'm going to get that. And once I get the why, I can determine whether this needs to be investigated by Congress or whether I should just accept this as a byproduct of a larger investigation. I don't know the answer to that question yet, and I'm not ready to pass judgment. And I'm also not a congressman. I'm a towel. So, I'm just doing what I do, trying to solve Watergate, help Richard Nixon's family and his legacy. I think a lot of people are very pleased with me, actually, in the GOP establishment. And you know what? That's fine. I don't necessarily know if I'm going to join the GOP, but I'm definitely not a communist or a Democrat. So I'm somewhere I'd like to be a Democratic Republican in the style of Thomas Jefferson. I don't know if anyone's going to allow that. We could try to bring about the Bull Moose Party again. I don't think they're going to like that either. I think we're going to have to find a way for me to be some kind of, I'm just going to have to be the Towel Party. All right? Well, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Towels, all together under the brand of the Towel Party. We have to find a way not to threaten the existing political establishment. They just have to be like, that's not necessarily going to turn into a political party. It's just that one guy who has a lot of support and his name's Towel. And maybe they'll be okay with it. And then when they see me in the halls of Congress, they'll be like, oh, that's just that little Towel. He's really useful for the country. We don't have to worry about him, though. We don't want to become the Free Silver movement of 1896. I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that's the kind of thing that can cause problems. But just a little towel movement, we're probably going to be fine. Yes, there is going to be Diddy sentencing, not today, but we're going to find out if he gets out of jail before sentencing, probably today. Hello, Peony and Rose, you have the heart of a true student, and I'm a super towel. But yes, you just let me know if there's videos we need to watch or things we want to cover. What is our double feature at 11 a.m. Mountain Time, ladies and gentlemen? I know we have the Brian Kohberger guilty plea, but is there something else that's going to be going on at 11 a.m. Mountain Time? You just let me know, little towels, and I'll be monitoring. Now, the other thing is I want to prove to you and read a little bit about how I solved the JFK assassination. All right, ready? Now, some of you may be saying, Grant, you couldn't possibly have solved it. Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. Breaking. Per a newly declassified FBI file, Jack Ruby, a.k.a. Jack Rubenstein, a.k.a. Jack Rubin, did not die in Parkland Hospital on 1/3/67. An anti-communist informant. Actually, you know what? I want to see if I can have this read for me by my AI. Hold on. I'm just so tired. Let me see. Can I do it? Let me see. There's no guarantee this is going to work. Hold on. Hold on. Come on, little towel. You can do this for me. I know you can do it.
Conversation. Per a newly declassified FBI file, Jack Ruby aka Jack Rubenstein aka Jack Rubin did not die in Parkland Hospital on the 1st of March, 1967. An anti-communist FBI informant since 1931, Ruby lived as a free man from 1963 until 1967 in Miami Beach and died of self-harm on the 12th of December, 1967. Source page 2. In context, this means that Mafia leaders Mayor Langsy and Sam Giancana deployed Jack Ruby /Rubenstein /Rubin, an anti-communist federal informant since 1931 who worked for Giancana's man Max Eder in Miami Beach from 1961 until 1962 to murder Lee Harvey Oswald. After Oswald told the media that he was a patsy, it turned out Oswald was, indeed, a patsy for Frank Struge's CIA-backed Intercontinental Penetration Force, Interpon. Confirm this information, and see all of the primary source FBI documents on Ruby /Rubenstein /Rubin from 1931 until 1967, here. More background, and a full explanation of how Ruby's ties to Giancana fit directly into the larger CIA /Mafia plot to murder President John F. Kennedy, is provided below. This is all my original research from this morning. While researching that long-form story, I discovered this shocking information about Ruby. That is why I published this story as its own release. The men who killed President John F. Kennedy with CIA approval were Loran Eugene Hall, Frank Sturgis, Gerald Patrick Hemming, Lee Harvey Oswald and 26 other members of Sturgis Intercontinental Penetration Force, Interpon. JFK had that exact unit arrested in December of 1962 for ignoring JFK's stand-down order related to anti-Castro activities following the Cuban Missile Crisis. Source page 16. Then, 2 members of Interpon Hemming and a man named Robert K. Brown joined New Orleans DA Jim Garrison's investigation in order to thwart Garrison from looking more into the unit, which trained at a former CIA base on the north of Lake Pontchartrain in late summer and early fall of 1963. This infiltration to protect Interpon was noted in internal CIA memos as interesting. Source page 144. According to CIA documents, Oswald was one of the last members to join Interpon in August of 1963, after he approached Sturgis and the other former Marines involved in Interpon for the purposes of pursuing anti-Castro activities domestically and abroad. Sturgis was operating under the cover of a fake pro-Castro group called the Fair Play for Cuba Committee that was actually a CIA front group started by writer Norman Mailer. Source page 201. Per CIA files, Interpon was indeed a curious organization. Hans Tunner, an Englishman who worked with the Christian Democratic Movement, one of the groups Sturgis was connected with, described Interpon in his book Counter-Revolutionary Agent. Source page 168. Tanner noted that Interpon was part of the International Anti-Communist Brigade, run by Sturgis, who also went by Frank Fiorini as a code name. Sturgis, said Tanner, was an American adventurer who first for Castro then crossed over. Hemming's men formed the Parachute Battalion of Sturgis Brigade and included Americans, Cubans and men from several Central and South American countries. Source page 168. Tanner concluded, U.S. citizens are forbidden to be combatants in foreign military operations which could prove awkward. The brigade was probably financed by dispossessed hotel and gambling room owners who operated under Batista. This almost certainly means Mayor Lansky was the primary financier of Sturgis unit, and hints that Lansky helped Castro overthrow Batista, only for Castro to steal of Lansky's money and throw the mafia out of Cuba, which, to be fair, is a power play on a level most humans would never dare attempt. Source page 168. Prior to the Bay of Pigs, and in the period before and after the Cuban Missile Crisis, Sturgis unit was involved in plans to invade Cuba using a domestic trained force of exiled Cubans, along with highly skilled CIA operatives who all were former members of the armed forces. Source page 161. However, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, JFK made a deal with the Russians that was not made public. Along with withdrawing U.S. missiles from Turkey, and ending the U.S. naval blockade of Cuba, in exchange for the Soviets removing nuclear weapons from the island, JFK did something else. Something that would end up costing JFK his life, almost certainly. Source pages 168, 169 extension. In December of 1962, per internal CIA files, JFK had Sturgis unit arrested in No-Name Key, Florida, as the unit was preparing another invasion of Cuba, without DOJ or presidential permission. Source page 16. Just 11 months later, Sturgis and his men killed JFK. Also not surprisingly, Mayor Lansky and Sam Giancana deployed Jack Ruby /Rubenstein /Rubin, an anti-communist federal informant since 1931 who worked for Giancana's man Max Eder to murder Lee Harvey Oswald after Oswald told the media that he was a patsy. Read every newly declassified file about Jack Rubenstein /Ruby /Rubin here. Also, and I'm hesitant to even report this, but Jack Ruby aka Jack Rubenstein aka Jack Rubin did not die of cancer in 1967, and he was not in prison from 1963 onwards. Instead, Ruby did get a favor from his handlers and he was per previously secret FBI files allowed to go back to his life with Eder in Miami Beach from 63 until 1967. Source pages 1, 2 and 3. Then, per a highly restricted FBI file, Ruby /Rubenstein /Rubin took his own life on the 12th of December, 1967 in Miami Beach. Source page 2. A note was discovered by Eder and Rubin's mother and doctors determined Rubin had gone into diabetic shock. Although the FBI file in question is still highly redacted, a specific sentence implies that Eder told the FBI that Rubin, as Rubenstein was known in Miami Beach from 1961 onwards while working for Giancana, was Jack Ruby. Redacted, furnished the blank of the blank to the FBI in the strictest of confidence stating that if the information was divulged to anyone, Eder, redacted. In context, this sentence likely reads, Etta furnished the real identity of the subject, Rubin, to the FBI in the strictest confidence, stating that if the information was divulged to anyone, Etta, long sentence redacted. Read more about Rubin's time in Miami Beach from 1961-1962 here. The Mafia, in particular Meyer Lansky, had been working with the CIA since late 1959 to kill Fidel Castro, because Castro threw the Mafia, including Santo Traficant and Lansky, out of Cuba a few months after the Cuban Revolution and stole a lot of Lansky's money that was held in Cuban banks. Source page 76. However, this plan, which involved 3 options, a gangland-style killing, a bombing plot and the eventual deployed option, a poisoning by pill that failed, did not work out. Source pages 101, 102. In turn, both the Mafia and the CIA were using Sturgis Unit to launch paramilitary attacks on Cuba in 1961 and 1962, hence the actual reason for the Soviets moving nuclear weapons to Cuba, until JFK made a deal with the Soviets to stop those covert actions in exchange for the removal of those missiles from an island 90 miles from the US. Source page 48. However, Sturgis, Lansky, Giancana, the CIA and others clearly did not agree with this decision by JFK, hence why Sturgis men were arrested in December of 1962 for violating US neutrality laws on JFK's orders. Source page 167. That arrest, plus JFK's refusal to permit further covert attacks on Cuba in order to help the CIA and the Mafia, sealed JFK's fate and led directly to his murder. It's all there, in black and white, in Sturgis' recently declassified CIA file. Sturgis, Hemming and Ruby are identified as active intelligence assets in the documents, along with Ruby's full FBI file. In turn, by 1968, not surprisingly, Sturgis was again planning covert attacks on Cuba with his paramilitary force. This time, in 1968, Sturgis was caught by the country of Belize while en route to Guatemala for the purposes of launching an invasion of Cuba on behalf of the CIA. Yes, you read that right. Source pages 144, 145, 146, 147. Indeed, by 1993, Sturgis and his unit were still training in the Florida Everglades, although, by then, they were under increasing pressure from the federal government. See a news report with rare images of Sturgis, Florida paramilitary training camp here. Here are the 12 steps, with annotations, that led me to this discovery. This background explains why Ruby got thrown out of the Communists Party in 1929 for being anti-Stalin and, in turn, why Ruby was useful to the FBI/CIA and others between 1931 to 1952 as an informant related to subversive activities in the US, and, also, why Ruby then changed his name to Rubin and became close to Mafia figures, probably also to help the FBI or CIA, between 1961 to 1962 in Miami Beach. 1. Jack Ruby / Jack Rubenstein / Jack Rubin was a federal informant starting in 1951. Ruby was a Lovesonite who hated Stalin. 2. Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald were connected to Sam Giancana via Frank Sturgis and Max Eder. 3. Sturgis ran a paramilitary force out of New Orleans and Miami that tried to invade Cuba in July of 1962 but was arrested after JFK and the Russians made a deal following the Cuban Missile Crisis for the US to cease anti-Castro activities. By 1961, Sturgis Group was calling itself Brigada International with variations of International Anti-Communist Brigade and Anti-Communist International Brigade. One of the subunits of the brigade was a paratroop unit called Intercontinental Pentation Force or Interpen, led by another agency man, Gerard Patrick Hemming, Jr., extension 429229, extension. Furthermore, CIA paid Sturgis for years but tried to hide it from the Congress in the 1970s. 4. Sturgis was working for Meyer Lansky and the CIA to kill Castro via Sam Giancana because Lansky was upset about Fidel refusing to work with the mob in Cuba related to gaming. Fidel tried it for a few months via Sturgis and Santo Traficant, but then gave up and had both men and the Mafia expelled. 5. Lansky, Giancana and the CIA were upset that JFK made a deal with the Russians to have Sturgis Group arrested in no-name key, and also that Kennedy bailed on the Bay of Pigs. 6. Oswald approached one of Sturgis' contacts in New Orleans in the fall of 1963 asking if he could train with anti-Castro operatives, who Sturgis had working at an old CIA base on the north of Lake Pontchartrain in 61 and 62. 7. Jack Ruby, then going by Jack Rubenstein, was a communist in the 1920s who got thrown out of the party for being anti-Stalin in 1929. This is called a Lovesonite. Confirmation that Ruby was thrown out of the communist part for that reason here. Then, Ruby became a communist hunter within New York's trade unions between 1932 and 1951. In fact, Ruby was so good at hunting communists that the actual communists planted fake letters accusing Ruby of being a communist. In turn, the DOJ prosecuted the communist in question for lying about Ruby being a communist. Read more here about that investigation involving a communist named Lloyd Clennett. 8. Then, after providing information to the FBI and CIA for many years about communists in America, Ruby suddenly changes his name to Jack Rubin in 1945 and assumed a new cover identity. In this context, Ruby works on intelligence signal equipment. Indeed, in 1948, Rubin's name shows up as an active member of the Communist Party, although this may have been part of his intelligence work for the US government. 9 years later, in 1961, Ruby/Rubenstein shows up in Miami working for Max Eder, who was Sam Giancana's man in Miami, in a mob-backed construction company. 10. During this time, Ruby is placed under FBI investigation for racketeering due to his proximity to Giancana, Eder, Frank Sinatra and other mob figures. 11. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover lied to President Johnson about Ruby's history with the FBI and CIA, telling Hoover in the weeks after the JFK hit that Ruby was a bouncer at a strip-tease joint in Dallas who liked to rough people up but that nothing more was relevant about Ruby's background. 12. The FBI hid information, in the days after the JFK hit, as to Ruby/Rubenstein/Rubin's involvement with the FBI and CIA dating back to 1929, all of which is now public record. Find my original post as to those 12 inductive steps here. There it is. The men who killed President John.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it. And by the way, if you're saying, Grant, can I go to that post and see all these documents? Yeah, of course. And like that Murder by Maestro probably perked up there when that part read out about in 45, the Sturgis was, or Jack Ruby was involved with signals intelligence. Yeah, straight up, Brett. Look at this document. All right, I keep all. It's very easy to access this stuff. All right, take a look at this. The Electronic Corporations of America. All right, now take a look at this bottom part here. Informant ND stated that Paul Traugott and the subject and Jack Rubin, this is in 45, were ostensibly engaged in experimental work for the Electrophysical Laboratories, a subsidiary of Electronics Corporation of America with joint offices. The purposes of these experiments was to develop electromedical equipment, some of which is reportedly used at the present time by the Signal Corps of the U.S. Army, St. Monmouth, Red Bank, New Jersey. Informant ND stated that Rubin appeared to be the only one who actually conducted the experiments in the lab, and that Traugott and the subject remained in the office most of the day reviewing letters of praise and criticism published on the radio program of Electronics Corporation of America. And then you go a little bit further down and you end up finding that like they were running like a CIA-backed radio station, and he was government the whole time. All right. Now you also may say, Grant, no way you found Jack Rubin using that pseudonym as a communist when he was clearly an anti-communist. Yeah, he was an FBI informant who infiltrated the members of the Jewish People's Fraternal Order of the International Workers' Order. And the way I know he did is take a look at this indexed, itemized donation index. There's Jack Rubin's name, $50, 82548. All right, right there. And so, I mean, all this stuff is there, okay? It is all there. It is all in black and white. Every single file, every single source says exactly what I said it says, okay? Every single one, all right? Even down to, like, the guys being arrested, that unit. JFK arrested the unit that killed him, all right? Right here. Frank, this is a CIA memo, 8 November 68, and it's signed by Sarah K. Hall, SRS, Special Research Service, Office of Security, OS. Reference, CIA, FBI, and State Department cable traffic regarding the arrest of 13 Americans in British Honduras, which is Belize, on 23rd October 68 for illegal entry. Frank Anthony Sturgis, a.k.a. Frank Fiorini, is head of a Florida-based anti-Castro organization known as the International Anti-Communist Brigade. He planned to lead a group of 12 men to set up a base training camp for guerrillas in Guatemala, for which he expected the government of Guatemala to support an IACB invasion of Cuba. This is in 68, by the way. The group's boat, they got Kennedy out of the way, place they could do this stuff. The group's boat reached Belize, where they were arrested for illegal entry. The flurry of cable traffic by the CIA, FBI, and Department of State indicated the urgency of establishing the identities of the 13 and the background of their activities. OS indices, that means they did a search for all these people's names, are negative, and it should have hit on Patrick Henry, but they lied because they wanted to hide him, are negative on all the names except for Sturgis. Sturgis was of interest in 1960 when he was the head of another anti-Cuban organization known as the Intercontinental Penetration Force. Members of Interpen were arrested in December of 62 in Sombrero Key, Florida, on charges of violating U.S. neutrality laws in an attempt to form an expedition to invade a foreign country. Gerald Patrick Hemming, who was an agent, Lawrence J. Howard, and Laurent Eugene Hall were all members of Interpen and are figured as in Jim Garrison's investigation related to the murder of JFK. Now, if you want to see something really interesting, let's take a look at how the Garrison's investigation was compromised, okay? All right? Now, let's take a look up here, all right? This is a CIA document summarizing what happened. Gerald Patrick Hemming is well known to this agency. Oh, but wait, didn't you just say that an OS indices said they're negative on all the names? What do you mean? They lied? Oh. Gerald Patrick Hemming is well known to this agency, the Office of Security, and JM Wave. JM Wave was the Miami secret base for CIA ops in the 60s. It was at the University of Miami, Florida. On numerous occasions since at least the early 1960s, Hemming has claimed agency affiliation when in fact there has been none. Oh, really? The most recent incident wherein Hemming claimed such affiliation was in May 1975 when he volunteered his services to the DEA. Gerald Patrick Hemming is a longtime cohort of Frank Anthony Sturgis, a.k.a. Frank Fiorini, and he has a number SF353459. Frank Fiorini of Watergate notoriety also has a longtime record of falsely claiming agency affiliation. What they mean is those guys were claiming agency affiliation without permission, so the agency will deny it. In the late 50s, Hemming and Sturgis, both former U.S. Marines, joined Fidel Castro in Cuba, but returned shortly thereafter, claiming disillusionment with the Castro cause. It was more because Castro wouldn't go along with Lansky's plan to have casinos in Cuba. Soon thereafter, Sturgis organized a group of mercenaries for Caribbean and Central American activities, which he named the International Anti-Communist Brigade, a reported subunit of this brigade, the backers of whom have never been fully established, it was Meyer Lansky, was named the Intercontinental Penetration Force, headed by Gerald Patrick Hemming. For an appreciation of the possible ramifications of a Guatemalan government expose of this assassination plot involving Hemming, that was talking about in 68 when they got caught in Belize. You are referred to attachments to the instant memorandum, to wit, a memorandum by the writer dated 10 June 75 in the name of Frank Sturgis and Everett Howard Hunt Jr., and an extract from a book published in early 76 written by Michael Canfield and Alan J. Weberman. The book Coup d'etat in America, the CIA and the Assassination of John F. Kennedy is a diatribe against the agency and attempts to link the agency with the assassination of Kennedy. One of the major links attempted by the authors is through E. Howard Hunt to Frank Sturgis to Hemming to Lorraine Eugene Hall. Lorraine Eugene Hall was a member of Hemming's Intercontinental Penetration Force. Lorraine Eugene Hall received nationwide publicity in 67 when New Orleans DA Jim Garrison alleged that Hall and Interpen were involved in the assassination of President Kennedy and that members of this unit were connected with CIA. Garrison shortly thereafter dropped his interest in Hall, but it is interesting that he did so after Gerald Patrick Hemming and another cohort, Robert K. Brown, joined Garrison's investigation. Signed, Jerry G. Brown, Deputy Chief, CIA Security Analysis Group. Proof, ladies and gentlemen, proof. So, there you go. No diddler verdict right now, but that is the proof. It all ties together. It was a cover-up. It was these specific men who killed JFK, and Towell has proven it. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting for the Coberger verdict to come in, or the plea at 1 p.m. Eastern, so in just over 55 minutes. And during that time, we are also waiting to see what happens with P. Diddy and whether he'll be kept in jail. He was found guilty on 2 of 5 counts, mostly related to sex trafficking for prostitution, which differs from sex trafficking for violent purposes, and in that regard, we are monitoring, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what would we like to get caught up on as we wait for this verdict to come in? I know a lot of you have have had requests for things for people to watch. I think what I'd like to do is actually listen to the book that you were just listening to, all right, if you wouldn't, that they mentioned. I want to listen to an audio version of it. I want to get some lunch. We have to wait till the top of the hour anyway. And frankly, I really want to find out more about JFK being killed by the government, okay? So, and specifically a unit of the CIA with mafia cooperation. And then the big scoop is that Jack Ruby did not die in Parkland Hospital in January of 67. He died a free man in Miami in December of 67. So anyway, all right, now I gotta bring this audiobook up. We're going to listen to it together, and we're going to learn more about this while awaiting the decision in the P. Diddy case in particular, but also the Kohberger plea at the top of the hour. So we have a lot to understand. We have a lot to learn. This is very, very intense. The P. Diddy situation in particular, whether he'll be kept in jail, is going to be very interesting, and we are going to be monitoring Little Towels. We're going to be monitoring closely, because that's what we do. We're Little Towels. Now, give me a second, Little Towels. I have to bring up this book that we're going to listen to, all right? Now, there's a book that I have here. All right, hold on. I should have it right. Yeah. Where is it? Come on. It's a very good book. What about my history of loans? Yes, it's a very good book. All right, I got it. It's called Coup d'etat in America, the CIA and the Assassination of John F. Kennedy. All right, so we're going to listen to this very good book. And hold on one second. In order to listen to it, I have to do one thing. Okay, you're going to do that. Now, this is for educational purposes. And we are analyzing. It's by Alan J. Weberman and Michael Canfield. And I'm going to get towel lunch as we wait for the Brian Coberger plea at 1 p.m. Eastern, ladies and gentlemen. So just over 52 minutes from now, we're going to listen to this very interesting book, though, for the time being. And I'm going to scroll through it on the screen for you. So give me 1 second, Little Towels. All right? So give me 1 second here. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to use this window. Now, it's not going to look as good unless I do this. All right? So watch this. We're going to do this. I'm going to switch it over. We are going to learn, if you've ever wanted to learn, well, first of all, I think Towel might get a Pulitzer. I'm not going to lie. If I'm right about this, I may actually get a Pulitzer. But also, we're going to listen to this very good book. All right? So take a look. It took me a second. I have to make the text actually fit on your screen. It's going to require a little effort. Or to make it legible, but you are going to be able to hear it, okay? So we're going to go ahead and listen to this, and it's a very good book, and we're going to listen to it while Towel orders lunch, and then at 1 p.m. we're going to watch the Coberger plea and see if anything happens. God knows, hopefully, I don't know if he's going to allocute, but we're going to watch together regardless. All right, normally you have to allocute, but here he's waiving appeal, so maybe not. Victim impact statements, I hope, though. They deserve it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin. So we're going to skip the forward, but we're going to listen to this book. All right, we're going to listen to this book, and we're going to skip the forward.
MMI filled XX SNSII. The CIA and the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Alan J. Weberman. Michael Canfield. Forward by Henry B. Gonzalez. Chairman, House Banking Committee. Quick American Archives. P.O. Copyright 1992.
So we're going through, get
Documents
ready, we're going to the
260.
first page, all right? We're not going through all the acronyms. We're not going to do that. We're going to start, we're not going through the publisher's note. We're going right to the intro, okay? We're going right to the author's
one
intro.
Afternoon in
We're not listening to the publisher's note, although I'm sure this publishing note is very interesting about how the story happened, all right? But we're going right to the beginning.
Zines or television.
Hold on.
Difference between a bestseller.
Hold on. All right.
Would they go as?
So a lot of it's a very long publisher's note, but I'm more interested in the book. All right. It's a very thorough research effort. There's a lot. It talks about how the authors worked very hard. You can see that this book was extensively researched, and we're going to start with the foreword. Okay.
On November 21, 1963, I accompanied my good friend President John F. Kennedy to my home city of San Antonio, where he was very warmly and enthusiastically received. I had wanted, and the people of my congressional district had wanted him to stay longer in San Antonio and to dedicate the new John F. Kennedy High School there. The high school is in the poorest of the 10 San Antonio school districts, and overwhelmingly Hispanic. The president promised me he would come back to San Antonio to dedicate the school. I had tried to dissuade the White House schedulers from including Dallas on the itinerary because of the climate of hate which prevailed there at the time against the president. But then Democratic Governor John Connally told us in the Democratic congressional delegation the purpose of the trip was to raise funds for the 1964 presidential election. So, after San Antonio, I continued with the presidential party to Houston and then to Dallas, where the president died. I wound up at Parkland Hospital and spent what seemed interminable hours in the confusion there, at one point finding Jacqueline Kennedy in a hall, sitting alone as in a trance. I happened to be in front of the room where the president's body lay. I suppose I really had questions from the start as to why he died, who killed him, and from what directions had the bullets come. I was in car number 4 of the motorcade, and distinctly heard 3 shots. However, I wanted very much, as did most Americans, to accept the official findings, especially those of the Warren Commission, despite the fact that there were many questions being raised, among them rumors and speculations which I thought were too fantastic to believe. It was not until the matter involving Vice President Spiro Agnew in September 1973, and then the 1974 Watergate impeachment hearings, that my suspicions became sufficiently aroused regarding the death of President Kennedy. Some of the Watergate witnesses testified to the effect that at the time there was great animosity against the president. Among those involved in the Bay of Pigs fiasco, to the point that some were interested in taking the greatest retaliation possible against him. Also, I couldn't understand how an expert gunman like Oswald could miss his target when he had a clear shot at General Edwin Walker shortly before November 22, 1963. At the time of the publication of the first edition of Coup d'etat in America, 1975, I was urging the enactment of my House Resolution, H. Res. 204, calling for the establishment of a select committee for the purpose of studying the assassinations of President Kennedy, U.S. Senator Robert Kennedy, and Drive. Martin Luther King, Jr., and the attempted assassination of Governor George Wallace. The purpose of such a study was, of course, to determine if we could prevent further national decisions by bullets, rather than by ballots, and the detrimental impact on our democratic and governmental processes. Subsequently, in late 1976, a select committee was formed in the U.S. House for the purpose of studying President Kennedy's and Dr. King's deaths, with the House Speaker naming a colleague of ours as chairman. The new chairman, as well as the Speaker himself, planned to leave Congress at the end of 1976, just 3 months away. This is the only time in the House's history a lame duck was appointed the chairman of a committee. In January of 1977, I was faced with the challenge of having to defend the need to re-establish the Select Committee in the new Congress. Select committees die at the end of each Congress and have to be legislated back into existence if they continue their work. Unfortunately, the former chairman and former colleague had placed a staff director in charge who had taken some actions which left the chances for reconstitution of the committee shaky. After getting the committee re-established, but with a limited initial budget, the new Speaker named me as Assassinations Committee Chairman. I resigned shortly thereafter when the House leadership failed to support me in the firing of the staff director. Later, under another chairman, within a few days of assuming the chair, the staff director was finally fired. The committee spent $6 million and issued reports which were inconclusive about what happened in respect to the assassinations of President Kennedy and Drive. King. Since the mid-1970s, people from throughout the country, pathologists, writers, social scientists, have shared with me their own private investigations. Among the writers who I have gotten to know and who have shared with me their investigation of the John F. Kennedy assassination are Michael Canfield and A.J. Weberman. In this new edition of Coup d'etat in America, Canfield and Weberman continue to offer important research in our important quest, as a people, to learn the truth regarding the death of President Kennedy. Our quest has been a long one, and hopefully we are coming to the end of it soon. Murder will out. /E4FFRJBTF /Henry B. Gonzalez U.S. Representative Washington, D.C. Highlights. The following are a few of the highlights of this book. Each one is thoroughly discussed in the main body of the work. Contrary to the Warren Commission report, independent research and the study of declassified FBI and Secret Service documents clearly lead to the conclusion that there must have been a conspiracy in the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. Although researchers have, in the past, challenged the conclusions of the Warren report, most have failed to provide the one element crucially needed for proving a conspiracy, namely a motive. This book does just that. Evidence would suggest overwhelmingly that Lee Harvey Oswald was clearly a deep-cover CIA operative. His apparent defection to the Soviet Union was, in fact, a CIA assignment to gather low-level economic data. According to Yuri Nosenko, a former Soviet secret police officer who defected to the United States shortly after the Kennedy assassination, the Soviets were so leery of Oswald, who they considered mentally unstable and a possible sleeper American agent, that they tried to get him out of the country and vetoed his return when he applied in Mexico City in September 1963. Sleeper, the Soviet term for a deep-cover agent. There is overwhelming evidence to suggest a link between convicted Watergate burglary mastermind, Everett Howard Hunt and Lee Harvey Oswald. See Chapter 2. There is substantial evidence to suggest that claims in the press which link Howard Hunt and Frank A. Sturgis to the tramps who were picked up in the vicinity of the Texas school book depository after the assassination, have a strong basis in fact. A photo analysis of the now famous tramp photos, including an acetate overlay of known pictures of Hunt and Sturgis, appears in Chapter 11 of this book. In late April 1975, CO author Michael Canfield, in an effort to settle the controversy raging in the national media regarding the height discrepancy between the tramps who were photographed in Dealey Plaza and Hunt and Sturgis, took photos of the section of the Texas school book depository wall, in front of which the tramps stood when they were photographed in 1963. He located this area by finding the imperfections of the wall that had shown up in the photographs. He set up 3 yardsticks and a graduated scale with which to make measurements, and working with the angles of visibility of identifiable locations on the brickwork, duplicated the angle and distance of the camera in the original photos. With these he computed the heights of the tramps, see Chapter 11. Less than a week after Canfield arrived in Dallas, the following report appeared in the New York Times: photographs of 3 shabbily dressed men being led by police from the scene of the assassination of President Kennedy are being re-examined by a photographic expert for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The expert was sent here from Washington on orders from the Rockefeller Commission, to reconstruct the manner in which the pictures were taken on November 22, 1963, even down to the distance from the ground the person who took the pictures held his camera. By duplicating the distances and angles and by locating the reference points that appear on both the 1963 photographs and the new pictures, he will be able to compute the heights and weights of the 3 men. Their procedure happened to be identical to ours. XXII highlights contrary to published statements that Hunt denies having known Frank Sturgis prior to 1972, the truth is that they probably knew each other as far back as 1949. The name Sturgis, which the convicted Watergate burglar, whose real name is Fiorini, adopted in 1964, is, in fact, a character in Bimini Run, a novel by E. Howard Hunt first published in 1949. The description of the book's major character, Hank Sturgis, as a gambler/soldier of fortune, is a fair description of Frank Fiorini, even as he describes himself in an interview in True magazine in 1974. B. In an exclusive interview with Kenfield, Sturgis implied that he worked with Hunt in the 1950s. C. In an interview in True magazine, Sturgis states he knew Hunt in the early 1960s. D. In a recent article in the New York Daily News, an ex-CIA contract employee stated that she met with Hunt and Sturgis in the early 1960s in a Miami safe house.
Yeah, bro, want to see that? You want to see that YouTube video? I have it. Literally, oh my goodness, this. No wonder a U.S. House of Representatives person worked on this. This is stunning. This is the greatest book I've ever read about the Kennedy assassination. We're waiting till, by the way, we're not waiting for no reason. We're waiting until 1 o'clock. We are in a public affairs programming section of our stream today. We're waiting till 1 o'clock Eastern for the Kohberger plea agreement, plea hearing. As soon as that goes live, we're going to go to that. But for now, we're learning about Lee Harvey Oswald. Now, all right, I'm going to break over. We're not breaking over, but I'm going to show you that we do have coverage of the Kohberger hearing. All right, we have coverage of it. As soon as it goes live, you're going to see it at the top of your screen. Then we're going to go over to that. You're not going to miss a second of the Kohberger hearing. We are monitoring. We are Super Towels. However, I also have a really interesting video to show you about what that just talked about. I found this woman that this guy was talking about. All right, I went and found her. I don't know how. I think because I'm a little towel, but I found her. All right. So let me show you. Hold on, I gotta find this exact. Hold on. What was this woman's name? She has a very specific name, and it wasn't the. I need to see everything I watched. I need to see my whole history. Hold on. Where did I find it? I know I watched it. I know I saved it too, because I was shocked. I was shocked that there was actually a video of this woman. So hold on. All right, hold on. I have it. I may have it on one of my playlists. I'm going to bring it up for you. I couldn't believe that I found a video of this woman, and she totally got it. I mean, she knew, Brett. Like she exposed them from the jump. Let me see if I have it here. I'm not guaranteeing I saved it, but as long as we can get her name, I can probably find it because it was in the New York Daily News, and I found the news piece that ran. She gave an interview to the news. Okay. It might have been in the Howard Hunt piece. Or the Sturgis piece. That would be even more interesting. Hold on. No promises here. No, I think it might have actually been in the Sturgis piece. All right, hold on. As I said, no promises, but I think I might have it. Ready, little towels? And obviously, you can see the Kohberger hearing. As soon as we get any updates on that, we're going to go right over to coverage of the Kohberger plea. I cannot make it start before 1 p.m., but as soon as it starts, remember, it's 11 a.m. Mountain Time, so 35 minutes from now, I already ordered my towel lunch. We are going to go right to the coverage. You can literally see it at the top of your screen, okay? That's the Kohberger coverage. We don't actually have the hearing, but at 1 p.m. Eastern, we're going right over to that. For now, I want to show you this really interesting video that I found last night because, first of all, it's shocking that I was able to find this. And second of all, it ties directly into what we're learning about in the context of our JFK book. And third of all, my chicken isn't here yet. I'm so hungry, I have a headache. And when I get hungry, I get moody. And you don't want Towel to get moody. Towel gets all moody and he starts yelling things. And Beach Dance, if you're out there, by the way, you're a super towel. We love you. We hope you come in and say hi to us. You are always welcome here, my dear friend. You're such a super towel. And we're waiting for the Kohberger hearing, folks. It is at 1 p.m. Eastern, so 35 minutes. And for now, I got to show you this very interesting thing that I found because what you just read about, the woman saying she was part of the brigade when Hunt was involved that killed JFK, I found that clip. All right, so we're going to watch it right now. I'm a super towel. I'm going to bring it up for you. Hold on, little towels. Hold on. Kohberger hasn't started, so we're going to bring it up to the Kohberger tab. All right. Now look it above my head, all right? Look it right above my head. How cool is this? Now, is this just about Sturgis, or does it also talk about the woman who got arrested? Hold on. This is just Sturgis. So let me find the clip about the woman getting arrested, and you watch the clip about Frank Sturgis. I can't believe they went and found his paramilitary camp in 1993. That shows some real investigative journalism.
The man accused of committing the nation's first murder at an abortion protest is being held without bond in Pensacola tonight. 31-year-old Michael Griffin appeared in court today, where he told the judge he would like to represent himself. Griffin's charged with shooting Dr. David Gunn to death at a woman's clinic yesterday. Police say they don't believe any of the protesters had prior knowledge of the shooting.
In the realm of the investigation, I can't say that we anticipate other pending charges, but I can tell you the investigation is continuing to make absolutely sure there's no other involvement in this case.
In court today, Griffin asked the judge if he can use his Bible in his defense. His arraignment is set for April 1st.
Reports from Haiti tonight tell a story of more tragedies in the waters off the island's coast. The Haitian ferry that replaced one lost at sea is now said to be lost as well. With 100 people on board, the ferry reportedly sank 600 yards offshore and about 60 miles west of Port-au-Prince. Coast Guard rescue units are on the scene. The death toll was enormous last month when the Neptune went down off the coast of Haiti. The whole country mourned the loss of as many as 1,000 victims. Eyewitness News has learned the anti-Castro paramilitary camp in the Everglades has had a visit from federal agents for the second time in less than a week. Customs agents went in last week and seized 45 assault rifles. I-Team reporter Rad Berkey broke the story of the secret camp last month, and tonight, Rad has the latest chapter.
These FBI agents work undercover and didn't want their faces shown as they entered the Democratic National Unity Party's training camp hidden deep within Collier County. But the I-Team has learned that the agents wanted to talk to Camp Commander Frank Sturgis about assault rifles. It was just last Friday when U.S. Customs agents seized 45 AK-47 assault rifles like this one, displayed for the I-Team by party leaders at the group's Miami headquarters. And the I-Team has since learned that at least one of the rifles seized by Customs from the camp had been converted to fire fully automatic, and that could be a violation of federal firearms law. And this group, the Guns, and federal agents have had an even longer history than just this week. We've also learned the weapons seized from the camp might include guns seized once before from the group by the FBI in January of last year. All but 4 of those guns had just been returned to the camp by the FBI earlier this year. Sources tell us 4 weapons were kept because of improper documentation. Now, the FBI won't say what happened during their visit to the camp, but federal agents from the Bureau, Customs, and ATF have all been paying close attention to the camp ever since a boatload of weapons was found last month off the coast of Cuba. One of the men on that boat had been trained at that camp. He is now facing federal charges. Dwight?
Red, now that they know they have federal attention, you would think the guys at the camp would be a little more secretive as opposed to being very open about what they're doing and what they're up to.
Well, Dwight, as you know, they have maintained all along they are doing nothing wrong out there. They continue to say that even the weapons that were seized, the ATF or FBI are all going to find out that those weapons are legal and perfectly registered. So they don't seem to feel that they are doing anything wrong. We'll see what happens when the gun reports come back.
All right, listen, you're not going to like this, any of you. I'm really sorry I have to show this to you, but it's incredibly important. Look at what I just found. Okay? Look at what I just found. This is incredible. I wonder if Murder by Maestro is here. I'm upset. All right? I don't know what to say about this. Why does this exist? Look at what's above my head right now. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous in every sense of the term. Okay? Absolutely outrageous. Just outrageous. Okay? Wait till you see what I'm about to show you. All right? I can't believe this exists. First of all, why is this public? Second of all, I'm upset about this. All right, you know how I was talking in that book about the connection between Frank Sturgis and E. Howard Hunt? We don't need a woman who claims to have worked for them. I'll give you proof from a former CIA operative who was interviewed, and this is an internal memo, all right? And it's declassified, all right? It's an interview with Joseph Buckholder Smith, and it's from Gayton Fonzie, who was a CIA operative, and it was sent to Robert G. Blakey. All right? Now take a look what this says. All right? I'm going to link for you the file. First of all, I'm going to link for you the file, and then I'm going to download it. It's never going to get off archive. but just on the off chance that it does, I'm just going to download it. All right. There. Now, take a look at what this says. All right. No, I'm going to have it read out because my voice hurts. Hold on one second. I have to open it in Google Chrome to have it read out. But I'm having this read out. I'm not reading it myself. It's too much to read. All right, listen to this, folks. Listen to what you're about to hear. This is shocking. And if you think there wasn't a connection between Sturgis and Hunt or these writers were wrong, listen to this memo. I have to jump forward a little bit because there's a header, but give me a sec. Just listen to
F.
this.
Kennedy with CIA approval will Loran Eugene
No. We're reading the text on this page, please.
Hall, Frank Sturgis.
No, that is wrong. Hold on, we need to refresh it. Stay with me, little towels.
Gerald Patrick Hemming, Lee Harvey.
Okay, that is wrong.
JFK had the exact unit arrested in.
Hold on. I'm going to get this. I'm going to figure it out, little towels. I'm going to get this to work. Stay with me. I'm trying to get this read because I really don't want to have to read it out. It's extremely annoying. And all I want it is to be read out by my text-to-speech reader while my food comes. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll be at the top. We'll be at where we are. So first of all, this talks about a lot of inner CIA politics, which is very interesting. It talks about how the agency thinks, and you know how much we like learning about that. I just got to make it read this. Hold on. Might work. It might work. Okay, I have to upload the PDF. Hold on. I'm going to do it. Yep, I'm going to do it. I have to upload the PDF. Hold on. It's going to let me do it. Just have to wait for it to load. I'm doing it. Little towels, I will never be deterred. If I want to accomplish something, I don't care what it takes. I'll go through 40 steps. I'll speak computer. If I want something read out by the computer, it's going to read it for me. It may get a little frustrated while we're trying to make all this happen. It's all right, Towel Computer. We love you. You can do it. Towel has faith in you. You are wonderful, Jew Drops. And by the way, we're waiting for the top of the hour. That's really what we're doing, the Coberger sentencing hearing. And while we're waiting for that, I'm going to have this read aloud if things will cooperate with Little Towel. I know we can do it. Ladies and gentlemen. I have faith in the system. I've always believed in the system. It's just because I don't want to read this out. It's incredibly long. Come on, you can do it. Little Towel has faith in you. Hold on. All right, come on now. So Joseph Bookholder Smith is a retired officer. Oh, come on. Can you really not load it up for me? You know you can. You know you can do it. It's not that hard. I know it's a little bit complicated with everything going on, but I have faith in you, Towel Computer. And I also possibly had like 47 tabs open, which may be upsetting it a little bit. I understand. I didn't mean to do that to you. All right, but anyway, what it says is Buckholder Smith is a retired officer who served 22 years as a covert action specialist in the clandestine service of the CIA. His duties included service in the Far East, stationed in blank and blank, and on the blank desk. He also served in the Western Hemisphere Division as desk chief for blank. All right, hold on, I got it, ladies and gentlemen. I might be able to actually have this read out. It hurts my voice to read all these files, which is why we do it this way. I'm sorry if it's a little bit overwhelming, but it's much better for me to have it done this way. All right, ready? I got it. We're ready. Let's have it read, please. All right. Give me 1 second. We're going to have to jump forward in the file a little bit, but it's doing it. What do you mean you didn't find any text to read? That is a OCR scanned PDF. You can definitely make that into text. What are you talking about? I've never heard that before. All right, hold on. Is it really not scannable? No. I'm not. No way is this not working. We're going to make this work. Hold on. All right. We're just going to convert it into a text file and have it read. I mean, that's how this is some serious stuff if it won't let me read it. That means they built the file in such a way that I'm not supposed to be able to scan it with a text reader. That's really weird. Never seen anything like it. If you want to see this file we're reading, I'm going to drop it in the chat for you while we're waiting for the Kohberger sentencing. This is some serious stuff, though. This is abnormal, even for Little Towel, all right? So I'm going to drop this link in the chat. You go ahead and follow along with the PDF if you want. I'm going to go ahead and convert this to text. It shouldn't actually be that hard to do the conversion. All right, it's got it. It's going to process it. I think it got it. I'm pretty sure it was able to do it because I have a system that will, even on a non-text scannable PDF, it will get the text. It will just rip it out through an algorithm. All right, I got it. Yeah, I got it. That's what I thought. That is what I thought. All right, now. So let me open the text file here and let me have it read out. It thought it was so smart. It thought it could outmaneuver Little Towel. You cannot outmaneuver Little Towel. If I want the computer to read something, it's going to read it. Now, can you read this for me, please? You need to grant access, okay? Okay. I definitely. All right, give it the permissions. This is incredibly frustrating. Why must you be so annoying to Little Towel? I just want to eat my chicken. It's a text file. It's literally just a text file. All right. Reader. Text reader. All right, that's going to be my... no, hold on. Text to speech. Why is there just not a text reader app? It should just exist within Windows natively. Oh, this is incredibly frustrating. All right, so all it says basically is that he was interviewed relative to Team 5 CIA issue. A preliminary background interview was conducted with Smith by Fonzie and Hardaway on October 20th, 1977. Smith was first interviewed on April 20th, 1978 in his condominium at 1301 South 1st Street, Jacksonville Beach. Smith was shown the letter executed by CIA Acting Director Frank C. Saccucci to Committee Chairman Stokes indicating access to information within the secrecy agreement and authorizing that individuals bound by such agreements to cooperate with the committee. Smith was asked what significance he thought such a letter had in terms of total access to agency information. He said it had a lot of significance. If the committee were truly getting access to project files, that's where all the information is. All right, hold on. I have to give it file access. Allow access to file URLs. All right. Now let me try it one more time. All right, it should be able to read it now. All right, it can.
1804907010404. JFK assassination system date. A preliminary background interview with Smith was conducted by Fonzie and Hardaway on the 20th of October, 1977. Smith was asked what significance he thought such a letter had in terms of total access to agency information. He said, "It had a lot of significance if the committee were truly getting access to project files. That's where all the information is," he said. He said, however, that many files may have been destroyed in the CIA's reaction to previous critical attacks on its operations. He said the agency had a flap mentality to criticism and took to organizing task forces to protect itself against congressional investigations. Smith said that as a result of being asked to do a book review of it, he has had advance copies of former CIA Director William Colby's new book. "The interesting thing to me," he said, "was the beating he was taking inside the agency for being as more tilde. Docked 322443446 page 3. Hi. 50,955. 2 Smith interview. Frank as he was. Smith said that one former chief of station was so upset at Colby's honesty that he raged to a friend, his, a goddamn Jesuit. He even goes to confession." Smith said that Colby's problems within the agency stemmed largely from the conflict he had with James Angleton, former longtime head of the agency's counterintelligence division. Smith said that Colby says in his book, "I frankly didn't know what Angleton was doing." Colby, Smith said, doesn't reveal that he ever found out. Smith said that despite the stated cooperation expressed by the top administrators of the CIA, there is still the possibility of the committee's efforts to gather information being blocked at lower levels without the knowledge of higher echelons. But he said, if you have access to project files, you have access to the Guts of the thing. He suggested reading the cable traffic very carefully, taking note of the euphemistic language employed. It was pointed out to Smith that there were two possibly conflicting statements in his book. On page 15 he wrote, "One question could not swallow the one about the CIA's killing President Kennedy, probably because it was part of a romantic myth in American politics deplored." Later, in the book, on page 400, following the death of Martin Luther King, he notes telling a class he is teaching, "What's happening in the United States these days makes us worse than a banana republic. We're turning into a government by assassination." Smith was asked if he has any second thoughts about the assassination of President Kennedy. He said no, and, as he said in his book, he had no inside information about it. "The only thing that bothers me now," he said, "is, to come back to what's said before, is Angleton's staff. If Colby can make a statement like this and after all he was the director, it makes you wonder." Smith said that Angleton's staff did strange things. Despite the fact he only had counterintelligence jurisdiction, Angleton, said Smith, handled all Israeli operations, based on contacts he had made when he was a young OSS officer in Italy. Smith said he never knew, and Colby doesn't say, who or what these contacts were. This, said Smith, had a strange effect on our activities in the Middle East because, unlike in other divisions where station chiefs kept each other informed, Angleton wouldn't pass information to other stations in the Arab countries and let he fight like it. More. Bockled, 3227444546 page 4. HIV. 3. Smith interview. Smith said he didn't know how Angleton got all his power, but he knew that many of the people who worked for him shared his political views and were confirmed believers in the word communist conspiracy theory. He said, "These guys actually believed that the split between the Russians and Chinese was a great deceptive operation." Colby even says something more amazing. He claims that Angleton absolutely believed that all CIA operations were run by the KGB. He says Angleton believed that every top Soviet defector we took in was a plant. Think that's incredible. But no, there were some guys on his staff were his true believers. As far as the Kennedy assassination goes, said Smith, though, only thing can say now, and, again, quoting Colby, there could have been operations that Angleton's staff was running that he wouldn't even tell the director. Angleton did, however, have a special relationship with Ethel Dulles when he was running the agency. It was pointed out to Smith that Frank Sturgis has worked with Israeli intelligence and that Sturgis and E. Howard Hunt were associated. Smith was asked of the relationship between Hunt and Angleton. Smith said he thought that Hunt never worked on Angleton's staff, but that Hunt's last job at the agency as chief of covert operations in the European division probably put him in contact with Angleton. Smith brought up the fact that in our previous interview we had asked him about the information in his book relating Frank Fiorini Sturgis to E. Howard Hunt before the Bay of Pigs operation. He said at the time that he couldn't recall where he got the information but felt it was from a printed source and that he would let us know as soon as he discovered it. Now he said he recalled that he got the information from Hunt's book, Give Us This Day. Smith pointed out that Hunt says that Pedro Diaz-Lanz and Frank Fiorini dropped T-flats together over Cuba. It was pointed out to Smith, however, Hunt specifically avoids mentioning ever meeting Fiorini at that time, although he specifically seeks out Diaz-Lanz as a result of that operation, but he, Smith, says in his book, Hunt relied heavily in his liaison with the exile political leaders on an ex-Marine, Frank Fiorini, and Fiorini worked for Hunt in Coral Gables under the name of Frank Sturgis. Smith appeared confused, said he thought he had gotten it from his old Cuban notes, is pretty sure that David Phillips didn't tell him, but now, again, doesn't remember where he got that specific information. It was pointed out to Smith that writer Andrew St. George, in an early Argosy article, quoted Sturgis as saying he met Hunt before the Bay of Pigs. Smith said he didn't recall that article. More. Bockled 32244346 page 5. By Dockland 322444546 page 6_. 4. Smith interview. Smith was shown a newspaper clipping from the Miami Herald, dated the 2nd of October, 1976 and headlined, "Despite Denial by Helms, CIA eyed Oswald as source." He was asked for a comment about that. He said, "Well, gather that a lot of secrecy agreements were honored in the Warren Commission days, but don't know anything about that." Smith was asked to be speculative about the situation within the CIA if Oswald had been a deep cover agent for the agency. Smith said, he had been any kind of an asset, obviously. He would have worked either for the Soviet division, which ran operations in the Soviet UNTAN, or the counterintelligence staff. He was obviously targeted at the Russians and the Cubans, and there's a possibility he could have been working for the people who handled Cuban matters, too. Because this was the heyday for the JM/Wave station in Miami, running those raids on Cuba and a whole host of other things. Guess this was called WH4. Western Hemisphere. WHI was Mexico, WH=2 was the West Coast, and WH=4 was Cuba, before JM/Wave. Smith pointed out that the assumption was that all of Cuban intelligence's operations are being run by the Soviets. "I know," said Smith, "that the counterintelligence staff was very interested in the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and getting a penetration into it would have been a high priority effort." Smith was asked if he knew anything relative to the fact that the leaflets Oswald distributed in New Orleans had the address of a building that appeared to house some kind of intelligence operation run by Guy Bannister, a former FBI agent. Smith said he didn't know anything specific, but there were a lot of former FBI men on Angleton's staff and in the old WH division, run by J.C. King. Smith was asked about his reference in his Jage book to J.C. King's relationship to old Batista interests and business interests, and whether there was a possibility that the New Orleans intelligence operation headed by Bannister was funded by right-wing.
Wait, are you listening to this? The leaflets Oswald distributed were connected to Guy Bannister. He was connected to Sturgis. This is all... why did the CIA put this out there? I can't believe this document exists.
Through J.C. King. Smith said, "Oh yes, should think so. And do know that the WH division did have some activities operating out of New Orleans, and think some of these were used as fronts for funding. King's friends were mostly right-wing, certainly." Asked for specifics, Smith said, "I do know that throughout the Bay of Pigs period, King did run and fund some Batista types. Didn't know their true names and can't remember their cryptograms now." Smith said he learned that C.A. Foll's name, and Dave PHTF Lips when he worked with them. More. 5M955. Pori. 50,955. 5. Smith interview. Smith said that the fact that King was funding Batista types J bothered some people, including Phillips, since the CIA was supposed to be taking the broad front approach as far as working with Cubans went. In speaking of some of the phase names he used in the book to protect his CIA associates, Smith pointed out that the fellow he described only as Paul, the chief of covert action on the WH division staff level, the one who got him plus come into the division, his true name was Paul Oberst. He thinks he retired and may be in California or Arizona. Henry is real name unknown. Curly DSSD. Paul Oberst became deputy to David Phillips in Cuban operations. In 1968, in 70 or 71, Phillips went to Brazil and Paul retired. Smith said that many of the CIA officers with right-wing political leanings, men such as J.C. King and Howard Hunt, were truly very bitter over the Bay of Pigs operation, even though they may have a part of the responsibility for its failure. And that didn't prevent them from advancing in the agency, because the attitude at the time was that it was best to keep them happy and quiet. Smith said, besides, Hunt was very bright in this kind of business, he always had lots of ideas, he was a real dirty trickster and could always be counted on to come up with some clever scheme. Smith was asked about the relationship between King, Phillips, and CIA station chief in Cuba. Did they fit In the same mold. Yeah, said Smith. I guess so. Smith said the fast he heard of, underscore was that he was in Florida. And perhaps involved in some business with the Tandy Company. Besides being chief of station in Cuba at one time, said Smith. Had also been deputy chief of the WH division under J.C. King. He was known as one of JC's guys. He said. King, Phillips and S were all fairly close. It was pointed out to Smith that Hunt, in his book, gives the name of Knight to Phillips, yet from the information developed in Miami, Knight was the name Hunt himself used. And the name that Phillips used was Bishop. Smith said. Yeah, think might have heard that, too, about Phillips and Bishop. Smith said he couldn't recall where he heard that. Smith wasn't familiar with the name Doug Gupton but thinks he might have heard of More equals. Dockland 322744546 page 7. Hi. 50,955. 6. Smith interview. Smith was asked about his knowledge of the Swan Island operation. He said he didn't know much about it because it was set up by the time he got involved in the Cuban operation. He didn't remember the name of the case officer handling feet but knew that its operation came under the command of David Phillips. Smith was asked about Justin McCarthy. He said the name sounded familiar but he could not recall it specifically. He believes he was J in the task force somewhere. In discussing the career of David Phillips and his switch to Cuban operations in Mexico City in 1963, taking the place of Robert Shaw, Smith said he didn't know precisely what the situation was there at the time. He recalled that Phillips brought up a guy from Bolivia with whom he was very close, a fellow named James Flannery, who took the job as chief of covert action, which Phillips had when he first went to Mexico City. During the Bay of Pigs operation, Flannery was special assistant to Richard Bissell. He then became Phillips. Went on to me during the Dominican crisis. Flannery later was chief of Dominican operations also. When Phillips became chief of WH division, he made Flannery his deputy. Smith said he doesn't know where Flannery is now. Smith was shown the sketch of Maurice Bishop and asked if it reminded him of anyone. He said, well, the nose is too thin, but otherwise it reminds me of Dave Phillips. Though eyes are definitely Dave's, and the mouth. Smith was asked about his recollection during the previous interview when he mentioned a woman who found the photo of Oswald. He said he doesn't recall when he heard the story. Whether it was when he got to Mexico City or when he was still in. He does recall that the discovery of the picture was supposed to have greatly pleased President Johnson and made Mexico City Station Chief Win Scott his #1 boy. He said the story was that someone remembered seeing Oswald's face somewhere in the photo coverage of the Cuban or Russian embassy, went back through the files and found the picture. Smith said he heard that story certainly more than once, at least, when he got to Mexico City and perhaps when he first got into the WH division. The earliest he could have possible heard that story, he said, was when he was stiff, in peas. Not too long after the assassination, from someone coming through. He said, D. Fitzgerald, * might have even mentioned if when he came through, which was in early 64, or Jerry Drollaire. Mo GGE. Dockland 32234435546 page at Blatt. 50,955. 7. Smith interview. Might have mentioned it when he came through, talking about how the Mexico City station was helping out during the investigation. Smith was asked if the name of Charlotte Bustos was familiar. He said yes, that she was at the Mexico City station when he was there. She was a counterintelligence research analyst under WH division. He described her as a very severe person and very diligent and very much the counterintelligence mentality mentioned before. He was also asked about Anne Goodpasture. Smith said he knew her, too. Annie was another one of Win Scott's case officers. She was in Mexico City for about and was what We called the resource person, NNFIE knew everything. Smith said Scott also had another very knowledgeable woman who worked with Good Pasture whose name was Leach or Lynch. She was the woman, Smith said, who was associated with discovering the photo of Oswald. Smith was asked if he had any recollection of Bustus being associated with finding the photo of Oswald. He said it could very well have been, and Annie, too. But thought it was this other girl, Lynch. But no, don't think. Ever. Heard specifically who found the damn picture. 1. Guess by the time got there didn't care. Smith said that he heard Leach or Lynch might be in Acapulco. But a directory of federal employees he didn't have her listed, he said. LT was pointed out to Smith that in his book, page 337, he writes of Phillips telling him of assets he had for HTS own direct use. Smith said he had, for instance, the use of Radio Swan and 3 or 4 people who had been radio or newspaper men in Cuba. He couldn't recall their names. But, he said, the Wise and Ross book, The Invisible Government, mentioned the name of a public relations man who helped him in New York. He did confirm that Conti Aquera, when mentioned, was one of Phillips' assets. Smith was asked if he was familiar with a CIA agent named David Morales, known as El Indio, who was training guerrilla warfare troops in the Florida Keys. He said he never heard the name. Neither did he ever hear the name of Casa Diaz Dato. Smith was asked again about the mature of unvouchered funds. He said that all of the funds destined for clandestine operations are unvouchered funds, the salary of clandestine officers. He said, come from such unvouchered funds. Such funds, he said. More. Docked 3227443546 page 9. HW. 8. Smith interview. Are not really unvouchered in the true sense of the word, since they are strictly accounted for within the agency. But the term is meant only to differentiate them from funds spent on overt operations. The monies that paid project activities, he said, are unvouchered funds. However, he pointed out, the division chiefs had their own funds from which they could finance what he called hip pocket operations, which usually only were accounted for between the division chief and the deputy director of plans. Smith was asked about the
Bro, hip pocket funds. Hip pocket funds, which are only accounted for between the division chief and the deputy director of plans. Murba Maestro, it was a hip pocket op.
In Hunt's book that William Harvey got transferred and demoted by Robert Kennedy because he had a poster on his wall which said, "The tree of liberty is watered with the blood of patriots." Smith said he had never heard that and didn't know much about Harvey, had never met him, knew only that Ted Shackley had replaced him in the JM/Wave station in Miami. He remembered that he heard that Harvey was a short guy who had his desk elevated on a platform so he could talk down on his visitors. Smith said he also didn't know much about the John Planck mentioned in Hunt's book, from Harvard, only that he was considered the top Latin affairs expert at one time. Smith recalled that Des Fitzgerald replaced J.C. King as chief of the WH division in early 1964. They sort of ganged up on King, formed this special Cuban group and put Fitzgerald in charge of it. Left off J.C., sitting there with the most important activity in his area, no longer his responsibility. Smith said, however, when Fitzgerald visited him in Argentina, he expressed disappointment that President Johnson wasn't as interested in Cuba as Kennedy had been. Smith expressed a new familiarity with back-channel communications, but said that highly classified messages could have a sensitivity indicator which could be limited to as few as 5 people. Whether such communications would be retained for the record in the message center, he wouldn't know. He said he is unfamiliar with the organization known as CUSA. When told of the details of it, he said in the early 50s, there were quite a few ties with the professional anti-communist types, but, again, given the kind of thinking that Angleton and some of his people did about those things, they could have organized something like that without any problem. Smith ISO said he wouldn't be surprised if Angleton knew of Frank Sturgis' operations with Israeli intelligence, if it wasn't one of his operations. Smith said hadn't heard of the association of Manuel Artime. More. 50,955 dude, 322444346 page 10. HW. 50,955. E9, Smith interview. With the Opus Dei organization. He said he first heard of Opus Dei while in Mexico City, and it was described to him as a worldwide organization of superliberal Catholics, perhaps being controlled by the communists.
Okay. So we're going over to Coberger coverage, but that just changed my entire opinion about a lot of things. And I now know a lot more. And I mean, it's about to start, folks. The Coberger case has not started. If you're tuning in for the Kohberger plea, it has not started. Okay. We have live coverage right now. As soon as it goes live, you're going to see it. We're going right to court. It's scheduled to begin right now. So if you're tuning in for coverage of the Kohberger plea, we are going to begin that coverage right now. But more importantly, we just learned a lot, okay, from a former CIA agent. I mean, that's invaluable stuff. He was getting interviewed by his own agency. We found the record of it. It's about the JFK assassination. They did it. They did it. And they hide files. And they have hip pocket ops. And I'm telling you, folks, I love this country. I love that these agencies do such good work. And I love that they were hunting communists, all right? I love it. And I would have given them all the support in the world, all right? But I don't like how they responded to some things, and we need a little bit better oversight. Like, you hunt all the communists you want, just don't. There's just some stuff that went on that I'm really uncomfortable with. I mean, obviously, they killed the damn president. I understand what was going on. It was a very, sensitive time, all right? But, like, that was wild, okay? Now, I thought we were going to watch a video of a woman kind of admitting to that. No, Brad. We got way more than a video. Are you kidding me? We got a CIA case agent telling us literally everything we could have ever wanted to know and more. All right. So now we're waiting for the Coberger case to start up. We have live coverage. There's nothing that's going to happen on that Coberger case without you seeing it first. As soon as court comes into session, as soon as we begin, and just watch it play out. All right. We'll have it. We'll have the live coverage. You can see it's just past 1 p.m. Eastern now. Court has not come into session in the Coberger case. It should be starting up right about now, 11 a.m. Mountain Time, ladies and gentlemen. This is the plea hearing for Brian Coberger. All right. This is where Coberger will be pleading guilty, and we are going to monitor it together, Little Towels. We're going to be efficient, Little Towels. We're going to monitor. We're going to do what we got to do. And then once the plea hearing starts, we're going to just watch it all play out. All right, we'll get back to our JFK research, and we're going to keep an eye on the Diddy situation. Just now, the guilty plea hearing for Brian Coberger as to the deaths, as to the murders of 4 Idaho college students is about to begin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the plea hearing is about to begin. And if you're just tuning in, I know a lot of you were wondering what time it starts. It starts right now. The Coberger hearing, the guilty plea hearing starts in the next few minutes. We have live coverage on your screen. Diddy should be on. All right, so no updates yet from the courtroom in Diddy. No updates from the courtroom in Idaho, but we have both screens monitoring, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as any updates are provided, you will hear it here. And I want to make sure I spell each victim's name right in the Idaho case. And some of the names are a little bit hard. I'm learning. I know. Yes, Ethan Chapin, Xana Carnoodle, Madison Morgan, Kaylee Conclaves, and that last name I've been trying to learn the past few days. The victims names are. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This should be beginning shortly. We have the live coverage up on your screen. The Kohberger plea hearing is scheduled to come into session any minute now. As soon as we get any updates there or related to the Diddy trial, I will take you. Right to that. As you can see, we have both Diddy coverage outside the court. We also have the Kohberger coverage monitoring for you live in real time. No updates from either courtroom as of yet, Little Towels. But we are monitoring. We are keeping an eye on things. And as soon as there is an update, I will let you know right here on this screen, Little Towels. So thank you very much for staying with me. I appreciate all of your patience while we go through this. We are monitoring. We are paying attention. We're waiting for court to come into session. As you can see, as soon as it does come into session, we will be one of the first to know. How do I know that? Well, because we're sitting here, and my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and we're also waiting for updates from federal court in the P. Diddy case. Will P. Diddy's will he have his bail revoked pending sentencing, ladies and gentlemen? Will he not? Nobody really knows. But as you can see, the Law and Crime feed is up to date and live. We also have, we'll be bringing up Twitter to monitor whether there's any updates from the P. Diddy courtroom. And I appreciate all the super towels who are keeping their vigilant eye on these developments as they come in. It takes a village, Little Towels. It truly takes a village. Not seeing anything yet. I'm not seeing anything yet, Drew Drops. It should be on. We're at 1 o'clock. But that doesn't mean that the court has to come into session at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to jump forward. It's already now 11:08 Mountain Time. We don't have any coverage yet of the Coberger case. It is not yet live, but as soon as it does go live, that is the first thing that we're going to watch. Then we're also going to be monitoring for the DIDLA updates. All right, I'm going to try to get you a DIDLA update. Yes, oh, for sure. Like Israeli intelligence connections to Sturgis is a big deal. Vicky, you are right. It's a big deal. You are not wrong, my dear friend. Now, Towel's waiting for the Kohberger plea hearing to come into session. We have live coverage, but it is not yet live, and we're also going to monitor for Diddler updates. Whether P. Diddy will be held is a very big deal, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very big deal. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm monitoring with you. We're going to get our Twitter coverage up of the Didla hearing from Inner City Press, who's in the courtroom, Little Towels. Inner City Press is in the courtroom. The Towel News Network, as Colleen Henry says. The Towel News Network. All right. We don't have any updates yet. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Didla. No updates from the Didla hearing. I know you are all tuning in, watching with close eyes as the Didla hearing continues to be monitored. Now I'm going to refresh the Towel comments here because they're running a little behind. That's not your fault. All right, Little Towels, I just got to refresh the Towel comments. And we're monitoring the Didla hearing. All right, we're monitoring the Didla hearing. Nothing yet. We're monitoring the Coberger hearing. Nothing yet. We've put a pause on our public affairs programming, Little Towels, as we wait for both of these very important hearings to begin. So, pause on our public affairs programming as we wait for both decisions to come in. Could be a flurry of activity over the next few hours, Little Towels, but I'll be here to cover it with you, and I'll be here to monitor, and I'll be here to generally be a Little Towel. Oh, there we go, Little Towels. There we go. And it's a ferocious battle for the top of the Towel Chat rankings today, by the way. If you're not aware, we now have a brand new, ladies and gentlemen, Towel Chat rankings. I wasn't in charge of this. All I know is it suddenly appeared, ladies and gentlemen. It appeared, and I said, all right, I'm going to now monitor the Towel Chat. So, now when Towel monitors the Towel Chat, I have the ability, at a certain point in time, if everything cooperates, I have the ability to show your Towel Chat rankings in real time. Yes, it's incredible, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know what's going on with Diddy. We don't have any Didla updates as of yet. All right? P. Didla Diddy. Twitter is not yet a flutter. So if Twitter's not yet a flutter, then there's nothing going on with the Didla as of yet. But I'll tell you, if Twidla is a Flidla, now we're really losing it. I'll have news for you, ladies and gentlemen. The second Twidla becomes a Flidla, I'll have news for you. And you might be saying, sir, that is not a thing. That is just not a thing. What are you saying, crazy man? That is not a thing. Well, you know what? Twitter can become a Flidla, and there's nothing anyone's going to do about it, in particular if it relates to the Didla. All right, we're going to sit here. I don't know why court isn't in session. You know what happens when court isn't in session. Towel gets a little bit, riled up. Oh, the competition is ferocious in chat, ladies and gentlemen. We have Peony and Rose in first place wearing the crown. Jew Drops chasing up the tail at second place. Vicky Moore in third. Angela in fourth. Murder by Maestro in fifth. Ange Whittick in fourth. Murder by Maestro in fifth. Steph in sixth. Allie 90211 in seventh. Eric Leiber in eighth. Nancy in ninth. Alicia in 10th. Jimbo coming up at 11th. MJ Baker slowly making a charge up to 12th. Holistic Psychology at 13th. And then we have, I think, someone, that might be Tater at 14. Then we have Stargirl at 15. Ann at 16. Truth Over Bias at 17. Modella Macy at 18. Def Otter at 19. Captain at 20. Jack D 65 at 21. Carolyn Phillips at 22. Dark Side of the Moon at 23. Val and Gutter G8 at 25, Sunken Grave at 26, FBI DOJ Corruption Survivor at 27, and Sonia bringing up the bottom of the ranking board, but that's in a position of honor in and of itself at number 28. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a close towel race. Hello, doobie-doo. Thanks for being with us. We're waiting for the Kohberger hearing to come into session. No updates from the Kohberger hearing as of yet. No updates from the Didla trial. We are monitoring both, little towels. Yes, we are monitoring. The Kohberger hearing was scheduled to come into session just minutes ago. As you know, though, court doesn't always play by its own rules. They tend to get things settled. They get everyone in the court. They get things settled down. We are just waiting, though, little towels. Just waiting. Yep, the Didla. The Didla causing Twidla to be a Flidla. We've completely lost control of the English language on this stream, and there's nothing that you can do about it. I would like to eat my lunch. I mean, that would be nice. But I can't do that until court comes into session. Now, I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, despite all the hubbub, court is not yet into session. It's just past 11:12 a.m. Eastern. Mountain Time, excuse me. The court was supposed to come into session, as I mentioned, at 11, so we're going to jump forward here. Still no updates from inside the court. Still no updates, little towels. But we are monitoring. We are watching closely. We're being attentive towels. The second we get any updates, you'll know. This always happens, though. This always happens. No, don't worry. I'm gonna stay with you. I know everybody will be okay, but let's at least try to get this hearing ready, and let's get things set up, and let's figure this out. All right, there we go. Still no updates from the Didla trial, as I mentioned, but federal court can take its own pace, ladies and gentlemen. All right, checking back in on the Kohberger hearing. All right, give me 1 second. Let's refresh the Kohberger coverage, little towels, all right? So we'll refresh that. All right, we'll get that loaded up. As soon as that comes into session, we're double checking. All right, Brian Kohberger is on. That's what the delay was. It's loading up now, little towels. It's loading up now. It will take there's a lot of people that are definitely tuning in to watch it, but it's loading up now. All right, the Brian Kohberger hearing is loading up now, even though we had it already, literally as soon as it was scheduled to come up. Of course, that was the moment. All right, so here we go. Yep, all right, it should be starting up any second now. Hold on, little towels. It should be starting up. Of course, now is the moment that it decides to not load. It could be that a lot of people are hammering the channel, but I will bring up a backup option. I will bring up a backup option, little towels. All right, hold on. I don't know why this is causing such problems right now of all time. All right, this is incredibly frustrating. All right, little towels. I'm going to get it loaded up. All right, so it's loading. All right, there we go. It's loading up. It was just a slight problem. There we go, little towels. You see it up on your screen. It should be going now. The hearing is about to come into session. I'm going to bring us. Here we go.
In making an opinion regarding its judicial decisions in cases. Courts should, and I always will, make decisions based on where the facts and the law lead me. Period. I have not read any of the numerous messages, nor listened to any of the numerous voicemails that have been sent to me and my staff. Those have all been forwarded to security and, where appropriate, to law enforcement.
Yikes.
I ask that you not continue to mount such campaigns or to send me information like this, because, again, it is not appropriate and, frankly, not something I would take into account when deciding a matter in a case like this. I also want people to understand some very basic concepts about the ideas of separation of powers, and what the court's duties are, and what the duties and the rights of the executive, or in this case, the prosecuting attorney, is. The executive, the elected prosecutor, is the sole authority in deciding what charges to pursue, including whether, as well as what penalties to ask for, and what penalties to pursue, including the death penalty. This court cannot require the prosecutor to seek the death penalty, nor would it be appropriate for this court to attempt to do that. This court, in considering a plea agreement, if it were to reject this plea agreement, cannot force the state to seek the death penalty. My role and power in considering a plea agreement is extremely limited. My role is to ensure that the defendant's plea is given freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. If those things are met, I can only reject a plea, such as the one in this case, where I'm not being asked to agree to the sentence in advance. I can only reject it, for example, if the defendant does not meet or admit to all of the elements of the crime. That is, I can ensure what is called a factual basis to the plea. Finally, I want to offer my apologies to all the families, including the victims' families, the families of the defendant, for the short notice for today's hearing, and I'm sure what must have been the hurried efforts to get here. I, like most everyone else, learned of this plea agreement Monday afternoon and had no inkling of it beforehand. Prior to that time, I was under the belief that this case was proceeding to trial, as had been indicated, and my staff and I were busy continuing to work on preparations to have potentially 10,000 citizens of Ada County come to jury duty starting in mid-July, with the questionnaire process in mid-July. It was, once I learned of the defendant's decision to change his plea in this case, it was important that I take the plea as soon as possible because of the extraordinary administrative efforts that were otherwise attendant to the process of this getting this trial potentially underway on time, and including the significant process of bringing, again, potentially up to 10,000 jurors to come in and fill out juror questionnaires prior to the beginning of the voir dire process. And so it was important that we, if we're going to go down this road, do so expeditiously so that we can avoid those costs and expenses associated with that. Otherwise, if it was not going to result in a plea, or for some reason the plea were to fall through today, that we could continue diligently towards trial at the time specified. And so that obviously required that we act quickly. And so some folks may have not had the amount of time that we would otherwise allow for them to travel here. And so, again, I apologize for that. I want to make people aware that during the hearing, if you are to leave the courtroom for any reason, you will not be readmitted during the hearing. Also, when we finish the hearing this morning, I ask that the public and media wait in their seats until the victims' families and the defendants' families and others are escorted out of the courtroom before you start to leave. Finally, I want to acknowledge the trial court administrator and her staff, the Ada County Sheriff, and the Ada County 4th District Marshal Service for the huge lift that they've accomplished in preparing for and orchestrating this hearing today, as well as to all the security attendant today that you see, and some of whom many of whom you don't see, with less than 48 hours notice. And so I appreciate the hard work that they've been doing. Frankly, some of them while they were on some vacation prior to the trial starting and had to call that short. And so I appreciate very much their professionalism and dedication. All right. That said, let's move to the business of today. I understand the state and the defense have reached a plea agreement in this case. For the record, I have a written plea agreement which indicates, in sum, the defendant will plead guilty to all 5 counts in the indictment: burglary, felony, and first-degree murder, 4 counts. The state and the defendant stipulate, that is, that the defense is not free to argue for a lesser sentence at sentencing, to the following. The defendant on the burglary charge will be sentenced to 10 years fixed, and that the defendant on counts 2 through 5, the 4 counts of first-degree homicide, on each count would receive a fixed life sentence, all 5 of those counts to run consecutive to one another. Defendant, as part of the plea agreement, waives his right to appeal, as well as his right to appeal the sentence and his right to seek leniency or reconsideration of the sentence under Idaho Criminal Rule 35. This is not a Rule 11 agreement, meaning the court is not bound by the plea agreement and could impose a different lawful sentence at sentencing. The stipulated agreement between the parties is the maximum on each count, so theoretically the only thing the court could do would be a lesser sentence at sentencing. But the defendant is not free to ask the court to do so under the plea agreement. Are there any other material terms of the plea agreement that the parties would like to make? Obviously, the plea agreement, the written plea agreement, will speak for itself and be part of the court record.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very well. All right. Ms. Taylor, have you had sufficient time to discuss this case and all of its ramifications with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Have you discussed fully with him his rights, defenses, and possible consequences to him of the guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you been able to do all the discovery you feel necessary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you informed your client of the importance of providing the court truthful and accurate answers in taking this plea today?
I have.
Have you apprised your client of any and all offers and counter offers and answered his questions about those?
Yes.
Do you consent to the entry of the plea today?
I do.
All right, Mr. Coberger, I need to ask you some questions this afternoon, or I guess it's this morning still. I do this to ensure that so that I am assured that you understand the nature of the charges to which I understand you're going to plead guilty, as well as the possible consequences to you of your guilty pleas. I want to make sure your plea is given voluntarily, and I want to make sure that you actually committed the crimes to which you're pleading guilty, because I don't want you to plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit. If you attempt to plead guilty today, but for some reason I don't accept your plea, then it is possible that your statements today could be used against you later at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And now, while you're standing, actually, why don't you take the oath from the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter not being before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Coberger, just to make it easier, you don't need to stand when you speak to me. I appreciate the sign of respect, but for convenience, you can remain seated, all right? Before I start asking you questions today, have you consumed, substantive questions, let me ask you, have you consumed any alcohol, drug, or other intoxicating substance that would impair your ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the possible penalties are for each of the crimes to which I understand you're going to offer a guilty plea today. They include on count one, the burglary, a fine of up to $50,000 and a period of incarceration of up to 10 years in the state penitentiary. You may be required to pay restitution to any victims of the crime. Count 2, 3, 4, and 5 for first-degree murder. The consequences include a fine of up to $50,000, a period of incarceration of life imprisonment, which is a requirement of a sentence, that it be a life sentence with a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 10 years on each of those counts. In addition, you would be potentially responsible for a fine of up to $5,000 to each of the victims of your crime to be enforced in the form of a civil judgment to operate as additional punishment. This is in excess of any restitution or fines that the court could order. And again, you may be required to pay restitution to the victims of the crime. You would be required to provide, as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression, and potentially pay for analysis of those samples. You would lose any right to possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, the right to serve on jury duty, the right to hold public office, and the right to vote. Do you understand the charges and all those possible consequences?
Yes.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
And counsel, obviously there have been a number of motions filed to suppress evidence in this case. Other than those filed, are there any other motions that you felt were available with respect to Rule 12?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Coberger, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading with your pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied with the advice you've received?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you to your satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
I have received a written guilty plea advisory questionnaire that is purported to be filled out by you. Did you fill that document out?
Yes.
Did you understand the questions that you answered in this document?
Yes.
And are the answers that are outlined in this document your answers?
Yes.
Are those answers truthful?
Yes.
Did you sign the document?
Yes.
And this document outlines many of the rights that you have in this case. Should you not plead guilty, did you understand those rights?
Yes.
They include a right to a jury trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to the presumption of innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to require the state to prove your guilt as to each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to confront your accusers and cross-examine witnesses presented by the state, including by utilizing the subpoena power of the court to accomplish that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand you would have a privilege against self-incrimination and a right to remain silent, meaning you would not be compelled to testify if you did not wish to, had you not pled guilty.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up that privilege and those rights that I've just outlined by pleading guilty.
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the state would have had to have proven at trial had you, to the crimes that you're pleading guilty to, had you, if you didn't plead guilty. Let me find the document. Hang on a second here. All right. So as to count one burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count two, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died. As to count three, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count four, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count five, also murder in the first degree, that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
I want to also make, for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis, that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice of forethought?
Yes.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing in his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Coberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was a traffic stop of Mr. Kohberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Brian Coberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence would include at trial video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway just across the state line from Moscow that would show the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m.
The echo is on the feed.
Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end, and then leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez. The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogan's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the third floor, it was on the second floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were two other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen to where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, the defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom would see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walinta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks it heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment, where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Coberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. He was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up. The defendant's phone then went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined, on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th, 2022, business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Coberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Coberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Coberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI, who assisted immensely with this case, working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Logan's body in the bed. Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Coberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court, and the public, the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office. Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. We try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had been meticulously cleaned inside. And the state would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, excuse me, Mr. Coberger entered the residence of 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted, and that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought, Manny Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Santa Cruz. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, based on the state's proffer and importantly based upon defendant's explicit admission to committing these crimes, the court finds there is a factual basis. Therefore, with respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Kohberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogan, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Right. The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. The court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and that finds the defendant believes the plea to be in his best interest. I find that the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered. I'll continue the matter for sentencing in this case. I think it was mentioned on the call Monday afternoon the defense wishes to waive a pretrial investigation. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state also?
Yes, Your Honor. The state does not believe pre-sentence investigation is needed given the evidence that is available. We want to, though, make sure that all of the victims have the opportunity to make statements to the court at sentencing.
Absolutely. And certainly both the state and the defense may present whatever sentencing memorandum and other documents you wish me to consider. The victims will be given an opportunity to provide the statements that they wish to at sentencing. Do we need more than one full day for sentencing?
I do not believe so, Your Honor. We have numerous victims, and we have victims who share unique perspectives on this, and we want to make sure that they all have time to express their feelings to the court. But I believe that if we can start perhaps 8:30 or so in the morning, that we should be able to complete it all in one day.
Defense agree with that in terms of the time frame?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So as it happens, we have some time reserved in this case in July and August. The week of July 22nd is available. I don't know if that's too soon for the parties or the next week, the week of August 4 is available. Any preference?
Your Honor, we're prepared as soon as the court wants to schedule it.
The state, I believe, would be prepared on the 22nd. Right. We've told the victims' families that we're looking at approximately those dates.
All right. So because of the plan to bring in so many jurors to fill out questionnaires, I had ordered that no other trials could take place in this courthouse the week of July 22nd. And so we will use that in terms of the sentencing date because of what I'm sure will be the significant interest of the media and the public and the logistics that will be required to make that happen. Without trials going, it'll be a lot easier to do that. So let's pick that week. Why don't we pick July 23rd with the idea that if for some reason we don't finish, we could continue into the 24th. We'll start at 9 in the morning. Does that give your team enough time, Sandra? 9 in the morning? All right. Any concerns with that date?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, sir.
All right. Any reason why I should not rescind the non-dissemination order at this time?
You're right. I think that given the history of this case, it would be best if that remained in place through sentencing, so we have time to make sure there's the ability to completely answer questions. That would be the state's preference and recommendation.
We'd have no objection for the order to remain in place through sentencing.
All right, I will, at this point, the idea to keep it until sentencing, which time it would be withdrawn in order to give the parties the space and time to prepare to meet what I'm sure will be the deluge of media requests. That's at least my preliminary decision at this point. We can always revisit if it seems to be, for some reason, I should. That said, obviously, I don't think the defendant, a bond was ever set for the defendant. Were it would be revoked. The prior order allowing him to come in civilian clothes is revoked, given his plea and no longer the presumption of innocence. And in fact, now the actual conviction for the crimes. He will continue to be held at the jail pending sentencing. Is there anything else today?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I assume that the trial date will be vacated and those 4 jurors will be released.
The trial will be vacated, and I'm sure that the jury commissioner will get word to those that receive their summons that they won't be required to attend. So that said, again, if you would all please wait for the parties and the victims' families and others to leave the courtroom before you do, I would appreciate it. And with that, we're adjourned.
There you go, folks. Sentencing Wednesday, July 23rd. Sentencing Wednesday, July 23rd for Brian Kohberger. Ladies and gentlemen, the Diddy docket has also been updated. We have letters from the government. We're waiting for when Judge Subterranean's hearing will be called. If you're just joining, Brian Kohberger has pleaded guilty, and the state read out a litany of new facts. I have an overview of those facts that is currently uploading if you missed it, but we have to get our updates on the Diddy docket. And before we can get the updates on the Diddy docket, what we're going to have to do, little towels, is we're going to get rid of that, all right? Now I'm going to get you the update. I have the government and Diddy's recommendation. Diddy is being held right now. The government is trying to determine. The government wants him held without bail. The Diddy's lawyers are fighting for his instant release after 2 convictions on federal sex trafficking for the purposes of prostitution. Hearing that after submission just now of bail letters by Combs and the U.S. Attorney, Judge will be reconvening the parties in court at 5 p.m. Here, ladies and gentlemen, we're staying live until 5 p.m. Eastern. Breaking just now. The Diddler, P. Diddy, will learn his fate in 3 hours' time, 5 p.m. Eastern. Oh, goodness. We have a whole afternoon together. Little towel. towels. Little towels, this is breaking right now. We have new evidence in the Brian Kohberger case that will play. We have update on the Diddy docket. We have two bail determination memos to read, ladies and gentlemen. Little towels, we're going to do it all together right now. We got a lot going on. We got towel friends in the chat. We got towel being a little towel. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got a lot going on. It's so good to see so many of you. Heartstar, Pertinent, LS, Alley 90211. I agree, Alley 90211. It's very strange. Also, if anyone has a link from the News Nation interview with Coberger's professor, please let me know, little towels. I'm going to be looking to upload to watch that over the next 3 hours. We have 3 hours together. If you're waiting to find out if the Didla is going to be held, ladies and gentlemen, Twitter is a fludder with speculation. Will P. Diddy be held? The determination will be made around 5 p.m. today. Towel News Network will stay live, ladies and gentlemen. Towel News Network will stay live, and we will get the determination, ladies and gentlemen. I will not abandon you. I am a towel. All right, so my name is Grant Smith Ellis. You heard it there. You heard Kohberger's plea. And now, ladies and gentlemen, now we wait. We wait for the Didla announcement at 5 p.m. We wait for the Didlas. We wait for the announcement. We wait. After guilty plea. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Full review of new evidence from the state in the Brian Kohberger case after guilty plea. In the Brian Kohberger case after guilty plea. Whoa, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. So much going on. Little Towel is here with you. If we have the link to Kohberger's professor, you let me know, ladies and gentlemen. You let me know. Turning off monetization. I turn off monetization on all these videos. I don't believe it's appropriate. Twitter is indeed a fludder. Yes, indeed, little towels. Now, here's what we got to do first. We got to review this letter. Here's the letter related to the U.S. and their argument for P. Diddy not being allowed to go back on the streets. All right, after a conviction on 2 felony counts related to trafficking, sex trafficking for the purposes of prostitution. All right, so we're going to read this letter as Twitter is a fludder. And we got to read these letters to stay up to date because we're informed, cogent, and erudite little towels. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Twitter is a fludder, and Towel's going to read you the letter. All right, here we go. I know I speak in a very hard Boston accent. Did you know that I am from Boston? I think that you all have figured it out. What are we going to do? Everyone has figured out Towel's from Boston. Oh, no. All right, here we go. Twitter's a fludder, and Towel's ready to read for you. You know the rules. You know how this works. We got to actually read it. So I got to zoom in here. Hold on. I got to zoom in like this. So let me do this. Ready? Watch how much better this will be for you now. Watch this. I'm being a towel. I'm doing my towel wizardry here. All right. Ready? All right. There we go. Look at that towel wizardry. All right. Here we go. Dear Judge Submarinian, I am writing to express my grave concern over the prospect of Sean Combs being released from custody. While I appreciate the fairness you have shown throughout this proceeding, I feel compelled to be unequivocal about the danger he poses to the public and to the individuals who have risked everything by coming forward. Mr. Combs has a long, well-documented history of violent, coercive, and retaliatory behavior. Over the years, he has repeatedly escaped meaningful accountability, and each time he has only reinforced his sense of impunity. If he is released now, I have no doubt he will see it as yet another license to continue intimidating, threatening, and harassing people who challenge or expose him. Many of us have first-hand knowledge of the fear he instills in those around him. I can say without hesitation that he is a serious and immediate threat to victims, witnesses, and the broader community. His pattern of violence, particularly while engaged in the trafficking of individuals for prostitution, combined with unchecked substance abuse, makes it clear that he is not ready to re-enter society. How much jail time do I think Diddy is getting? We'll do this analysis for you next, Tanya Vincente. I did a full analysis of the federal sentencing guidelines. Thank you so much. And we'll, as soon as we read the USA letter, we'll do that review as well. All right, so hold on. Let me continue to zoom down the page here. All right, so hold on. That was the part I was reading before. All right, little towels. Now, see how in order to keep this text large, I have to do this. All right, then I have to do this, okay? To release Mr. Combs without substantial consequence would undermine the integrity of this process and send a dangerous message that wealth and influence can shield someone indefinitely from accountability. It will also endanger those who cooperated with this investigation under subpoena who are already living in fear of retaliation. I urge you in the strongest possible terms to prioritize the safety of victims and witnesses over any consideration of leniency. Mr. Combs has had countless opportunities to change, and he has chosen instead to escalate his harmful conduct. Allowing him back into the community now would be a profound mistake. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to protecting the public from those who respectfully demonstrate they are unwilling to respect the law. Respectfully, Deontay Nash. All right, ladies and gentlemen. And then we have the letter from Diddy's lawyers. That was earlier. It's 6 pages. And Diddy is moving to release under 18 U.S.C. 3143 A1 pending his sentencing. Given the jury's verdict acquitting him on RICO and sex trafficking, his detention is inappropriate. All they have demonstrated is we have told the court Mr. Combs came to New York to surrender in order to defend against the government's charges because he was committed to showing his innocence. Since arrest and detention, he has obeyed the court, respected these proceedings, and demonstrated honorable behavior at the MDC. The jury unanimously, unambiguously rejected the government's allegations about a criminal enterprise or engaged in sex trafficking. The core of the case, he stands convicted of 2 Mann Act counts, and his sentencing exposure is lower than when the government initially sought detention. They should release him. Now, listen, I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, so we didn't read the whole letter from Combs' lawyers, but that's, and I'll zoom out for you. I remember I had zoomed in to show you the previous letter. This is the first header. This basically sums up Combs' argument. We're waiting to see at 5 p.m. Eastern if he's going to be released, little towels. Now, what I will say, ladies and gentlemen, is there is something to be said about the analysis. We did this earlier, the analysis of the way in which the court is going to look at P. Diddy's bail conditions, okay? And so I'm going to bring up these, we're going to do this analysis again right here for our dear friend, I believe it. Oh, hold on. I got to go back in the chat. I remember who asked the question. It was Tanya Vincente. So let me show you, Tanya, exactly how I think the sentencing is going to break down. So if we go to the sentencing matrix, give me 1 second while I do this. Give me 1 second. So I have to bring up the sentencing matrix for you, which isn't that big of a deal, but I have to go through the same exact files that I went through earlier today. So let me just bring them back up for us here, okay? And then I think we'll have a good time, all of us together, going through my breakdown. Now, my analysis is he's looking at 126 to 156 months. Okay, he's a level 30 to 32 offense with a criminal offender level of 0. Okay, so no criminal history. Now let's see where Little Towel brought these up earlier. It was a relatively complex series of investigations that we did. Here we go. I got him. All right. So we need this one. Thank you. We need this one. Thank you. We need this one. Thank you. All right. So no, wrong one. Hold on. All right, we got that. We got that. All right, now we need to get a few more things. Hold on. I'm preparing all my documents here. All right, there we got that. All right, and then we got this. All right, and then I think we got everything. All right, so we need, that's 231A, but we need the initial one. So hold on, I think this was the initial one, because it's a little convoluted. Of course, federal sentencing guidelines are convoluted, but the way I enumerated it, it makes sense. Okay, so I have it for you here. We're ready to do our towel thing. Who's ready, ladies and gentlemen? I'm a super towel. All right, so you came at the right time, Tanya Vincent. If you're trying to understand what Diddy could be facing or how the court's going to think about this, I'm going to bring this up for you on your screen right now. All right, so let's do this. All right, let's be a super towel. Let's grab this. You came at the right time, ladies and gentlemen. You came at exactly the right time. All right, so first of all, that's the sentencing matrix. How super cool is that? Super towels. I have the sentencing matrix for you right there. All right, we're going to go through all of this together, and then we're going to see if we can find that. Wait a minute, am I thanking myself? I don't know. Sometimes I do thank myself. I'm a little bit weird. I'm not going to lie. All right, so here we go. All right, so take a look at this. The crime that P. Diddy was convicted under, okay, is section 1242, okay, of the DOJ, of the Mann Act, okay? Now, normally his base offense level on the sentencing guidelines under, which is defined under the United States Sentencing Guidelines, Section 2G 1.1. Normally, which is promoting a commercial sex act or prohibited sexual conduct with an individual other than a minor. Normally, this would be a base offense level, because he's not convicted under 1591B1, of 14. All right, so if we look at a base level of 14, okay, under the federal sentencing guidelines, take a look, ladies and gentlemen, and you can see a base level of 14 for someone with a criminal history category of 0, okay, or 1, which is the lowest possible, okay, 0 or 1. If you're offense level 14, you're in Zone D, but the lowest of Zone D, which means you're 15 to 21. All right, but this is not what Diddy's facing. Now, do you want to know why? First of all, you have to look at, are there special offense characteristics here? And there aren't. Okay, so it doesn't, if AA2 applies, okay, and involve fraud or coercion, or the offense is under 2421AB2, increased by 4. We don't have that. Now, if the offense involved criminal conduct described in 18 U.S.C. 2241A, which it doesn't, or B, which it doesn't, or 18 U.S.C. 2242. Now, take a look at 18 U.S.C. 2242, okay? Whoever in the special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the U.S. or in a federal prison or in any prison institution or facility, etc., causes another person to engage in sexual act by threatening or placing that person in fear, other than by threatening or placing that person in fear of in fear that any person will be subject to death, serious bodily or injury, engages in sexual acts with another person if that person is incapable of appraising the nature of the conduct, or physically incapable of declining participation in or communicating unwillingness to engage in that sexual act, or engages in a sexual act with another person without that other person's consent, to include doing so through coercion, or attempts to do so. Okay? Okay, now look at this. If you look at why this is so relevant for Diddy, it's because if you're under 2G 1.1, right, related to the offense he was convicted under, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, look what happens if you cross-reference and you get a check on 18 U.S.C. 2242 applying. It doesn't matter that you were convicted under 18 U.S.C. 2142, which is what he was convicted under. It doesn't matter. Okay, what matters is that elements of the offense of 18 U.S.C. 2242 apply. Why? Because if you check this box, you got to flow through this flow chart. If you get to this cross-reference, all right, and you check this box, then you can open up Section 2A 3.1. Now, what happens if you open up Section 2A 3.1? Oh, that's not good. Oh, no. Does that base offense level jump to 30? Well, let's see. He wasn't convicted under 18 U.S.C. 2241. No, he was convicted under 2142. All right. But look at that. If you jump over to 2A 3.1 because you check this box under your initial sentencing guideline for the original crime, oh, now we're jumping over to a base offense level of 30. We can rule out 18 U.S.C. 2241C applying. He wasn't convicted of that. But otherwise, for anything else, base level offense 30. What's a base level offense 30 in Zone D for someone with a criminal history category of 1? Oh no. 90 to 121 months. Oh no. Wait a minute, though. Wait a minute. Now, we got to look once we're under Section 2A 3.1 related to the sentencing range, and that will apply here. We got to look at special offense characteristics. Now, did he do anything that was described under 2241A or B? No, I checked. He didn't. Did he do anything that had to do with a child under 12 or between 12 and 16? No. Was the victim in the care, custody, or supervisory control? No. Did the victim sustain permanent or life-threatening bodily injury? No. But did the victim sustain serious bodily injury? Yes. If the degree of injury is above serious bodily injury but below life-threatening, 3-level increase. Now, being generous to the diddler, he probably did B. Okay, probably you could argue C, but let's give him a 2-level increase. That means he's bumped up. Now, we checked, was the victim abducted? No. Was it a minor? No. Now, we have to check cross-references under the more serious section. Was the victim killed? No. Did it involve a minor? No. If it involved a prison official? No. Okay, so therefore, the only thing we have as an additional sentencing factor is an increase by probably 2 to 3 levels. Let's give him 2 levels because we're being generous here. For injury that was above serious bodily injury but below life-threatening bodily injury. So we go ahead over here, ladies and gentlemen, and what happens? Let's zoom in a little bit here. What happens if you end up with a criminal history, right, of 1, which is 0 or 1, the lowest possible? What happens if you jump up to a level 32 offense, base level, maybe 33? What does that say there? 121? You want to zoom in even further? Yeah, let's do it. Hold on. What does that say there? 121 to 168 months? Oh, yes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Diddy has been convicted on 2 counts, each up to 10 years in federal prison, of trafficking with intent to related to prostitution. The difference between sex trafficking and trafficking with intent to prostitute is that sex trafficking involves force or coercion, or like bodily harm. Sex trafficking with the intent to prostitute is just monetary inducement. But for sentencing, you don't actually have to be convicted under a more serious statute for the penalties to apply. So we see that Diddy, the Didla, with a 2-level enhancement on his base sentencing matrix and with a criminal offense level of 1, which is the lowest you can have, he's looking at, if they can apply it, between 121 and 168 months in federal prison. All right? That's 10 to 20 years, and he can get up to 20. What did you think? Did I do well? I think we had a Dear Towel friend who requested that. So let me see. Did I honor your question, my dear friend, Tonya Vincent? I think that he's likely to get somewhere in that range if the U.S. can make sure that more enhanced version of the guidelines applies. And he's looking at 121 to 168 months. So I'd say sentencing 7 to 10 years, out in 2/3 of that with good time. Yeah, murder by maestro. That is what can lead to him getting the sentence under the more serious provision with the 2-level boost, which puts him at level 32 to 33, which is a zone D, 121 to 168 months. What do you think? Could Towel do it, ladies and gentlemen? Did I do it? Oh, you're welcome. I thought I did a very good analysis. It wasn't easy to do the analysis earlier today. I had to kind of really work my way through this. We were doing it live, and I was like, wait a minute. You flow from this to this section? Now, federal sentencing guidelines are hard to understand, but I'm a little Towel. I could pick up on things relatively quickly. So I was like, I'm a little Towel. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we got to get back to our JFK book, okay? It's going to be a little bit of a transition, but if you missed it earlier, if you're just tuning in, Little Towel, it is, well, listen, Tonya, he can get any amount. It's up to the judge, but it's very odd. It would be abnormal without the government's consent for there to be a downward departure on the sentencing guidelines. And before we even get to the question of sentencing, we have to determine if the Didla can get out of jail before sentencing. I'm leaning a hard no, but you never know. You never know. You never know. So until 5 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, we got to learn a few things. Did you hear earlier today? I don't know if you heard the news. It's big news all around the Towel world, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'm going to bring it up for you right now. Towel solved the Kennedy assassination. And you might be saying, no, you did not. But ask Murder by Maestro, I did. Murder by Maestro, didn't I solve the Kennedy assassination? All right, Cassie Ventura, we have an update in the Didla case. We have an update in the Didla case. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an update. Cassie's lawyer has sent in a letter opposing bail for the Didla. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I got the letter for you. It's a letter from Cassie's attorney, one of the named victims in the case, opposing bail for the Didla. All right, so here's the letter. Dear Judge Submaranium, we write as counsel for Cassandra Ventura, Miss Ventura, to respectfully request that the court deny Mr. Combs to be released pending his sentencing on his 2 convictions under 18 U.S.C. 2421. It was 2421. Pursuant to the Bail Reform Act, 18 U.S.C. 1343A2, detention is mandatory post-conviction on these charges, and Ms. Ventura believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including yourself as well as to the community. We thank the court for its time and attention to this matter. So they found a clause that says detention is mandatory. There you go. There you go. He's staying in jail. They found a clause. Classy's lawyer, Douglas H. Wigda, found a clause in the Bail Reform Act saying that detention is mandatory post-conviction. Oh, you gotta love it. You can call lawyers squirmy all you want, ladies and gentlemen, but you gotta love a man who comes in with a find like that. You shepherdize that Bail Reform Act, 18 U.S.C. 1343A2, and you just dunk on him. You dunk on him. Detention is mandatory post-conviction on these charges. There you go. He ain't getting out of jail unless he's got some trick up his sleeve, ladies and gentlemen. He'll have to pull a real diddler, throw ropes out of the Metropolitan Detention Center, call the Riddler, and get himself picked up on the Penguins helicopter. And that's just not happening. I may be a 1940s newsman, but even that is outside the realm of possibility. All right, there you go. The standard is that detention is mandatory post-conviction on these charges. There you go. That's the legal standard. We love it. We love to see it, Little Towels. We love to see it. Now, if you're just tuning in, we have a few other things. Oh, we love Kiki and Riri as well. Hello, Kiki and Riri. Your mom, Super Towel that Jew drops, is a super towel. Have you considered that sometimes the TV just starts talking to you, Kiki and Riri? And I'm pretty sure that utterly baffles you because it's this random device. It can't know who you are, but yet it just starts talking to you. I find that hilarious. I'm a little bit perplexed as to whether Kiki and Riri think that the BBC is on most of the time because this newsman is talking in the 1940s voice. But other than that, I think it's hilarious. But anyway, so as we wait for 5 p.m., if you're just tuning in, the diddler could be kept in jail after his 2 felony convictions under the Mann Act because of an obscure clause in the Bail Reform Act, ladies and gentlemen, of 1993. 18 U.S.C. 1343A2 that says detention is mandatory post-conviction for anything under the Mann Act, including for what Diddler was convicted of, 18 U.S.C. 2421. The diddler. Yes, the laws in this case seem to have been written in a way that'll keep the diddler off the streets. Can we guarantee it? No, Peony and Rose. Literally a Martian could fly down into the court and say, I'm here on behalf of the State Department. You got to let the diddler go. And then all of a sudden he could just be let go. Do I think that's going to happen? No. At this point, would it surprise me? No. I'd be like, oh, well, you know, the Martian guy that represents the government, he just had to go down there and say to the judge, listen, we need the diddler. And, you know, we couldn't do the innocence fraud thing here. It was a little complicated. So I'm a Martian. Just give him to me. Now, if I were a federal judge and a Martian showed up and was like, give me the defendant, I would be like, well, you're not from this planet. I can't really do very much to you. And I'm concerned that if I say no, you're going to just vapor blast us all. So yes, you know, I'm leaving open the possibility that a Martian comes down and tells the federal judge that P. Diddy is important for some reason that the Martian can't explain, and then takes P. Diddy out of the courthouse. That's one option on the table. I would literally say at that point, listen, based on everything I've read, this is not the most implausible thing, okay? The fact that this is that we should check that Martian to make sure that it's not a human in a costume. But I'm pretty sure that this is a very reasonable possibility in this godforsaken legal system. I'm sure the State Department somehow has had contact with Martians, and they probably will deploy them in a break glass moment. Now, listen, I haven't really put this all together, you know, because I don't think a Martian's going to intervene. But if they do, I will do a deep dive on it. Let me tell you, I will find out who that Martian works for, who's paying his per diem, and what restaurants he goes to. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Yeah, that's right, Ruth. He might, P Diddy, with the Martians' help, might come up with a very mysterious medical condition to get out of federal prison. I would not doubt it. If you're just tuning in, though, by the way, we have to wait till 5 p.m., okay? We're getting the Diddler decision at a federal court hearing in the Southern District of New York in Manhattan at 5 p.m. Eastern, all right? I can't make 5 p.m. Eastern arrive faster, but what I can do is I can be here with you for the next 2.5 hours as we await the decision. And part of what we're going to do over those 2.5 hours is, one, we're going to talk a little bit about the implications of the Kohberger plea, but I think you already see the implications are that he's going to prison for a long time. He's never going to see the light of day again. The plea was accepted. They'll do the sentencing, the reading of the victim's impact statement on Wednesday, July 23rd, 2025, 9 a.m. Mountain Time, 11 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Now, we also have to get ready for 5 p.m. because the Diddler is getting sentenced. It's going to be whether the Diddler gets out of jail in federal prison is going to be determined at 5 p.m. by Judge Submaranian. It looks like there's a clause in the law that makes it impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, hello. Hello, Kath. Did you ever? I have always wanted to go to Tim Hortons. If I ever come up to visit Canada, all the Canadian towels and I, we're going to Tim Hortons. I'm going to get some coffee. I'm going to get some donuts. I think they make honey buns of some kind. And then that's breakfast. And then for lunch, we're going to go get poutine. I don't know if they make that poutine. I don't know if they make that in all of Canada or just Montreal. It doesn't matter. We're going to find it anyway. Then I want to have some pierogies, okay? And then I want to go to an ice rink where the stairs are like a fold down from the locker rooms, like fold down over one of the boards, all right? Like a barn is what they call it. Then I want to go to, I think, Winnipeg, and I would like to see the Hart Family Wrestling School, if possible. And then I also want to go to the Toronto, because I'd like to see where the Grey Cup is played, where the Argonauts have their home stadium, all right? And then I also think that I want to go to Saskatchewan. I think that's where the Hearts are. Not because I actually want to go to Saskatchewan. I don't know what's there. But because I just want to say I've been to Saskatchewan, it kind of sounds like saying the Sasquatch, and that's hilarious. I don't mean to insult any of the towels in Saskatchewan. That's why I want to go there. So anyway, the point is I'm going to eventually go to Canada. No, Bossy Texas Chick, it's finalized now. It's over. The only question now is how long he's going away for. Tonya Vincent, I'm coming. We are coming to Canada. We are going to have pierogies. You don't understand. It's going to be an international towel trip. Oh, you got it, Steph. I'll come visit you as well. The significance of the plea, Peony and Rose, he's very guilty, and we heard him say for the first time he's guilty, and he did it, and it's obvious he did it, and now we're going to watch, if I can, we're going to watch an interview. Let me see if I can find the link. We're going to watch an interview on News Nation with his professor, and I'm going to annotate it. All right, I'm going to comment on it. So we got a lot going on right now, Little Towels. Let me look for this News Nation interview. All right, hold on. News Nation interview, Coberger, Professor Brian, and the interviewer's name is Brian. So we're going to watch this. Oh, no, Kat Dawn, we have to get Kat some coffee, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sending it to you by air. You don't understand. I'm sending it to you by air. I got the interview. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, let's watch the interview with Brian Kohberger's former professor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch it. Let's be erudite, informed, and cogent little towels. And I got this interview. It's from last night. It was on News Nation. We're going to do some commentary. We're going to analyze it. We're going to be erudite little towels. So let's get this loaded up for you. All right, there we go. Should be loading up. We're going to watch it together. Let's see what we think of the professor who taught Brian, the murderer, Kohberger. And this is a big deal in the sense that people were saying, I saw people online being like, I think he didn't do it. Well, okay. First of all, I don't understand why anyone bought into this Kohberger thing when the guy is now pled guilty. But also, the more information that comes out about this man, the more obvious it is that he was always guilty. Always guilty. All right, so we're going to watch this interview with Kohberger's professor, and then we'll lead up to 5 o'clock. We're going to talk a little bit more about how Towell solved the JFK assassination, and then we're going to do some public affairs programming. I know you're not going to love it, but public affairs programming is important. This interview with Kohberger's professor is important. Let's do all of it. Let me unmute it for you, and we're going to do some analysis.
Dr. I want to bring now, though, and we're joined exclusively by her, renowned forensic psychologist, Dr. Catherine Ramsland. As you may know, she was Brian Kohberger's professor and advisor at DeSales University in Pennsylvania. She has not spoken publicly about Brian Kohberger until now. She's been on this show talking about other cases, but she's been very, very careful not to talk about Kohberger because of the trial, because she was going to be a witness at the trial, and she now feels comfortable to open up to us. And we've got so many questions, Dr. Ramsland, that I've got so many questions I've wanted to ask you for so long. I want to start with, how did you first meet Brian Kohberger? What classes of yours was he in?
Okay, I want to be just clear that I'm still within the FERPA limitations that protect students and student information. So I will talk within that. I met him in the fall of 2018 when he came to DeSales University. He had an associate's degree, and he was going to get into our 4-year program as a psychology major. He selected the forensic track, which made him an advisee for me because I managed the forensic track. And he was also in my class that semester.
And Dr. Ramsland talks about FERPA. I should have mentioned that. There's a law, it's a federal law, I believe, that she is not allowed to talk about certain aspects of a student, their grades, certain parts of their academic life. It's almost like a HIPAA. So she's going to tell us what she can, but unless Brian Kohberger signs off, she's legally not allowed to talk about certain elements of his academic career. So just keep that in mind if there's some things that Dr. Ramsland can't answer. What was your perception of him?
He seemed like eager to be in the classroom. He was polite. He was respectful, intense, and curious. And there was no reason for me to think that he was anything other than someone who was really interested in this potential career.
You know, I will say here, it's interesting. I didn't know that the FERPA was comprehensive like that. That's a very interesting insight about the amount the professor can talk about during the interview. Very, very interesting.
Was there anything looking back now that was strange about him or that you noticed?
When I look back, there really isn't anything that stood out to me. I think when you're a teacher, your instinct is to accept students at face value. You don't, start with suspicions or, and there really weren't any red flags. He was always really quite respectful and grateful. He would thank me for things. He was attentive. He would do the work. I didn't have any concerns.
I think it was 4 classes that you taught him in. What were those classes?
There were 3 undergraduate courses in the forensic track that I taught, and he was in all of them. Well, one was Introduction to Forensic Psychology. Another was my death investigation class, which was called Psychological Sleuthing. And the third one was called Dangerous Minds, the Psychology of Antisocial Behavior.
So are schools like screening people for like potentially going there to learn about this stuff undercover? Because this is scary. It's scary to hear that this. I get we need people who research this, okay? But like, first of all, clearly, not everyone can apply. Like, you can hide from these techniques if you know what they are. So don't teach them to people who are dangerous. I don't know how we screen for that though, but that's horrifying.
And then he got into the graduate program in criminal justice for a master's degree. And he took a course with me called Behavioral Criminology.
Is there anything, Dr. Ramsland, when you look back and you think about the curriculum of those classes, and not getting into his specific experience, but when you think about what you taught in those classes that you think, oh my gosh, he may have used that in what he's now accused of doing here in Idaho?
Well, the antisocial behavior course involves serial killers and mass murderers, and we do a lot of case analysis. I use two books that I wrote. One was written with the BTK killer, whom you just mentioned, and his decision process and the crimes and how he thought about them and felt about them, and what was it like for him, to be caught. So that's a very intense book. And also I have one called The Mind of a Murderer, which was about various behavioral experts over the past century who interviewed killers, mass murderers, and serial killers to get as close as possible, spending a lot of time with them to get as close as possible to their process of becoming a criminal. And so he would have been exposed to that. I think now looking back, I would look at maybe some of the things that interested him as being, something that gives me pause, but we always have.
What? It didn't give you pause at the time?
Have to think about, we all know, everyone in this field, forensic psychology and criminology, know that we could have students who might become offenders. But we also know that the vast majority of our students will not, and will instead go in.
Your whole discipline is about detecting these people. Why can't you screen them out from your classes? It's a threat to safety.
To a field like law enforcement, FBI, Secret Service, that make the world better, that protect us. So we know that there's always a risk that we're attracting somebody who wants to do something terrible. Hoping we won't ever have that, but in my case, I did.
Can you say, Dr. Ramsland, what it was looking back now that sort of raises your eyebrows specifically in terms of things in the class?
I think just the idea of wanting to study offenders and what their thought process was, how they felt about their crimes, wanting to study that, and then finding out that this is a person who then is now saying he's guilty of doing these things. I have to look at the framework of what I taught and wonder, did I inspire him in some way? Did I, but I can't second guess that, because I may have inspired somebody else to become an FBI agent. And that's, unfortunately, in this field, that's what we live with.
I mean, you've been studying serial killers most of your life, but when you talk about the fact that what you taught may have inspired this, that's got to be hard for you to process, I would imagine.
It's terrible, very hard. And it's not just what happened to the victims. I really thought Brian Coberger was a promising student who really could have made a mark in this career, and in a very positive way. I thought that. So disappointed, angry, and very shocked that this is who he turned out to be, and horrified for the victims and their families. Just horrified. I mean, I worked with Dennis Rader closely for 5 years. I met the victims.
Well, all right. So Murder by Maestro, I agree with you, except for I think we should profile them like for defensive intelligence purposes. We shouldn't have just people doing it for media, but it should be, we should use FBI profilers and profilers. We should be using them to interview these people, keep it confidential and secret and classified, but use that to catch other killers. Have you seen Silence of the Lambs? However, that's also a lesson. You have to be very careful with these people, and they should not be giving media interviews. And I agree, it's gross that she interviewed the BTK killer. Even if it went to his victims' families, it's gross.
Victims' families. I saw the devastation that these kinds of acts can have, and I have to always keep that in mind when I'm teaching these subjects.
What did you think when you first heard that Brian Kohberger, your former student, was arrested for this?
I was completely floored. I didn't believe it. And his demeanor that we saw on media was that he was confident that he was going to be able to prove his innocence. So I wanted to wait and see. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. But as months go by and he kept saying that he had an alibi, and I wondered, well, why are you sitting in jail? Give us your alibi, get out. And that wasn't happening. And then it was really when he said his alibi, and it was clearly not an alibi, and he would have known that, certainly from all the classes that he had through undergraduate and graduate work. He would have understood that wasn't really an alibi. I think that was when I was really, floored that.
Oh, that's when you were floored? Oh my goodness, this woman. This is kind of ridiculous. It's hard to watch this.
This is my student who has done these things.
You mentioned, you studied BTK, the serial killer. You met with him many times in prison. This is what you do in a hope to prevent these things from further happening and understand the mind of a serial killer. Would you want to study Brian Coberger? Have you put any thought into that? Is that something that you think could be possible?
I've been thinking about that for 2.5 years. I would. This is my work. If he wanted to do that, I would.
That's so gross. That's so gross. I don't like this at all. LS, you have a great weekend, my dear friend. A great day, my dear friend. Oh, goodness. I just can't believe, I just can't believe how she's talking. Like, what do you mean you want to, the first thing, he just killed these people, admitted to it, and the first thing you're thinking is, oh yeah, well, I'll interview him, I'll learn more about him, it's my work. Clearly your work isn't working on detecting killers, it's just to promote you. So stop doing, or at least stop interviewing them. Keep doing your work, but stop interviewing them for books.
Within the framework of this is what we do to try to look at developmental trajectories, the triggers, so that we can see the red flags faster. We can prevent people like this from wreaking the havoc that they do. So if he wanted to do that, I know that he's got the intellectual capacity to do it, to be self-reflective, to help think through how his life came to this. And so I would definitely do it if he were willing. And it would be hard. But I think because I have so much material from him, I have questions for him that I think nobody else but me could ask.
And just my last question, Dr. Ramsland, you are the person that I think of who, if anyone could see through someone and see that they have a secret side, I would think it would be you, because this has been your life's work and trying to figure that out. And in a sense, it almost feels like Brian Coberger even had you fooled.
Well, I studied
That was the first real cutting question he asked.
The ones who are really good at it, because I want to really try to understand what can we see in the constellation of behaviors that will tip us off earlier, because people who are really good at passing as normal and keeping their dark side hidden can fool people, can fool all the experts for a long period of time. I think anybody in my field will tell you they can be duped by a really skillful, predatory type of person. So, I'm not going to say I'm the person who can spot this. I can see things like if you have a rigid personality and you're threatening, those are red flags that are very clear, or you have a mental instability and you're drawing, violent images. These are things we can see and we can anticipate. But if somebody's presenting themselves as a completely normal human being, engaged in life the way, that according to our expectations, it's really hard to see through that.
That is when profiling is the most important. You don't need to profile people who are telling you they're dangerous. It's for the people who blend in. We are watching a lecture with David Wilson next because this woman is terrible. I can't listen to this much longer. We have a lecture from a UK college, Selwyn College in Cambridge, and we're going to, I think it's in the UK, and we're going to listen to that next, and it's going to save me from this. And it shocks me that this has 3 times the views of this lecture from Professor David Wilson.
And as a teacher, I am not initially suspicious that students are there for the wrong reasons. And so I think some of us have what I would call a cognitive disadvantage, because we are giving the benefit of the doubt to students. And I think that's certainly what happened. That's why I would want to work with him and study him, because I want to understand how he was able to completely fool me.
Well, it'll be interesting to see as this moves along, if that indeed ends up happening. Dr. Ramsland, appreciate you coming on tonight and sharing this insight into your former student. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're now going to watch, to juxtapose that, we're going to listen to someone, it was in the chat, there was a recommendation, please take credit, because I unfortunately forgot your name, because it flowed by so fast. But if you mention Professor David Wilson, now we're going to watch someone who I believe will juxtapose what we just listened to. And now let's listen to a criminologist explain what the discipline is actually like instead of a populist form of it. I believe that's what we're going to see. And we're waiting for the 5 p.m. Eastern. By the way, Diddy decision on whether he'll continue to be locked up. There's a fludder. Twitter is a fludder, and there's a flurry of activity, but no hearing until 5 p.m. in federal district court in the SDNY in Manhattan to determine whether Diddy will walk free or Diddy will remain up, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's listen to Professor David Wilson, and let's hear if there's ever such a thing as an argument for profiling. Maybe Murder by Maestro will change his opinion. Maybe some of you will change your opinion. We won't know until we do it. Let me unmute.
We welcome all our guests.
Oh, I'm so excited. This is Cambridge. I love British academics. You don't understand. They are brilliant. We are going to have an amazing time. This is like watching the movie The Oxford Murders. Everybody sit around, get excited. Okay, everybody sit down, find your coffee friends, find your towel friends. If you just got a second coffee and your name is Kath, this is the moment to tune in, because now we're going to watch, and we are going to, I think it was LS who suggested it. Now we're going to see if Murder by Maestro can be convinced. Murder by Maestro, you'll be the arbiter here as to whether there's ever such a thing as functional criminal profiling. This is a lecture from Selwyn College in Cambridge, and we appreciate the fact that they uploaded this. It's shocking that this was 4 years ago and only has 32,000 views. The video we just watched from last night, to prove my point about the populist nature of the criminal profiling that was just on display, this lecture has 1/3 the views, and it's 4 years old. Okay, that show from last night had 90,000 views. All right, so let's take a look.
Here in the Quarry White House Auditorium, and also people joining us from the UK and from around the world. You are very welcome. The list of countries allegedly where people are watching this live include Australia, Taiwan and New Zealand, where it strikes me it must be, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So if you really are watching live in Australia or New Zealand, do let us know. But you're very welcome to watch on demand as well. And plenty of people nearer home in France and Germany and Ireland and Portugal and over to the USA. So lots of people joining us, Selwyn alumni and friends from Britain and from around the world. And as usual with our events at Selwyn, you are very welcome to ask questions. Because of trying out the auditorium, really, we're going to play it safe tonight. So we'd like your questions, if you want to send them in, to do them by email is probably easiest. And if you email me at master@sel.cam.ac.uk, so that's master@sel.cam.ac.uk. And what we're going to be doing is interviewing David for maybe 15 or 20 minutes and then throwing over to the audience where you can ask any question at all that you want. And we are delighted tonight to have with us Professor David Wilson, who has many hats. He's a criminologist, he's a former prison governor, he's a writer, he's a broadcaster, and most important, he's a Selwyn alumnus. And we think there are probably fairly few Selwyn alumni who went pretty much straight from Selwyn to working at Wormwood Scrubs. And he spent quite a long time in the prison service, and there came across quite a number of notorious prisoners, including Dennis Nielsen, Charles Bronson, and others, and he wrote a book about the various murderers that he has known. He's also a familiar face, of course, from TV and radio, currently on Channel 4 with Amelia Fox talking about cold cases, and he has a new book, which you have brought with you happily, called A Plot to Kill, which we're going to talk about a bit, and really start with the book, and then go on a bit more widely to talk about murders and murderers, and then the criminal justice system, which a number of questions have come in already, so quite wide-ranging, and we will aim to finish a little before 7 o'clock. So, David, A Plot to Kill is one of those alluring book descriptions about a mystery and a murder in a quiet part of the English countryside. And tell us why you wrote it.
Well, I tried to resist writing it for many, many months. So firstly, thank you for asking me, and it's so nice to see people, and I know there are other people that I can't see, but it's lovely to be back in Selwyn and to see all these incredible buildings going up, which was very different to my day when I knew Professor Chatia and Professor Morrill. I live in Buckingham, and I moved to Buckingham when I became a governor grade at a place called Grendon, and then I would subsequently go on to run a prison in, or a part of a prison in Milton Keynes called Wood Hill. And so I live in Buckingham, and this is a murder that took place in Buckingham. And I couldn't escape conversation about the murder because people would say to me in Waitrose or in the pub, "Are you going to write a book about that murder?" And I tried to resist doing that because my previous book had been written at the behest of my sisters about a murder that took place in the 1970s in the town where we had grown up in Scotland called Carluke. And I remembered...
I love this man. He's like, well, you know, I didn't want to write the book, but people kept bothering me about it. So eventually I was like, fine. And then he's like, and then my other book, my sisters wanted me to write about it. I love this man. That's how, first of all, his demeanor tells me he's cool. Second of all, I agree with Murder by Maestro that even if you just accept all their lies as lies, the discipline's redundant. But I also think Murder by Maestro, we got to train you in like human intelligence. You can really get something out of even a very manipulative person if you understand how to induce them. Like it's like playing the game against them, but not like in a benevolent way. I think we gotta have you read up Murder by Maestro. I know you're very well read, but I'm telling you, it's not accepting their lies. Like you have to think below the surface. You can't accept it's not saying you accept their lies as lies. It's saying you cognitively manipulate a very intelligent liar into revealing the truth. I think that's what this guy, Professor Wilson's going to talk about. But I also love this man because he's so authentic. He doesn't want like attention or anything. He'll do it because what he's discussing is important. But he's like, yeah, it's just what I'm interested in, and my sister wanted me to write it, so of course I'm going to write. I like this man already. I want to hear more.
How difficult it was to write honestly about murder, because you have to ask often really insensitive questions, or what are seen as insensitive questions, of various people to get the information that you need to be able to understand what had happened in that particular incident. And so my previous book had been about murder in the 1970s, and I knew how difficult that had been. And here was a murder that had taken place in the town where I was living and was very much still being discussed in the town. So I thought, why on earth would I want to take that on board? And in some respects, I felt I'd been kind of forced into it. I'm glad I was forced into it because it's an extraordinary story of a man who used to be head of English at Stowe School, which is one of our leading public schools. He had taught at Manchester Grammar School before going to Stowe. After he retired, he had become a part-time lecturer at the University of Buckingham, the only private university in the country. And one of his students befriended him, inveigled his way into the man's life, and over a long period of time, slowly but certainly poisoned him. But because that offender had convinced everybody in the town that the older man, who's called Peter Farquhar, was drinking too much, he started spreading rumors that, look, don't be surprised, he's drinking so much, he's got Alzheimer's, he's this, he's that, he's something else. Nobody really questioned when he eventually dies. And so the book really is not just telling that story, but trying to open up Middle England. Buckingham literally is at the heart of England, and metaphorically, though, it's, we go to Waitrose. A crisis in Buckingham is an absence of Sauvignon Blanc in the supermarket rather than an upsurge in muggings. And so it was trying to open up the culture of Middle England to say, how did he get away with this? What responsibilities do the organizations like the Coroner's Court, the NHS? Peter Farquhar was a very committed Christian. He went through a betrothal ceremony with Ben Field, who murders him. Ben Field was 5 days away from ordination training. He was teaching part-time at the local university. Buckingham University published the killer's MA dissertation. The killer goes to his father's church. You remember, he's 5 days away from ordination training, and whilst he's on remand, preaches a sermon on the sixth commandment. And I want you all, I'm looking around to see how many of you know what the sixth commandment is, which is, thou shalt not kill. You cannot get over the psychopathy and the skill of this particular perpetrator, and that's what the book is about.
And we should remember, of course, there are real victims, and this is a tragedy as well as a story of murder in an English town. But it does have some of the read of a classic mystery about it, in that when the victim is originally discovered, they don't think it's murder.
No, because the perpetrator had been very skilled at planting all these seeds. And there was also something which I call weaponized gentility. As is quite clear from what I've just said, the older man, Peter Farquhar, was in a same-sex relationship with the much younger man, the killer, Ben Field. And so there was that kind of weaponized gentility, as I put it, which was a distancing of what was happening in their life, as opposed to a real questioning that might have taken place, I think would have taken place, if it had been a heterosexual relationship. And therefore, one of the things that upset me the most in doing the research was that afterwards, the Church of England's stance was that, well, there's not much to see here. It's just an extraordinary set of events. Whereas, in fact, it was the Church of England's stance on homosexuality which created the conditions in which the killer was able to exploit so that he was able to murder Peter Farquhar.
That is exactly how it works. Now this man's a G. I'm going to interview this man. Just a genius. But would see through anyone in a heartbeat. That's why I love it. Oh my God. He knows too. He knows how the institutions cover things up, and how it all ends up being narrative and self-interest. So it's not just who the killer is, but how do they manipulate the system. This man's mine. This man is a genius. And also, I love that all of you from all the UK towels are or people who were from there are there now. I know what he's talking about. He's so posh. This is wonderful. It's a day to be a British towel. Anglophiles included. And Commonwealth realms nations included too.
The other extraordinary thing is that then there's a second victim.
And the second victim, so the cover shows literally the houses where the two people lived. This is where Peter Farquhar lived, who was murdered, and this house was where an elderly woman who was in her 80s, called Anne Moore Martin, who had been a former teacher herself. Field was I think there was something deeply interesting about why he targets teachers. I think he was also a gerontophile, which is somebody who's sexually attracted to the elderly. There was a presumption it must have been the older man that was interested in the younger man, whereas I really did get the impression that it was the younger man that was sexually interested in the older man. And after Peter Farquhar dies, but everybody thinks it's a tragic accident, Field turns his attention to Anne Moore Martin. However, Field was never charged with that particular murder because Anne Moore Martin was cremated, whereas Peter Farquhar was buried, and therefore they could exhume Peter Farquhar and test his remains for the poisons that were being used, and that wasn't possible in the case of Anne Moore Martin.
Now, here's a big question about the specific murder. What is it that makes a murderer start on a course like that? Do they always intend to murder? Is that what happened in this case? Or is it something which just develops from a particular set of circumstances?
So I often say that most murders and most murderers that I've encountered or worked with, it's a cliche, I know, but it sums up my experience. It's 5 minutes of madness. They do something in a 5-minute period that they regret for the rest of their lives. And they would never dream of ever using that kind of violence again. That's the majority. Sadly, a lot of my career is working with...
it sounds familiar to a story we've been covering recently, perhaps.
People who murdered not because of 5 minutes of madness. They murdered because usually they have an underlying personality disorder, which we usually call psychopathy. And for them, murder is a way of gaining power, of gaining control, of making them feel alive in a set of circumstances that they can manipulate for their own ends. And so this murder...
All right, that sounds more like Coberger.
This particular murder was not 5 minutes of madness. It was a very carefully calibrated sequence of events that gradually the killer was able to succeed by killing his partner. And he did so because his partner no longer was useful to him. He needed to move on somewhere else. And the best way he could do that was to get rid of his former partner.
I want to look at the wider issues in a bit more detail, but before we leave A Plot to Kill, a spoiler alert if you're going to read the book, but how was this uncovered? How did it come to light that it had been murder, not an accidental death?
So it was uncovered simply because the killer overreached himself and had moved on to Anne Moore Martin. And Anne Moore Martin's niece, who also lives in Buckingham, raises her disquiet about the relationship that her aunt has with the killer, because he convinces the aunt to change her will, as he had done in the case of Peter Farquhar. And so it's going to be uncovered as a consequence of the lawyer. Her niece went to the lawyer to actually say, look, this is really giving me concern. Here's the other concerning thing. The Buckingham dodged a bullet because the killer was working not only part-time at the university, he was working part-time at the nursing home, and he looked after patients who had Alzheimer's and were close to the end of their lives. And when he was arrested, the police found that he had a list of 100 people who would be useful to him in the weeks and months and years to come. Ben Field would have used the place of the elderly in our culture and religion to achieve his ends, to become a serial killer, in exactly the same way that Harold Shipman had used medicine to become our most prolific serial killer.
Now, you and I know the way this works in terms of publicity and blurbs for books, and it says not much shocks David Wilson, but this really did. It must, of course, have been, it was a rattling good book, and that surely is the issue about our fascination with murders and murderers, which is, as we say, there are victims, but we like reading about this sort of thing.
And I think there is genuinely, it seems to me, sniffiness about that. A lot of people want to see the public or our interest in murder in as if it is somehow disreputable. It shouldn't be something that we own up to. Whereas I actually think it's perfectly understandable, because I think the public are interested in murder because it's so outside of their experience. And therefore it's a mystery for them. And in evolutionary terms, we have progressed as a species because we solve mysteries. And it's no coincidence, it always seems to me, that women in particular are interested in true crime, because it's women in particular, it's the female gender that so often has to deal with men's violence. And therefore, why wouldn't they be interested in, well, why is that man violent, and what could we do to prevent that violence happening to me? So I think there is a perfectly good reasons why people would be interested in true crime and murder and murder specifically. And I'd also say that we're now at a zeitgeist moment, more broadly, in terms of true crime. Because people no longer, it seems to me, and I have to say to executives in TV offices, I have to say, the public don't want to hear the story again. The public are far more aware of what the story is than you are. And indeed, the zeitgeist point at the moment is that the public, the armchair detectives, the web sleuth, would like to solve the mysteries themselves. And guess what? They're often incredibly successful. There are people who are web sleuths, are armchair detectives, who are genuinely solving some of these cold case mysteries. And that's the zeitgeist moment about true crime. It's no longer about just retell the story and can you give it in more gruesome detail. It's, well, what happened and who was the culprit?
Yeah, he's right. So do you all know what a zeitgeist is? I use the word like cultural ethos, which is more attuned, I think, to the Aristotelian and Platonic and Socratic legacy and tradition. But he's using zeitgeist, which is a German word, which is a little bit more postmodern. And it definitely comes out of like the Frankfurt School, I'm pretty sure. And it means like the cultural ethos of a people. And I think of it a lot, in particular, I think of it like chapter 8 of Adorno and Horkheimer's book, Dialectic of the Enlightenment. All right. And in chapter 8, which is called The Culture Industry, I'm pretty sure that's where this term comes from, zeitgeist. It refers to like the artificial, it can be sui generis or autopoietic, self-generating in the Latin and the Greek. It can be a self-generating concept, but it has this sort of ring of like imposed culture. So what he's saying is, this is a shift in the cultural zeitgeist because it's reframing symbiotically the nature of participation between the narrative and the polity. It used to be that narrative was a one-way machine, like the institution or the powerful writer or the film industry or the media created a narrative, you consumed it. Now it's more, there's a symbiotic relationship between the hive mind, the crowd, and the development of a narrative. So he's saying this is a beneficial shift in the popular zeitgeist because it's, instead of being very like sort of paternalistic and top down, it is instead starting to engender the participation of individuals in the larger cultural schema. He's calling it a zeitgeist. He's really, what's nice is he's using zeitgeist metaphysically to describe the change in this process. He's not he's not saying that the zeitgeist is per se just changing because people are becoming more symbiotically engaged in public discourse. He's saying that it's very metaphysical. That shift in and of itself represents, much like Hegel's historical dialectic, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, that process, the form of it, not the content, represents a new cultural zeitgeist. Do you see what I'm saying? So he's making a multi-layered, very, very well taken analytical point there. And the way he's using the word zeitgeist, I love it. You really have to see how he's deploying it. But he's saying the new cultural zeitgeist isn't just the symbiotic relationship between the public and the narrative related to these cases. It's that itself represents a new form of democratic will formation, because there's a cogency to the participatory nature of that symbiosis from the perspective of the polity. That's unbelievable. Oh my goodness, it's absolutely unbelievable. Yes, the spirit of our time, Deaf Otter, that's the best translation. And let me just look up rather than me just guessing, let me get the etymology of the word zeitgeist, because I'm pretty sure it comes out of 1930s Germany, not from the Third Reich, but from the critical theorists of the Frankfurt School. But let me get it. It's a German word, and it was popular. Oh, wait a minute. It goes even. Wait a minute. Guess who created it? Oh, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. It was Hegel. It was Hegel that coined, well, along with Herder, but Hegel coined the term zeitgeist. It's poetically beautiful. He's referencing Hegel. That means he's knowingly talking about the historical dialectic. So he's knowingly deploying zeitgeist in a metaphysical way in order to embody his commentary on the emerging, his symbiotic historical form. I love it. This man is a genius. I need to talk to him more. He is classically trained in philosophy. Clearly, he's a polymath. He's trained in mass human psychology. I love that he's trained in history, sociology, applied psychology, applied epistemology, critical theory. Oh, this man is a genius. Oh, this man is a genius. This is incredible. This is wonderful. I thought it was Adorno and Horkheimer who coined the term zeitgeist, but they just used it because they were first generation Hegelians. Oh, goodness. It might have been second generation. Either way, I love it, ladies and gentlemen. I love this man. I love this man. Someone get me in discussion with this man. We will talk for hours. I will sit there. I don't drink wine, but he can drink wine. I will have my cigar, and we can debate the entire history of continental and analytic and Eastern philosophy, and then also applied sociology, and we can talk about Weber's interpretation of Hegel, and then I bet he loves Finnegan's Wake. I tell you right now that man loves the book Finnegan's Wake. I don't even have to meet him. I could go up to him and be like, I bet you like the work Finnegan's Wake, and he'd be like, how do you know? And I'd be like, because you use the word zeitgeist to talk about the emerging symbiotic historical dialectic related to the cogency of public discourse in the context of true crime. You are a genius, sir. So somebody get me this man so I can talk to him. This is going to be wonderful. I wish I was like President Towell, so I could just be like, hello, Madam Secretary, not the actual Secretary of Defense or something, but my actual secretary, who I would love dearly. Madam Secretary, first of all, get me the Pope. Second of all, after I talk to the Pope, I would like to talk to Professor David Wilson. And they do the switchboard thing. And Professor Wilson, the president, who is a towel, would like to speak to you. Would you take the call? Who's going to say no? But he's not from the U.S., so he'd be like, the president of what?
So you're going to tell us that the appearance of Emilia Fox in your new Channel 4 show, she is a distinguished criminologist like you, or are you saying that that's necessary to get people into those kind of true crime shows?
So Roger is alluding to a Channel 4 series that's just finished, that finished last night, in which Emilia Fox, who's best known for playing Dr. Nikki Alexander in Silent Witness, Amelia has met more forensic pathologists, been in more prisons, more police stations than you can imagine as a consequence of getting that part right. And she and I are good friends, and we speak regularly about true crime. However, the approach with the new Channel 4 series was that we were trying to do a hybrid. We weren't trying simply to do a true crime documentary in the way that we've become used to true crime documentaries. We were trying to do a documentary meets Scandi noir. So it was always meant to be a documentary as unfolding drama. And I have to say, I thought Amelia was absolutely brilliant in it. I made sure the master hadn't read the Times review. The Times very prominently on his table as I went into the lodge. And I went, you haven't been reading the TV review. Because of course, reviewers don't like something that's brand new. They like to review something that they're comfortable with. And this kind of hybrid style has absolutely found its audience on Channel 4. The people who are slightly still sniffy about the style are the broadsheet reviewers.
Now, I would remind everybody at home that if you would like to email a question, please do to master@sel.cam.act.uk, master@sel.cam.ac.uk. And I'll also, in about 5 or 6 minutes, be bringing in the audience here in the Quarry White House Auditorium. But, David, this sounds like a quite banal question, but I'm sure it's one you've been asked an awful lot. When you meet a serial killer like Dennis Nielsen,
yes.
What are they like?
It's a good question, because of course they're not at all like the media portrayal of serial killers. And so everybody, I always feel, is slightly disappointed when I say, well, you know, Dennis Nielsen left my office the very first time I had met him, and I said, ooh, he's a bit like a weedy geography teacher. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to geography teachers, but he looked like the kind of person that wouldn't be able to control a class of 30 GCSE students. And so everybody wants me to say that somehow they're like Hannibal Lecter, that they're going to discuss with me fine foods, Florentine architecture, they're going to play Bach or whatever. It's not like that at all. They're usually characterized, in my experience, by something that they have which is missing. There's a blankness to them. The other thing that they very rarely do is talk about their crime. Most of the serial killers that I've worked with are very silent about their crimes. They'll talk to me about other things, but they don't like talking about their crimes at all. And it really is therefore only in drama where they kind of want to unburden themselves by explaining why they did it. That's not my experience at all.
We have some questions which have been sent in. One of them from David Radford, who's asking whether homicide cases do largely have personality disorders as contrasted with mental illness.
So that's a very broad question. Just let me break it down. So the first thing to say is that 2 women a week are murdered in this culture by their partner or former partner. So that what we think of as homicide or as murder is usually a phenomenon about men killing the women they love or supposedly love or used to love. Just under 2 children a week are murdered in this culture by their parents or carers. So the phenomenon of murder already, if you think about it, there are about 700, 800 murders a year. Just count those figures up for yourselves already. The phenomenon of murder is contained in a very domestic setting. And some of those murders, Jane Monckton Smith's most recent work, I thought, has been extraordinary about coercive controlling men and how that leads to crime. And some of that coercive controlling behavior is the pattern of murder. Now, that has got nothing to do with underlying mental health issues. It's got nothing to do with personality disorder. It's got to do with gender. And it's got to do with my gender, taking responsibility for my gender and the damage that we do to the people that we supposedly love and are closest to. So long before you get into a debate about personality disorder or mental illness, you have to deal with what's really underlying a lot of these cases, which is gender and the power of men in our culture to do what they would like to do in some circumstances to women. If we then deal with the mental health and personality disorder, the next big group of people who will commit murder are very much, in my experience, about personality disorder as opposed to mental illness. There are some people who clearly I will deal with in my applied work who have got clear mental illness, that they're not competent. They couldn't, they wouldn't be fit to plead. They have diminished responsibility. But the bigger group would be those who have underlying personality disorders. And of those underlying personality disorders, the one that I will encounter most regularly is psychopathy. Although, again, we probably don't have time. A lot of the stereotypical public understanding of psychopathy is, it is probably predicated on them reading that book, The Psychopath Test by John Ronson, which was a complete and utter load of rubbish. But everybody now thinks that they understand psychopathy because they've read that book. And you have to go, no, that isn't what psychopathy is. These are long-term ingrained behaviors which will manifest themselves in every aspect of that person's life.
You make a very important point about removing the reasons why murders are committed if we were better in the way we handle gender. Or also, you and I have talked before, the Harold Shipman case reveals a lot about the way our society operates and the way that doctors operate. How much are those factors things you think we should look at more in terms of trying to stop either serial killers or the more routine acts of murder and violence?
So whether in my academic work or my popular work, and including things that I will do on radio or on television, I point out, as far as serial killing is concerned, it's no good trying to think that you will resolve those issues by entering the mind of a serial killer, which again is one of the tropes that you'll see regularly on TV or in film. And that's actually not what I would do when I would be working with the police in an applied setting. What I've always tried to say is, for me, it's much more interesting, and it also gives us the greatest scope for doing something about it if you look at who it is that falls victim to serial murder in our culture, because only 5 groups fall overwhelmingly, it doesn't work for 100% of the cases, but overwhelmingly only 5 groups of people get murdered, fall victim to serial murder. 4 of those groups are dominated by women, and only 1 group of men overwhelmingly gets murdered by a serial killer in our culture, and that group of men are gay men. And the 2 groups of women who get targeted most regularly in our culture by serial killers are sex workers and women over the age of 60. And so usually I say, I used to describe them when I first started to write this as elderly women, and then I turned 60 and thought, I'm not elderly. But if you think about it in those terms, you can do a great deal to overcome serial murder in our culture if you challenge homophobia, and if you have a grown-up debate about sex work and how sex work is policed, and the violence that sex workers will regularly experience as they go about selling sexual services. And above all, if you begin to unpick the place of the elderly in our culture and their voicelessness. Nobody questioned Harold Shipman about the fact that the patient that he saw, who was 74, was perfectly healthy and was only wanting an injection, because a flu injection, because she was, she wanted the flu injection, but she would end up dead. Nobody questioned that. In the same way that nobody questions when Peter Farquhar at 69 is found slumped on his sofa with a bottle of Aberlour whiskey beside him. Nobody questioned, he was 69. We need to start remembering the place of the elderly in our culture, and above all, give them a voice in our culture. And if nothing else, COVID-19, we shut off so many elderly people into care homes. And at one stage in the first wave of the pandemic, 400 people a day were dying in those care homes, largely because we allowed people to be released from hospital in the NHS without giving them any tests to see if they had COVID, and put them back into the care homes where everybody else was then going to die. The things that we have done to the elderly in our culture are appalling.
I'm going to ask you a question from the audience here in just a moment, but can I just pursue that? Are there any countries in the world which have had that mature debate, either about homophobia or sex crimes or the elderly? Is there evidence of a society that can make a more mature debate work?
Well, the more mature debate in terms of each of those issues that I've drawn attention to will have a slightly, a different culture is probably going to be cited by me. If I think about sex work, then the more mature debate has already been had in a number of different countries and some states of the United States, where they have gone from one stage legalizing sex work to having managed zones or having tolerance zones. We haven't yet had that kind of debate in our public policy about how to approach the issue of the sale of sexual services by mostly young women who often have addiction problems, some young men also with addiction problems involved in sex work. We've not yet had that debate, but if you think from Holland to Nevada to Austria to the Scandinavian countries, again, one would cite the Scandinavian countries in relation to the place of the elderly in their culture because of their arrangements with regard to pensions. That would also be something that one could look at. Homophobia seems sadly a kind of worldwide phenomenon, and I'm not so sure I can simply say they've got a better outlook there than somewhere else, because every time you think there's some movement forward about homophobia, our most recent serial killer is Stephen Port, who was a gay man targeting other gay men. So I'm not quite sure I could cite someone there.
Okay, does anyone in the auditorium want to come in? I'm asking questions in. Dr. O'Sullivan, the Vice Master.
It strikes me that, is it Ben Field?
Yes.
The answering problem with Harold Shipman, in that you described him as really very clever in the way he portrayed the poor victim as alcoholic and so on. And yet then he did something incredibly stupid, which was target another victim in the same very, very close area. Didn't Harold Shipman do the same?
Yeah.
Sort of crudely forge a will? Or something?
Yes.
I just wonder, is that a pattern? Maybe it's a fact just that people get caught, self-selecting group, or is it? Do you see that very, very cunning and sort of psychopathic, sort of clever people then make really dumb errors?
I'm just going to, Janet, repeat the question because we're not using a roving mic tonight for COVID reasons, so I'm going to repeat the question for people at home. And the question really is that some of the people you've talked about, Ben Field, very clever in multiple respects, but then does something really stupid of targeting another victim, and equally Harold Shipman, who was obscuring his tracks for a long time, but then crudely forged wills.
So, hello, Janet, it's nice seeing you. So in my experience, they don't want to be caught. So this isn't them trying to find a way of, drawing attention to themselves because they want to be stopped. This is often because they are, by that stage of their killing cycle, they are completely living in a parallel universe. And they have no sense of that they're behaving so extraordinarily that somehow that's drawing attention to their behavior. They have kind of just simply no longer engaging with the kind of things and social structure that you and I would engage in and behave appropriately. The other thing is, of course, never ignore the underlying psychopathy, because one aspect of psychopathy is risk-taking behavior. And so it thrills them. They really are excited by what they're doing. And if they can get away with even more extraordinary behavior, then, and try and talk their way out of it, that also floats their boat, which is the only way that you can begin to, I think, interpret Field's willingness to preach a sermon at his father's church, "Thou shalt not kill." And something I can't establish at all, because the sermon was on the church's website for a while, and I was able to read it on the website, and then the church realized we better take that down. But who do you think, who would suggest to his father, "I'd like to preach a sermon this Sunday on the theme of thou shalt not kill"? Who do we think suggested that theme? Who do we think said, why don't we why don't we make the sermon available? Of course it was Ben Field. I can't prove that definitively, but it's that sort of excitement that he would get by thinking, here's yet another one that here's another one I've pulled the wool over their eyes.
Okay, question from Peter Woodman, Selwyn 1980. Thank you for sending it in. My question, do we have an obsession with punishment in this country rather than rehabilitation or prevention of crime?
I'm sure I was at Selwyn with Peter Woodman from 1980. So hello, Peter Woodman from 1980, if I indeed was overlapped with you. So the first thing is, because I know this is, maybe it's because of the work that I do, I don't mind people being punished. And that's always, there goes my liberal points, if you're all liberal and woke or whatever it is that we say these days. Some people have to be punished. And I think punishment plays an important role in our culture. And there are some people I would never want to be released from prison because they're dangerous. Now, that set that benchmark. The other thing I would say is, so the second preliminary, is that there are a number of prisoners who cloak themselves in rehabilitation and they haven't changed at all. And I think we become less skilled over time about recognizing who it is that says they're rehabilitated and being able to judge if they're being honest and authentic. Now, so with those two things as kind of setting the context, the next answer is yes to Pete Woodman, 1980. Of course, we are putting more people per capita in our prisons than our European neighbours, and we're putting them in prison for longer periods of time and much earlier in their so-called criminal careers than the French, the Norwegians, the Spaniards, the Germans, the Portuguese, the Italians, you name it. We're punishing more severely and earlier and for longer. So yes, there is a tendency for us to ape not our Scandinavian or European neighbours in our approach to criminal justice system, and we ape much more our North American allies in terms of their approach to punishment. And I would prefer the balance to be reassessed.
Okay, I think you partially answered, or quite well answered that question which Newton Coney's also asked, 1992. The average life sentence for murder in the UK is 15 to 20 years. In other jurisdictions, for instance the US, life means life. Does sentencing for the most violent crimes under the UK's criminal justice system need to get tougher?
Well, I don't think it needs to get tougher because we have something which isn't usually talked about. We have something called the whole life tariff. And there are numbers of people who are appropriately sentenced to a whole life tariff who will never be released again. I suppose the more controversial thing I would say, though, in response to that question, is that I would not release Colin Pitchfork. And if you know who Colin Pitchfork is, he was the first man in this country to be convicted through DNA evidence. And I do not believe that anybody could say, hand on heart, that Colin Pitchfork has changed for the better. And I would go even further. Given what Colin Pitchfork did to those two young women and how he then went about covering his tracks, I would not be prepared to release him. And frankly, I thought it brought the criminal justice system into a bit of disrepute that it didn't quite get why Colin Pitchfork shouldn't be released.
Ian Holshaw, 1983, and as a
I'm sure I remember
all
that.
these people who know you. There's some quite personal questions coming in, which I may get to later on. How cost-effective is a prison sentence?
Well, you know, the cost is... Well, it depends what you want to do with the prison sentence. You know, if you really wanted to have a true rehabilitation program in prison, that doesn't come cheaply. All the money that's currently spent in our prisons goes on staff costs more than anything else. And if you really wanted to tackle some if you really wanted to put into our prison regimes rehabilitation that would make a difference, remember the average reading age of the sentenced male prisoner in this country tonight is 7. They are functionally illiterate. And one of the things that you therefore could do, and I've advocated for on a number of occasions, is that we really could be looking at education, properly educating people in prison. And that would cost money. And therefore you've got
Well, not necessarily. So I was a prison tutor for exactly this reason many years ago. That's exactly why you tutor people in prison, to give them a hope. You got to do it on a volunteer basis so it doesn't cost anything. Have the college kids do it. But yes, you have to tutor people in prison. You have to give them hope, especially if they're going to get out. They have to. That's the only way to pacify people. Intelligence.
Go back to our questioner whose name...
Won't pacify everyone, okay? But it will work for a majority of people.
Escape me, forgive me. You've got to go back and say, well, what is it you want the prison sentence to achieve? And if you just want to lock someone up and keep them behind bars, then that's relatively cheap. If you want the prison system to do something that might alter for the better those majority of prisoners who are in prison, if you want to alter their behavior so that they can positively contribute after they come out, that's going to cost you a bit of money in the short term, but the long-term benefits for investing in that is that you're not then dealing with recidivism.
Are there any more questions in the auditorium? Fabian.
Thank you for your elaborations on this particular case. So I'm interested in what your view is on the psychology of this particular person, Ben Field. I mean, you already elaborated on possible motivations, gerontophilia, and probably some narcissistic tendencies, trying to exploit other people. And I'm particularly interested, what do you think happens with this person in prison when he's, I don't know whether he's going to be integrated with other people in prison. Is he going to try to continue these behavioral patterns, or
Would you like to just precede the question quickly?
So Fabian asked about Ben Field and who is the perpetrator in of the murder, about the book that I've written, and what will happen to him in prison. Ben Field didn't get a whole life tariff. Ben Field was given a determinate sentence, but but he will have to serve, I think if memory serves me correctly, it's just over 30 years before he could be considered for parole. So potentially he could be released back into the community. And one of the things I talk about in the book is that how will Benfield behave in prison? And how he'll behave in prison is exactly how he's behaved in the community. He will be manipulative. He won't be violent. He'll be manipulative. He will appear as if he's conforming, and he will probably again talk religiously. Espousing a faith will again be seen as something that he will use to his advantage. And I've said the difficulty is that Benfield would need to go to some place like Grendon, which is the only prison in the whole of Europe that operates as a psychodynamic therapeutic community, where he can authentically undergo therapy that might actually change his behavior. I quote somebody in the book who says that he'll probably convert to another religion. Because he'll think the way through this is to kind of disavow his kind of Christian faith and then probably find another faith to latch onto. So I think he'll behave in exactly the same way as he behaved in the community. Interestingly, I don't know if you know Janet Malcolm, her work, Janet Malcolm's work. She wrote a New Yorker. She wrote for the New Yorker. And she wrote a wonderful book called The Journalist and the Murderer. Janet Malcolm died last week, which is why she's very much at the forefront of my thinking. And she said that, and her book, The Journalist and the Murderer, was all about a murderer in North Carolina called Jeffrey McDonald. And a journalist called Joe McGinnis befriends Jeffrey McDonald. And that befriending, he led Jeffrey McDonald to believe he was going to write something positive, and he didn't. He wrote something scathing. And Janet Malcolm said, look, the journalist who has a relationship with a murderer often is performing a confidence trick. One of the things I point out in the book that Janet Malcolm never talks about is that sometimes the murderer is performing the confidence trick. And that's the big worry, Fabienne, about what would happen with Benfield.
As always happens, I think people have been engrossed in the presentation. They are now sending lots of questions. So we're going to jump around fairly quickly. But question there from the audience.
Just a quick one, if I may. You mentioned about 5 minutes of madness.
Yes.
Within that sort of sector, how much of that is influenced by alcohol or drugs? Is there a common thing with road rage or...
Yes. No, you're quite right. In case somebody didn't hear, the question was about 5 minutes of madness and how much is that about drugs or alcohol or young men being in the company of other young men and losing face. Totally. It's absolutely, totally the context. And often I talk a lot with some young offenders about that need. One of the things that they will talk about a lot is the need for respect. They want to be respected. And if they lose respect, if they lose face, and the face is often the target, I love analysing the master, and he knows he's in for a hard time over dinner. Yeah. And so that sense of the face being a target and losing face, totally the context.
I'm going to find some really tough questions here now. We're going to go really quickly. Marwan Kishek says, he says, would like to say hello to Dave. Great informative presentation. Antonio Wolf, very good point actually. You mentioned 5 main groups of victims.
Yes.
And discussed 3 of them. What are the other 2?
The other 2 would be runaways and throwaways, young kids, especially girls, who are being thrown out of their home or indeed are choosing to run away because they can no longer stomach being at home.
Okay, someone I know and you know as well, John Silverman, former BBC Home Affairs correspondent. And he says one-time co-author with David Wilson, so in 1968. Hello to John. A serial killer is likely to get a whole life tariff if caught and convicted. But do you think it's possible to rehabilitate a serial killer so they are safe to release at some point?
The answer to that question is, I don't care, because I never would. Because I go back to the point about punishment. I don't think Dennis Nielsen would have killed again. But I would never have released Dennis Nielsen, because I think our criminal justice system, the law, has to eventually put a line in the sand that says beyond that line is no longer civilized, and we as a society have to be able to say that we're going to police that boundary. And so John's quite right, and we wrote about pedophiles. John and I wrote a book called Innocence Betrayed, which was about the kind of moral panic around pedophiles. So I believe that some serial killers that I've worked with, in particular Nielsen, wouldn't have killed again, but I would never have chosen to release him.
Mike Rosner from Malta. Are your observations on the relation between murder and personality limited to murder, or do they also apply to types of crime other than murder? And if so, which ones?
No, I mean, so it's a good question, and I suppose my observations are based on my work, and most of my work is overwhelmingly about men who commit violent crime, and in particular murder.
Dave Croydon, do you believe any of the deadly sins are curable?
Well, gluttony, I'm sure. Especially
Professor Morrill on the front row.
Especially if you're filming, you can't be gluttonous. I'm particularly paranoid always about my weight. So yes, gluttony, I would say, can be cured.
Okay. Will Swainson, back to the serious topic. As a former prison governor, what do you make of prison privatisation? Do you think it renders a better prisoner experience, or even makes for a more cost-effective solution?
It's absolutely been a disaster, and I wish we had never gone down that particular road. We've created a market for imprisonment, and no market wants to contract. All markets want to expand. And if you think there are better private prisons, I would just draw your attention to the fact that they've had to close the private prison that was set up to house young offenders. It was so appalling and abysmal.
Marion Janner, who says she thinks she saw in 1982.
And somebody I knew, Marion Janner.
You know everybody. Thanks for a fascinating talk, and good luck with your new book. Please, could you tell us about how therapeutic communities in prison, for instance, Grendon, how do they work, and what are your views about their effectiveness?
I'm a huge advocate for therapy, and I'm a huge advocate for the therapeutic community at HMP Grendon. I was a governor grade there. I still chair the Friends of Grendon. I take in people twice a year to have lunch at Grendon. If you want to come, you should contact me. I'll charge you a little fee to do so because it's a charity. Grendon is the most heavily researched penal regime in the world. You would not be able to move without an academic doing some research about, is Grendon effective? Is Grendon cost effective? And what every piece of research says is that if you go to Grendon for at least 2 years, you are statistically less likely to reoffend. Most of the people that, I think I've shared with, certainly shared with Roger before, that one of my friends is Noel Razor-Smith, who was once Britain's most prolific bank robber. Noel is if Noel was here, he acknowledges all this thing. He's written a book about all this stuff. He scores 37 out of 40 on the Hare Psychopathy checklist. He is clinically a psychopath. He's my friend. And Noel had to go to Grendon for 5 years. You really have to commit to changing your behavior. And if you really want to commit to change your behavior, thank heavens there is something like Grendon in our penal system that people could turn their lives around.
Okay, we've 7 or 8 minutes left, so anyone who wants to ask a question here, please signal. Complete change of topic in a way, but obviously strongly related. Katie Davis, I've returned recently to education after a 10-year career, and I'm studying for a master's degree in criminology. She's keen to enter this field professionally, but the channels appear to be limited to research positions. What would you recommend as an alternative route?
Oh, an alternative, well, it's not an alternative route. It's the thing that I feel that you should be trying to engage with now. I am vice president of a charity called Newbridge. Newbridge was set up in 1956 to create links between offenders and the community, and it needs constant volunteers that it will train and pay you to go into prisons to visit people who don't get anybody to visit them. And it's a way that somebody like Katie, was it Katie, her name? It's a way that Katie can start getting one-on-one direct experience of working with offenders. And then if you've got that direct experience of working with offenders, it's much easier to move out of research, academia, into applied work using your criminology degree.
Okay, if anyone here wants to, Jack, front row.
Yeah, thanks.
This guy's great, but that was a planted question.
You mentioned that you think that Colin Pitchfork hasn't changed, but you thought that Dennis Nilsen wouldn't kill again. How do you make an assessment of how someone's changed? Do you interview them? Do you watch them in the exercise yard or something? How do you make that assessment?
Over a long period of time, and getting to know how they will behave in particular sets of circumstances. And I said, to be fair to me, just because, I'll get quoted as having said, to be fair to me, I said nobody could put their hand on their heart and claim that Colin Pitchfork had changed. And I would also say, I also said that I don't believe that what Pitchfork had done deserves him to be released. And that fits also with my argument about Nielsen. To see people change, to judge them as being authentic, you need to see how they behave with other people in different and multiple situations. You need to see how they begin to establish, how they begin to express remorse. You need to begin to see if they understand the harm that they've caused, where that harm came from, and then watch to see if they go about trying to learn to live their life in different ways, which is why it takes a long time. It's not something that you can do on a cognitive behavioral tick box course. It's something that really needs an embedded approach within an institution to watch that change take place.
Professor John Morrell.
Professor John Morrell, I know him.
He's here.
Have you watched Jimmy McGovern's Time?
Brilliant.
So, as a professional, what's your professional judgment of it as a portrait of our prison system?
What's the professional judgment on Jimmy McGovern's Time, which has just finished on BBC One?
It was an extraordinary, well-drawn picture. It had a couple of weaknesses. The couple of weaknesses don't in any way detract from. I thought it was incredible. The couple of weaknesses would be the Sean Bean character would quickly have moved out of that prison and gone to an open prison. They wouldn't have kept him in that kind of jail. And the second weakness is that sadly, I've had to deal in the past with lots of officers who came under the kinds of pressure that officer came under, and we would have found ways of working with him to have resolved that without him needing to smuggle in drugs. But it was an amazing, amazing series.
Two slightly lighter questions to finish. I was looking for something which would psychoanalyze you, but nothing's come in, unfortunately. Michael Drake, 1965. Who are your favourite detective fiction writers?
So I do like detective fiction very much, and I tend to read a lot of the Scottish tartan noir authors at the moment because, being Scottish and I present a BBC Scotland series about crime, I've tended to read a lot of the tartan noir, and I like Denise Mina, M-I-N-A, Denise Mina. Her work, I think, is really, really interesting and relatively undiscovered in England, whereas Val McDermid, whose work, again, I like very much, is much better known. But Denise Mina, if that name doesn't mean anything to you, Denise Mina is worth finding out about.
Richard Bailey, 1979. Do you still play tennis?
Richard Bailey. Yes, I still play tennis. And I played relatively recently. And Jeremy Hewlett, also of Selwyn, late of this parish, challenge me to a match. We haven't yet organised the match, but I'm playing Steph Tiratelli, late of this parish, sometime in August.
Okay, that does bring us, I think, to the end of the evening. But David, thank you for an incredibly informative presentation, and I think it really has opened up lots of avenues of inquiry. So we will mention the book, A Plot to Kill, which you can wave again at the cameras which are up there. And also, there are plenty of things. If you email us, we'll put you in touch if there's anything more you'd like to know about David's work or research. You're actually at Birmingham City University and on the website and so on. So there are plenty of ways to contact David. Can I thank everybody at home?
Friends, tell friends I'm here. That was great. I'm so glad we got to watch that. Now, I have to say, ladies and gentlemen, I am excited. I'm an excitable little towel. We are going to watch 3 more clips. We're leading up. If you're just tuning in, it's about to come up on 4 p.m. Eastern. Little Towel is with you. We don't have to do a recap today or anything, but we did have a litany of developments. There was the Brian Kohberger plea deal. Sentencing will be on Wednesday, July 23rd at 9 a.m. Mountain Time, 11 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. However, we have to stay live today. Well, we'd stay live no matter what because we have some great clip suggestions. It was from LS, and we also got one from Murder by Maestro. We got 2 from Murder by Maestro because Murder by Maestro is a super towel. And you might be saying, I know Murder by Maestro is a super towel, but why are we staying around? Well, we're staying around because at 5 p.m. we're going to find out whether the Diddler, P. Diddy, is going to remain in prison or whether he will be released. There have been no updates since the most recent update up on the top corner of your screen, which says that Cassie's lawyer has submitted an opposition and found a section of the statute, the Bail Reform Act of 1993, saying that P. Diddy, the Diddler, will not be released because the crimes under which he was convicted pursuant to the Mann Act do not allow release after conviction before sentencing. Steph, let's just say that's something I'm working on. All right, got things to look into. Got people to talk to. I got to fly to Bangladesh. All right. So Steph, once I get back from Bangladesh, I'll let you know. I'm not actually going to Bangladesh. Let's use Bangladesh as a metaphor for England. I'm not going to England either. You figure it out. Murder by Maestro is a kangaroo. It's true. Murder by Maestro, they figured you out. I did my best to conceal your true identity. Murder by Maestro is a kangaroo. Ladies and gentlemen, Murder by Maestro is a kangaroo. Nobody tell the Australians Murder by Maestro is a kangaroo. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. The secret is out. Murder by Maestro is a kangaroo. I don't know what to say. I'm somewhat overwhelmed. I knew it all along. Murder by Maestro is a kangaroo. You were just pretending to be some kind of savvy, binumerical speaking 0001, 1001-year-old towel. You are, in fact, a kangaroo. Admit it. Murder by Maestro, you're a kangaroo. You have been discovered. Yeah, I'm telling you, Murder by Maestro, you have been discovered. You are a kangaroo. I knew it. I knew he was an undercover kangaroo. I could just sense it. Something told me, my God, the same thing that led me to figure out Watergate and the JFK assassination. I was like, you know what? Murder by Maestro is absolutely a kangaroo. I'm right and I know it. I have the gut kangaroo Murder by Maestro detector. It's based off of sonar waves and the audio geospatial spectrum. I detected across the continents that Murder by Maestro is actually a kangaroo. LS, no! You don't understand. Murder by Maestro is a kangaroo. This is a big revelation. All right. We're going to watch the clip that LS sent along here. I think LS sent along this clip with Professor Wilson and Amelia Fox. This is from this morning. I believe this is Channel 4, maybe? I don't know. I'm not British. And I'm not a kangaroo or a communist. I'm a towel. All right, let's go.
Are joining
Welcome.
us. Now, we'll talk about that particular case in just a moment. But what is it about, we've had this discussion before, what is it about true crime that sparks such massive interest? Because Series 1 was huge. You're back with Series 2 now, so there is a real appetite.
Well, I think there's a difference between people who consume true crime and people who consume fictional crime, which is Mills's side of the house. I think an interest in true crime is not just normal. An interest in true crime is necessary, because if you understand the circumstances in which you are going to face violence, or indeed, in the worst example, you're going to face murder, understanding how those circumstances occur allow you to avoid them. And so I think it's built into human DNA that we try to solve the mystery of when we are going to face our biggest threats. But that's slightly different from why people are interested in fictional crime, isn't it?
I think there's something with true crime as well, that we're trying to make sense of the senseless, and something that I think about Silent Witness as being a behind-the-scenes look at crime solving. And then when you look at true crime, you're getting to meet experts like David and Graham Hill, and to look at the investigations through their eyes, and certainly with these cold cases to try and look at the evidence and shed some new light on it.
And that's the key, isn't it? Shedding new light, you know, using kind of more maybe modern-day technology or modern-day thoughts and theories to be able to hopefully solve this, or potentially...
Well, this very first episode was in 1979, and Mills and I were just discussing in the green room, you know, that's actually 7 years away from the very first person that's ever going to be convicted through a DNA fingerprint.
Right.
So by going back to these historic cold cases, you can not just bring new techniques, you can bring a different insight. You know, how Carol Lannon was reported upon in the press was one of the first things that we picked up on, and you would never see the kinds of adjectives that were used to describe her and her lifestyle today, even though those were used commonly at the time.
So this is the Templeton Woods murders in Dundee.
Yeah.
And this is 1979, as you say. It's the murder of Carol Lannon, and then almost, I mean, a year afterwards, Elizabeth McCabe. And there were links which I think you have begun to scratch away at with a children's home.
Yeah, and the first thing that I had to be clear that were these two murders connected, or were there two different killers? And there had always been a sense in which this story was told as if it was the same killer. So the first thing for me was, could I see a connection between the two murders themselves? And as you're saying, Phil, you know, their bodies are found in the same location, very close to one another. They'd both been strangled. But I felt that there would have been an escalation, if it had been the same killer, between what he does to Carol Lannon and, if he was the same killer, what he would do to Elizabeth McCabe. And I couldn't see that escalation. And so that began, for me, to mean that I felt we were looking at two different murders. And by looking at those two different murders, we then concentrated on Carol Lannon and started to build up a picture of her life and her childhood.
And while this episode focuses on Carol Lannon, there is, of course, the unsolved murder of Elizabeth McCabe as well. So...
But there is one name here, and that is the name of Andrew Hunter.
Andrew Hunter emerged because when we were building up a picture of Carol Lannon's childhood and her background, she had been in care in Dundee. And therefore, we started investigating the care home that she had been in. And guess what? Andrew Hunter had also worked as a care worker, a social worker, in that home. So that initially gave us some kind of connection between him and Carol Lannon that had previously been hinted at but not really pursued. And then we tried to build up a picture of Andrew Hunter. You know, what's interesting is in Scotland, this is a well-known case, but it's not that well known in England. And so there's a sense in which what we were also trying to do was just shed light on some of these cold cases that can be heated up again just by bringing attention to them.
What's lovely about this partnership is that you approach it from very different ways. I mean, you've got your criminologist, which helps you enter the mind of a criminal, so you can see how they think. You approach it like most of the rest of us, which is why, how, you know, without that sort of understanding of a criminal mind.
Exactly, asking the questions which I think people might ask when they're watching the programme. And also, David and Graham approach it professionally, and I definitely invest in the stories emotionally. So when we have been meeting the families of loved ones and hearing how frustrating it is that they do not have answers.
Yeah.
These cases are still unsolved decades on, and that someone in communities might know something and might feel with the distance of time that they can step forward and give new information.
In Silent Witnesses, which just started again, so incredibly popular. How many series is this? Series 26.
26. That's mad.
You are investigating as a character. And so now, obviously, you're investigating and you're interested as yourself. Do the two cross over at all?
Well, I'm very, very clear. One is playing a character and fictional crime solving, and it's very, very different when you're looking at crimes with David and Graham.
You're the voice of the viewer, aren't you?
Yes.
You're the voice of the viewer. You're saying to Graham and me periodically, which she does, trust me, she'll say, well, what does that mean when you're using that acronym? When you're saying SIO, when you're talking about, offender profiling, explain that. You've got to go through and explain that and how it applies to this case.
What about playing the character, though? Once you've done this for real, and then you feel, as you say, the pain of an unsolved murder, you've lost a family member, and you don't think you're ever going to get any sort of closure to it.
Absolutely. Well, you're talking to real people who've been affected by violent crime and are still affected by it. I think with Silent Witness, I am so lucky that for so many years I've got to work with experts who really work on solving crime, and with the pathologists and the experts who talk us through every post-mortem that we do. And then through working with David and Graham on this series, again, I'm being able to ask questions and find out about how crimes are solved in real life. And also through the podcast that we do together, we've been interviewing such interesting people.
She was fangirling at Christmas because she got to meet one of her big heroes, a forensic anthropologist called Professor Dame Sue Black, and you got to do the Christmas lecture with her, didn't you?
Yes, and it was a lecture to 11 to 16-year-olds, and I thought if I'd seen that lecture and known what people do, what that profession is, I might have chosen a completely different path in life.
I mean, it is completely fascinating, and this series is hugely popular. I think the first series you can probably catch up on, but this is the second series. It's tonight at 10 p.m. on Channel 4, In the Footsteps of Killers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, British daytime TV, we like it so much. Now listen, ladies and gentlemen, I have a picture. I don't know if I'm actually going to find it. But yes, I do have a tattoo on my back. I got it in Jane Austen's tattoo. And yes, I actually have a tattoo, and it says that. I got it in Jane Austen's hometown because I thought it was a good juxtaposition for my general approach to life. But the problem is I can't find the picture of it. I know I posted it, so let me see. I think I said it was like my dream to, or something. Let me see. On the steps, maybe? No, I know I have it somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. I know I have it somewhere. I don't remember exactly where it is. I remember posting it at one point. Steph, you might have to wait. You might have to remind me for this one. I know you're looking forward to it, but I do indeed have a picture of my tattoo. I just don't know where it is. It's hilarious. It's wonderful. It's everything you can imagine, and more. That would have, LS, I would have liked that. So let me tell you why I got that. So I have a few tattoos. I have a tattoo on my arm. I have my initials on the back of my head, and then I have that one on my skull was a little interesting. I don't know. I got it at Stingray before they closed in Alston. I felt it was a very 2009 Alston thing to do when I was at BC. I don't know. I was a bit of an interesting character. Anyway, so I got a tattoo on the back of my head of my initials. And so I still could LS, so let me explain my 3 tattoos, and I'll tell you. They kind of evolved in symbolic meaning over time. The first one I got on my arm the day I turned 18. The second one I got on my skull because I thought it would. Well, first of all, I didn't know if the hair would grow back, so it's just like, oh, screw it. Like, I just want a tattoo on my head that has my initials. Like, I want to make a point. I knew back in 2009 what I was and who I was and my capacities. Like, I was in like 2009, I was like an undergrad student, a sophomore, taking like basically graduate level, like law school equivalent classes in graduate departments. And I was like, this is fun, but I'm bored. So anyway, yes, Steph, let me see. It's it's very nice font too. I have it somewhere. You know what, all right, fine. Let's take a little towel break because we only have 2 more clips. One of them's 11 minutes, one of them's 7 minutes, and we have to get to 5 p.m. Eastern. So let me go on my super towel, inventory or repository. Oh, that's wonderful, Steph. That's so cool. Hold on. Oh, nope. I don't mean to do that. The last thing I want is to mansplain my own tattoos. My tattoos are definitely uniquely towel. I will say I do not encourage anyone to get tattoos. I'm not suggesting that these are good ideas. I'm just solely telling my story about the meaning behind my tattoos. All right, they're very personal. I'm not even going to describe each of them because they're so personal. And I've actually never really talked about them before. So I guess to say that these are hyper personal is an understatement, but they all have literary meaning. So I will talk about a few of them. The one on my head I got for sure because I thought it was hilarious, and I also didn't know if the hair would grow back. So yeah, I don't understand, Ruth. I don't necessarily know exactly who's talking to who, but anyway. So the point is, I got the one on my head at Stingray in Alston in 2009. But the one that I'm really interested in is the Jane Austen one. Now, I didn't get it about Jane Austen, but I was in Jane Austen's hometown, and I was living there, and I was reading Sanditon at the time. Well, I had read Pride and Prejudice and during my semester there, and I was reading. I didn't know a lot about Jane Austen. I had a roommate in my housing flat who was an expert in Jane Austen. All right, so I was learning about Jane Austen, so I could talk with my roommate because they knew so much about Jane Austen that I could not keep up with what they were saying, so I had to learn about it. So I'm not proclaiming to be an expert on Jane Austen. They were the expert. I had to learn about it to be able to discuss with them because they were in a class with me and we were talking about Jane Austen a lot. So I was reading Pride and Prejudice, and I liked it, but I wanted to learn more about Jane Austen as a person. So I started, reading biographies of Jane Austen, and I started, I would go to her tea room that she used to go to in Bath, and I knew where her father was buried at the little church there down by the co-op. You had to walk past the co-op and then take a right and then take a left before the bar, and then down there at this weird little kind of it was right near a smoke shop, but it was this little curved church at the end of a 2 roads that formed a V, and her father was buried there. And there was a little plaque, and I would sit there and I would read and I would kind of think about Jane, because what was important to me was understanding the class dynamics of English aristocracy, because I was only 19, so I didn't really know a lot about the world, but I was trying to understand how we interpreted that class dynamic in America. So I had to start somewhere, so I started with Victorian England, and I was in England, so to me it made sense. I could kind of understand what she was thinking about when she was writing, because I was where she was writing for some of the time. In fact, I think I was where she was living when she wrote Pride and Prejudice, which is how I really understood Pride and Prejudice, because I was like, oh, you were in Bath. Well, of course you wrote about country houses. And anyway, so brilliant author, but I didn't understand Jane Austen at first. But I started reading it, and then by the time I got to Sanditon, which was her unfinished final novel, I finally said to myself, I get it. Okay, this woman was brilliant, and she was first of all, she had to write, if I recall, she had to publish under a pseudonym at first, a male pseudonym, because she couldn't even write and publish as a woman at first. And then she gained popularity, and she became kind of part of the upper crust or whatever, and was allowed to publish. But she was sitting around in tea rooms. I think I remember doing this research now, one of the tea rooms she used to go to was in the Royal Crescent. And so I remember she went to a bunch of different tea rooms, but one of them was in the Royal Crescent, and she was friends with these very posh, wealthy people. And I think they actually lived down the street from the Royal Crescent at a minor crescent or something. Anyway, they were very posh people, and she used to like sit around in the drawing room, and she hated the formality of like, you would sit there, you'd have to get there at like 11:30 or noon, and then you'd wait for your host until like 1, and then you'd sit there for like daytime in the reading room until like tea was over, and then you had to eat your biscuits and sandwich, and then you had to sit around and you had to wait for dinner and whatever. It was all like very regimented, and you did everything a certain way, and like envelopes were sent ahead of time, and she hated it. She thought it was pointless. She thought, first of all, it was very abusive, and it was very like paternalistic, and women were treated as like children, and it was very just, the structure was deplorable to her. But the way she critiqued it was she infiltrated it, first of all. She became part of the upper class. I forget exactly the story. I think it was either her sister or either her father. I think her father was a preacher or something. Either her sister or somebody in the family married into wealth, or her father was wealthy. And so she ended up becoming like tangentially involved in high society. And Pride and Prejudice is really about her, because she had her own Mr. Darcy, who was like going to elevate her to an even like higher strata, and he just abandoned her, and it broke her down. And but anyway, this was all occurring in the orbit of Bath for like 6 years. She lived there for a certain period. And so by the time I got to Sanditon, which was her unfinished final novel, she actually told her sister to burn it after she died, but the sister didn't listen, thank God. So I'm reading Sanditon, and I think I finally was, by the end of all those books, I realized what she was saying, which was like the English aristocracy is first like an artificial facade. Like their public persona is completely fake. Second of all, it's very like possessive. Like families are possessive of like who their children marry. Like it's very weird, and it doesn't give you a lot of autonomy. And third, women at that time had no role at all in English society. And so to break down those barriers, Jane Austen was trying to say like, look, I infiltrated you. I'm smarter than you. I think your traditions and customs are not only stupid, but they're antiquated, anti-democratic, holding England back, bad for the country. Like she was like a social reformer, obviously, but packaged in like someone who infiltrated the aristocracy. She was a genius. So don't get me wrong. What I was saying about Jane Austen when I got that tattoo that says F the haters was like as a reflection of my appreciation for her ability to, one, infiltrate the English aristocracy, two, put up with their nonsense, their bureaucratic nonsense, and three, eschew it all, four, manage to write about it, five, do it at a time when women couldn't really write books and publish them under their names, six, become popular, seven, as a result of becoming popular, get even more standing in the aristocracy, eight, infiltrated even further, nine, get your heart broken, and then 10, in a tragic tale, pass away very early. That whole story, she is, outside of James Joyce, she is the most prolific sort of, in my mind, literary figure of the 18th or 19th century. You could argue the Bronte sisters were up there. You could argue Virginia Woolf is up there. You could argue some of the muckrakers, Edith Tarbell, are up there. Walt Whitman's up there. But outside of very few exceptions, very few, outside of James Joyce it's hard to call James Joyce fiction. It is fiction, but it's more like Max Weber-style socio-political commentary. Outside of James Joyce, it is very possible that Jane Austen is the greatest writer in the Western tradition. You could argue Mary Shelley was really good. Her husband, did you know her husband, Percy Shelley? It's kind of profane that Turtle Boy invokes a turtle, because Percy Shelley, who was Mary Shelley's husband, has a tomb at University College in Oxford as an apology, because Percy Shelley was expelled from Oxford in the late 1800s for arguing a paper on the merits of atheism, and he refused to back down when the deans wanted, the masters of the college wanted to expel him. He just took the expulsion. So as an apology, they made a turtle sculpture out of marble. And if you walk into Univ, past the porter, take a right, walk straight, and you, right underneath the junior sitting room, you will find a marble tomb dedicated to Percy Shelley. So outside of like Percy Shelley, Mary Shelley, and the aforementioned list of writers, Jane Austen to me is the archetypal literary figure of the 19th and 20th century. And so I got a tattoo in her hometown, kind of because I didn't like... There's more context here. So my program that I was in was very highly specialized. It was very close to the government. It was a little weird. They wanted people to like work for Parliament or like the MOD or MI5 or MI6. And I was like, no, I'll take the classes you want me to take, which were very good classes. And we went to Oxford and we spent time there. It was wonderful. I stayed at UNIV and studied there for a bit. I was like, I will do all that, okay? But I am not working for the government of the UK. I am not doing that. I don't want to get involved in your aristocratic nonsense. I already am hostile to this. So going in there, all I did was take my classes, and then I was like, I am going to just wander around the city of Bath, and I'm going to meet regular people. So little towel, you know, I like to talk to people. So I would go out, even though I don't want to talk to you like, not you. I'm saying I don't want to talk to like posh aristocrats. I was like, I'm going to walk around Bath and I'm going to meet some people. So I met some people selling the big issue. Now, is it possible that I was motivated because my medicine wasn't readily available and I wanted to get some flower-based medicine? Is it possible? No, it's not possible. I'm just ruminating. But anyway, I also like to really talk to people. And so I'm talking to these people who sell the big issue. And I met lots of wonderful people who sold the big issue. But I met this one particular guy, and we became friends. I met his mom. She needed some help, like going to the grocery store when he was at work. And so he sold the big issue, but he also had a job. And he couldn't live with his mom because of housing rules or something. So anyway, he sold the big issue, and he had a nighttime job. So I would sometimes... if his mom needed help, like drop her groceries from the co-op outside her door. It was weird. I'm saying these details because you don't understand. My program really didn't like that I was friendly with this man, and I tried to say, you don't understand, it's not just him. Like, I met his family. So anyway, we become friends, we start talking, and as an example of my lived cultural experience in England, me and my friend one night were hanging out at the base of the Royal Crescent. I lived on Northampton Street in Bath, right behind the Royal Crescent in Bath. And I'm sitting there with my buddy, and he was drinking wine or something, like, I don't know, he got a bottle of wine, and I just wanted to go outside my apartment, and we couldn't smoke inside, so I was smoking outside. And so I'm sitting there with him, and he lived around the corner, and he was like, oh, you know, I went for a walk, and he called me or something, and I was like, I'm glad I found you. I didn't want to be alone. So we're sitting there, and he's just telling me about his views on, you know, politics and how he got to England because he went to France with his family. They had a winery. They lost it all. They came back to England. He was telling me his story. And all of a sudden, this man walks up, and he, I think my buddy knew him from the city center because he was like, hello, like, oi, mate, like, how you doing? And the guy comes over. He was a newly an immigrant from the Czech Republic. Now, my friend was a little bit of a joker, and he was kind of, you know, messing with his new friend who had just moved here. And his new friend was trying to assimilate to England, so he was drinking his own whatever concoction, and he was sitting there and talking to my buddy, and I'm listening. They immediately, with me there, get into an intense geopolitical discussion about whether or not the Czech Republic, after the fall of Yugoslavia, should be called the Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia. Now, my friend, who was not from the Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia, was very insistent that this man, who had just immigrated to England, should only be referred to as a Czechoslovakian. And the man, now mind you, I had just been to Praha to see the astrological clock a little bit earlier. So I had just met some people from the Czech Republic. They were all very nice. But anyway, so this man from the Czech Republic is debating with my friend Paul and saying, no, you don't understand. And he was speaking relatively good English, but I think he mostly spoke Czech. But he was saying, no, you don't understand. The Czech Republic is a different country. We consider our identity, it's very important to us. We are the Czech Republic. But my friend was just insistent that his interpretation of the way the geopolitical orientation of the post-Tito world, post-downfall of Yugoslavia was like played out, he was convinced that this man should be referred to as someone from Czechoslovakia. Well, that debate went on for about 45 minutes, and it wouldn't say it got out of hand, but by the end, they were very firm in their positions. It was like an Oxford debate, and then I got up and I was like, okay, you two have a good time, I'm going home. But the point is, that's what I loved about being in England, and that's why I got the tattoo, and that's why I really liked reading about Jane Austen, because I didn't want to be part, and yes, my professors in my program forced me. They took me to Oxford, they took me to Stratford-upon-Avon, they took me to Parliament, they made me meet the aristocracy, and I understood, and I didn't want to be part of it. I wanted to walk around the town and meet people just like regular citizens, because that's what I like doing, and find like random people to help who need help. And so it was a very nice experience for me, but the only way I could appropriately sum it up was by getting this tattoo. Now, I meant to find it for Steph, and then I got distracted talking about my friend from, what was I talking about? My friend from the UK who sold the Big Issue. But hold on, Steph, hold on. Let me see if I can just search it, because sometimes it can find the letters. No, it can't. Hold on, I have to find this image. You'll see. I have to find it. I have to look for it, Steph. I'm going to find it for you. I promised I would find it. If Steph is still here. I feel bad. That was like 10 minutes ago, and then I went on a spiel. But I had to explain the context, all right? I had to explain the context of why I got this tattoo to begin with, because if I just show it to you, it'll be a little ridiculous. I mean, it's a little ridiculous either way, but, trying to give some context. Yes, towel has been all around the world. I have lived in different countries. I've traveled. I'm just a towel, though. Don't pay no attention to the man behind the towel. We also have 35 minutes until we find out P. Diddy's fate, ladies and gentlemen. 5 p.m. Eastern hearing. Oh, I'm so glad, Steph. I'm going to find this image for you. I remember I saw it the other day. I think I went to like the very bottom of my archive, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember when I posted that on Twitter, because I don't care about anything. That's another reason I don't think oh, thank you, Steph, I don't think I should be like a government prosecutor. Like, I have a tattoo on my back that has the F word, and I have my initials on my head. I mean, I'd be a pretty cool prosecutor, but I still don't think I should be a prosecutor. I'd be a pretty good one. I should be some type of research analyst, or I should be a congressman. I would make a good congressman. Congressman, Mr. Towel goes to Washington. Somebody give me a gavel. I'll just go around banging the gavel and saying absurd things. And people will be like, who elected this man? Why is he so interesting? Let's put him on C-SPAN. And I'll be like, well, yes, you elected me. I can go on C-SPAN now. See what I'm talking about? I got plans, ladies and gentlemen. I've got big plans. They involve C-SPAN and Congressman Towel and a gavel. And then I also want to befuddle the news by having them be like, why do people call you Towel? And then I want to tell them. Oh, yep, absolutely. And Steph, I also wanted to troll my the people in my program, like the administrators. So I just walked in on one Monday morning. I was like, look at the tattoo I got. And they were like, in very posh accents, they were like, great, Grant, it is Monday morning. I can't do their accents anymore. I haven't lived in the UK in a while. But they were taken aback. And I was like, I don't care what you think, you posh British aristocrats. I'm a towel. I wasn't a towel then, but my mentality was, I was a burgeoning towel. I didn't know I was going to develop my towel persona, but I was walking around like I was a little towel. I was like, I'm a towel. What are you going to do about it? I'm a towel. All right, I got more scrolling. You don't understand, Steph. I shared this picture like 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. So I got to go all the way back in the towel archives. I don't know if I can move to Canada. I mean, the Canadians might think I'm a bit of an astroturfer. I'm not actually Canadian. I mean, I could adopt. No, I can't. Steph, I can't. I love America too much. I love all the countries of the world, but I am never leaving America. I have to save America in my little way. Never going to save the entire country, but I got to try. I'm sorry, Steph. I love Canada. I can visit, but I cannot become part of Canada. You can have Towel as a Canadian in spirit. I'll be an honorary Canadian, okay? But I can't actually become a Canadian. I think that's treason. I'm not sure it's actually treason, but like there are rules about that kind of stuff, and I don't write those rules. I just follow them, and I don't think I can become Canadian. Now, there are probably ways where I could, no, I don't even want to become a dual citizen. People would question my patriotism. And I love Canada, okay, but you're technically part of the Commonwealth realms. You know, we had that whole, like, issue. I love the UK too, but we had that whole, you know, the whole revolution thing, and then the War of 1812, and you kind of lifted the British flag over Detroit, and there was the whole burning of the White House. Now, listen, I know we did some things too. I'm not trying to escort it, okay? I'm not trying to excuse it. I know it's so hard. That's what I'm saying. Steph, don't you worry, though. I am an honorary Canadian. I'll eat poutine. What other things can I do as a Canadian? I will go to Saskatchewan. I will visit Toronto. I'll go to the Grey Cup. Let's see. I did go to Canada once. I went to Canada. Canada is basically if Bernie Sanders won. Okay. All right. I mean, listen, I'd have my agreements and disagreements there too. Personally, I kind of want to go to the UK. Now, I love Canada. I went to Canada. I went to Montreal for New Year's one year. It was very interesting. The hotel situation was a little rough. You had to check in and out of the hotel with IDs on New Year's. It was a little overwhelming. Yeah, I haven't gotten over the War of 1812. It's true. Wow. It was 213. I don't know if I can say this with a straight face. It was only 213 years ago. Yep, I will go to British Columbia and Alberta. Why not? Listen, if I really couldn't get over the War of 1812, I wouldn't go to Canada. They raised a flag over Detroit. You don't understand. Oh, goodness gracious me. See what I'm saying? I can get past it. I just need 213 years approximately. Give or take a few decades. Then I can get over something. But also, you can't blame the Canadians for the War of 1812. It was really the French, but also the British, but mostly the French. And then we placated the French. Or it was either the British, and it had to do with the XYZ affair, if I remember. I think Talleyrand got involved somehow, and I'm pretty sure that involved Thomas Jefferson, and, well, maybe not Tom. I think Jefferson might have been involved. It involved, like, 3 guys, X, Y, and Z, and I think they were like 3 American emissaries who tried to bribe Talleyrand or something for support in the War of 1812, and it caused a bit of a problem, the XYZ affair. It caused a bit of a problem, and I think it upset and alienated the French, and I think somehow it might have involved Napoleon, but somehow it involved the Detroit getting invaded and also the White House being burned. I'm pretty sure it was because we upset the British and the French. Now, if we had not upset the French, I don't know if the British would have had the funds to be able to do the War of 1812. And I also think the reason the War of 1812 got settled is because we stopped, like, raiding British ships off of Tripoli or something. I don't know why we had an interest in North Africa at the time. I think it was because Thomas Jefferson signed some kind of treaty. I don't remember the details. We had a very interesting early attempt at empire in Northern Africa and France. I wouldn't say we had an attempt at empire in France. We just wanted France's money so that we could expand our colonial inclinations. Yes, Talleyrand demanded bribes. That's what it was. It wasn't us bribing the guy that was the problem in the XYZ affair. It was that we got caught, or that he got caught. And so they used it against the U.S., obviously, and then we didn't get support in the War of 1812. I think that's basically how it happened. You're pushing Little Towel's memory here. All right, hold on. I'm going to find this image for Steph if it's the last thing I do. I upload a lot of images. Let me just tell you. You might think, oh, no, Towel, like you don't upload that many images to post. Oh, yes, I do. We're barely back to the fall of 2024. I know I posted it, though. You don't understand. And if I say I'm going to find something to the exclusion of everything else, Little Towels, even though we only have 27 minutes, I am going to scroll, and I'm going to find this for Steph. This is one of those things. If I set out to do something like this, oh, Lord, I'm going to do it. I'm going to sit here. I become a little bit, this is how I find information when I research it. If I say to myself, I am going to find a picture, oh goodness, little towels. And you can say all you want, well, Towel, I understand you are committed to finding this picture. We have 27 minutes until the P. Diddy verdict anyway. You are just incredibly committed, though. Oh, hold on. I love America. Wait, I said I would compromise and we would find a way for me to become for me to become an honorary Canadian. We can't just abandon Canada. And I told you, as I said to Eric, I got over the War of 1812. I think it's been long enough. I just keep an, I keep an eye on Canada. I think they're fine, but like that South Park episode, you never know. One day, the Canadians could just be like, all right, engage Operation Commonwealth Realms, and then they could seek to assimilate us into the British Empire. Now listen, if you think about it, we never really left the British Empire. So maybe it's not that Canada's going to become the 51st state. Maybe we're going to become another. I found it, Steph. Oh, Steph, I found it. I found it. You don't understand, Steph. I found it for you. Oh, I'm such a towel. You don't understand. Hold on. Now, can I clean this up a little bit? Can we make this just a little bit nicer? Oh, okay. I zoomed in a little bit. It was also, yep. All right, hold on. No, Steph, I found it for you. You ready? Oh, Steph's excited. We're all excited, little towels. I found the image. I'm going to download it as an image. How about that? All right? I'm going to download it as an image, and I'm going to show it to Steph. Are you ready, Steph? It's downloading, and we're still going to have time to watch the 2 clips. All right. Everybody's excited. Steph's excited. Who's ready to see Towel's tattoo? I've shared it on Twitter before. I understand, Steph. It's not technically treason to live in Canada, but let's just go with that. All right, if you live in Canada and you're an American, it's treason. Oh no, I've just radically expanded the definition of treason. We're going to have some issues with enforcement here. Oh no, this is going to be a problem. We're going to have to send like E. Howard Hunt's ghost or something up to Canada. All right, ready, Steph? There it is in all its glory. Ready? Come on now. There it is, Steph. You wanted to see it. Is it as glorious as you imagine, Steph? Is it as wonderful as you imagine? That is my artistic expression on my towel back. That is my right. I'm petitioning the government. Yep, I'm petitioning the government. And by petitioning the government, my primary request is that Jane Austen's spirit be embodied and upheld. Now, I'm not really, you got to read between the lines, of my petitioning activity, but it's basically that sentiment, all right? We got to vindicate Jane Austen. Now, I don't think she was ever not vindicated, all right? However, I just want to point out, this is my petitioning activity. Now, and that's hilarious, Steph. Now, Esty, if you're just ESDEE, if you're just tuning in, you may be a little bit taken aback. I can't really explain the story again. It has to do with Jane Austen, my time in Bath, and a socio-political message about taking down the aristocracy, or at least taking them down sardonically through literature. I got a tattoo on my back that says F the haters. Now, I'm very glad that you like the fancy script. Personally, I know you were all enthralled. Yes, I told the man, I didn't tell him Jane Austen's name, but I said it has to be in a font that reflects the juxtaposition of me getting this tattoo in this town, at this place, in this time. And that's what he did. Oh, I love it. Yes, you don't understand. I gave him a very specific... It was a tattoo artist. He was a very burly gentleman. It was across from the head shop, actually. It was up this little, elevated walkway. They have, Roman, elevated walkways in Bath. It's a little weird. Although it isn't really weird, because that's where the Romans built the baths. So, But yes, I'm so glad you like it. Obviously it's not for other people per se, it's for me. But if other people think or understand it or like the message or the font or whatever, I think that's great. Now, I'm not necessarily sure, I should go to beaches, and I don't. I think I should keep my shirt on if I go to beaches, although I do have a towel 8-pack or 12-pack or whatever. So maybe I should take my shirt off more often. I've been laughing so much and talking so much, I've developed core muscles that have given me a towel. At first I thought it was a 12-pack, but then Ange helped me understand that it's not actually, you don't have towels. First of all, I just figured out I have bones. Then I found out that you don't have 12 abs, you have like 8 abs. The point is, I still shouldn't take my shirt off at the beach. I know it's wonderful, but unless I'm engaging in direct petitioning activity, I think I'll just, wear like some kind of top, and just to respect the gentility of the beach. Unless it's a beach where you don't have to wear a top. I went to Super Paradise Beach one time in Mykonos in Greece. Let's just say I didn't really understand the point of that beach. Like, I did my best, okay, but no one had any tops on. Now, maybe it's just what Greece is like, okay, and I didn't have my top on, and I had my tattoo at the time, but nobody had their tops on, and I was a little bit perplexed. Actually, let me rephrase this. I was baffled. And so I just did my best. I had a very fun time at the bar, and I had a very fun time talking to the bartender, and I met some friends, and they drove me around on their moped. But still, at the beach, nobody had a top on. Now, I didn't actually remember this Super Paradise Beach until right now. And now that I remember it, nobody had a top on. And it was a very interesting experience. Good for those people. You know what I'm saying? Well, Vicky, we started talking. Steph really wanted to see my tattoo, and I found it. And then I remembered, and then I was thinking, oh, yes, this is why I don't go to the beach. And then I was like, well, I did go to a beach without my shirt on one time, but it was a beach in Mykonos in Greece called Super Paradise Beach, or Super Paradise 2, I don't remember. Either way, everyone had their shirt off there. That was quite an experience. I don't know if it was for me, though. Let's just say I was a little overwhelmed. All right, can we go to the next video now? I loved that we got to see that tattoo, Steph, but on my end, I may have taken us a little far afield. All right, so the next one we're going to listen to is criminalist David Wilson on the Brian Kohberger case. So same guy, but talking on an audio interview about the Coberger case.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the program. In a previous episode, we were talking about true crime tourism and how that relates to the house in Moscow, Idaho. Well, in this episode, we're going to hear from a criminologist from Scotland who is talking about the criminology angle and how it relates to Brian Coberger and the overall allegations that he's facing. So let's dive into this article from the Herald Scotland, and let's see what criminologist David Wilson has to say. Headline: Brian Coberger and the Idaho Stabbing by David Wilson. They have a typo here in their headline where they're calling what happened here a shooting, and obviously we know that it was a fixed blade knife that was used and not a gun. There's a riddle that has perplexed philosophers since the time of the Greeks. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? As a criminologist, recent events in Moscow, Idaho have made me think about something similar. What comes first, an interest in criminology or the desire to kill? The criminological riddle is prompted by the arrest and charging of 28-year-old Brian Coberger for the murders of 4 University of Idaho students in the early hours of November 13th of 2022. Xana Kernodle and her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Madison Mogan, who along with 2 other students lived together off campus in the same house close to the Washington state border. And that's certainly a good question, right? Especially talking about Brian Coberger. We know that he's had a fascination with criminology and becoming a police officer or someone in law enforcement for quite some time. So I'm sure that there's other people out there that have the same sort of dark desires that Brian Coberger allegedly had, and they're going for their criminology degree right now as we speak. Coberger was a doctoral student in criminology at Washington State University, about 10 miles away from Moscow, and had previously received his master's in criminal justice from DeSales University in Pennsylvania, where he studied under Professor Kathleen Ramsland. Professor Ramsland, who I have met, has written extensively about violence, murder, and serial murder, is perhaps best known for her work about the Kansas serial killer, Dennis Rader, known as the BTK murderer, Bind, Torture, and Kill, which she wrote up in Confession of a Serial Killer, the untold story of Dennis Rader, and was largely based on her correspondence with Rader. Now, how many of you out there think that Kathleen Ramsland is also going to get access to Brian Kohberger? I think...
Hold on. So does he actually... is this one where he actually weighs in? This may not be him weighing in, but I'll find one if he does weigh in on Coberger. Hold on. I thought this was an No, me too. I thought this was an interview, but we have 15 more minutes until the Diddy trial. So hold on, little towels. Hold on. I got a plan. I got a towel plan. I am the man with the towel plan. Let's see. I'm going to try to find a video interview. No, I don't know. I think it was just him reviewing a written piece.
I think she will. End a serial killer. I don't believe out your thing reason of serial.
So that's just a review of a written piece. All right, hold on. No, so it's not a problem. Let's though listen to David Wilson on the popularization of armchair detectives. So hold on one second. Here we go. Is this? No, that's not it. Let me find it. Hold on. I have it here. Murder by Maestro linked it for us, so I'm going to find it. Here we go. Ready, little towels? I do have a clip to watch for us. If you're just tuning in, 5 o'clock, we're going to find out if Twitter's going to be a flooda related to the Diddler and whether he'll be staying in the Metropolitan Detention Center until sentencing. Twitter will be a flooda in 15 minutes. Your Twitter a flooda warning is coming up. 5 p.m. Eastern, little towels. That's 10 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Hello, Kiki, Riri, Dewdrops, LS, so many others. Kath Dawn, Ruth Bang. You all are super towels. Peony and Rose. Get ready. Here we go. We're about 15 minutes away. Will the Diddler stay in prison? We'll find out together. Let's watch this episode. Thanks for sending it along. Perfect. I mean, we get lost. We cover a lot of things on this channel that aren't just true crime, but we even get lost sometimes in it, folks. These are real people, real lives. We need to be very precise. We don't have the same standards in the U.S. as the U.K. We have a First Amendment here. The U.K. has very strict criminal laws and civil laws that are different than the U.S., okay? I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. However, no cameras in UK courtrooms. In fact, you get media, you get banned, in the UK, sorry for saying from reporting on the case. Tommy Robinson went to jail because he reported on a case that was active. You can't even go to the court and take pictures outside. You can't mention it on social media. And they will, in the UK, you say stuff on social media that's like a violation of law, like a racist word, or you say something like that, you interfere with a court proceeding, they will just come and arrest you. You don't have a First Amendment right. They will come and arrest you. They will come to your house. Now, obviously not the people in this chat, but I've read about people where they just tweet one thing in the UK and they get arrested. So they have a whole different system of law. They have a whole different system of enforcement. They have a whole different system of rights. They have like the Magna Carta, but they don't have the Constitution. And they also have like some codification of the Magna Carta. I'm not an expert in this, but when there was a lot of wars between the Parliament and the King, part of this was like, and it was like when King James got brought in front of Parliament, King James I. It was like a big there's like a reason why Parliament, when they do the when the King's or Queen's speech gets delivered, like Black Rod knocks on the door, and it has to do with like this. The Parliament is the manifestation of English representative democracy, but the Parliament is very paternalistic, and they never adopted a constitution, I would say. They have like, I'm speaking broadly because I'm not an expert in English history. They have the Magna Carta was adopted into something that resembles a constitution. Oh, Artworks 2, I'm so happy. Artworks 2, hello, Artworks 2. My dear friend, I am so happy the Call Me Hank shirt arrived. Oh, that makes me a super happy towel. Yeah, no, I agree. Well, Murder by Maestro was two things. I think he covered a criminal trial related to grooming gangs, I want to say. And I'm not saying he didn't do the other thing, but at least one of the things was he literally, without explicitly in violation of court order, went to the court, it was a magistrate's court, and filmed outside it when the person on trial came out. That is not allowed in England at all. There's a blackout order. You can get criminally sanctioned if you cover things that you're not supposed to cover. In fact, if you really want to see how bad it is, look at this. Let's see. Hold on one second. Let's see. If you want to, I wouldn't say how bad, but if you just want to see how different it is. Now, a lot of you in the UK, all right, you are allowed to know about this, but like, I wouldn't exactly say it's like promoted on the BBC, all right? That is what's going on in the UK, all right? You can have like D notices. I know them as a D notice, but they're now known as DSAM notices. And basically, it's not a request. It is they will tell you not to broadcast certain things. They're open about it. They can use DSAM Notice 1 for military operations. Then they can use them for nuclear, counterterrorism, special forces, intelligence ops. Do you remember Anne Sakalas? The woman who... do you remember Anne Sakalas, the woman who killed Harry Dunn in the UK? She was an intelligence officer. Now, try to find pictures, okay? Like, the article's mainly about him, all right? Now, Anne Sakalas, who was working for the United States intelligence community. Now, if you look for Anne Sakalas, there's no Wikipedia on her, okay? She barely exists. When they would do news articles at the time, they would run her outdated marriage photo. Like, you never see that kind of thing. See this picture? They would run at the beginning. When this story first aired, look, I'll show you the BBC article. And remember, the BBC are the ones that are like really determining this. Like, they're the government line. Look at how they would run this picture of her. Okay? This was one of the first articles about this story way back in the day, when she was like not getting extradited. That was denoticed. Straight up denoticed. There are real pictures of her. It is not that hard. The BBC would find pictures of anyone. They straight up denoticed her. And then you can see eventually, like, there are pictures of her out there. But for years, she killed someone. She fled the country under diplomatic immunity. They denoticed her still. Like, no other pictures of her in this BBC article. Straight up denoticed. So, anyway, I noticed that at the time. I was like, what are you doing? Why are you covering that up for her? Why are you flying her out of here? If I were the U.S. president, and I'm speaking hypothetically. If I were the U.S. president during that time, I would have said, unless there was a reason that you were on that road related to an intelligence operation at that time on the wrong side of the road, you're going over there. It's not a jurisdiction question. You're going over there because that's where this happened. And I know there's a lot of arguments about the way treaties work, but I would say straight up, if a U.S. citizen did that, if a UK citizen did that on the U.S. soil and flew to the UK, I'd be saying the same thing to the UK Prime Minister, hypothetically, in a fictional world. Bring that person to the United States, they will stand trial, and we will agree that they will get the same kind of penalty they would get under the British system. Just outrageous. Outrageous. Anyway, I can't keep yelling about that. I just can't. I can't. We're going to watch the Diddler verdict. All right, we're going to get you ready for this? I got to get into the Diddler mode. And then once the Diddler verdict's in, we're going to close out today with an amazing clip from LS, which is Are People Born Evil? And it's Dr. Wilson answering Criminalist Answers questions on Honesty Box. So we're going to do that after we get the Diddler verdict. All right, so let's get ready. Here we go. The Didler hearing should be starting up now. They usually start on time in federal court. All right? Now, I think a lot of us do, Selma. God bless you, my dear friend. Now, we're going to bring up the Didler verdict. All right? We can only watch it one way, ladies and gentlemen. We have to refresh. There's no coverage of federal courts. Well, murder by Maestro, the two things might not be mutually exclusive. Who's to say those grooming gangs weren't also involved with Parliament? Right? Know what I'm saying? All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're in the courtroom. Combs' lawyer, Brian Steele, and Jason Driscoll are patting each other on the back. Anglifo is in the holding cell with Combs. His family is in the second row of the gallery. We're going. We're off, ladies and gentlemen. Will the Didler get released? It's going to come fast and furious, ladies and gentlemen. Fast and furious, and I'm not talking about the Obama administration. Oh, goodness. Stop it, Grant. Stop. You can't do that. Yes, I can. I can make jokes about whatever I want. It's America. Satire is an art form, I tell you, ladies and gentlemen. It's an art form. Art is a special kind of speech, anyway. It's literary, artistic expression. It's given a lot of scope in its interpretation because you don't know. It's art. It's meant to be interpreted. That's why a lot of people don't get, like, someone may call themselves a satirist. If you're not doing satire, it's not satire. You actually have to be encoding in some cogent way a layered meaning into your commentary. Now, give me 1 second. I have to get water for this. I have obtained my water. I dropped my water bottle earlier, forgot to pick it up. I have obtained my water. That was the only time I've ever dropped my water so far away from me, I could not get it. All right, here we go. We're in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We're waiting for the Didler decision. It's true the judge... Hold on, Eva, your question scrolled by so fast I have to go back and get your question. Eva has a question. Eva Towell has a question. I'm going to answer it. Isn't it true the judge can take the preponderance of evidence to charge him more than what he's convicted of? Yeah, Eva, but he's already looking at so much under the sentencing matrix. They don't have to. This is... It's not that they can charge him with a higher crime. It's that the sentencing matrix for a higher crime applies. And we can talk about that, absolutely. I did the analysis. But let's see what Judge Submaranian has to say. And I do have it up, so take a look at this. If you look at the sentencing matrix for his charge, it's 2G 1.1, and he's not convicted under 18 U.S.C. 1591. It's another charge. So therefore, he'd be a sentencing level of 14, okay? Now, a base sentencing level of 14 for an offender with a criminal history of 1, which is the lowest, you're only looking at 15 to 21 months. However, because of this cross-reference here, which says, cross-reference 1A and B doesn't apply. He wasn't convicted under 2241A or B, but there's conduct described in his conviction that does fall under 18 U.S.C. 2242, which means you go to 2A 3.1. Now, if you want to look at 2242, it's like anything that's sexual abuse, all right? Now, if that applies, okay, that brings us to 2A 3.1 of the U.S. Sentencing Commission guidelines. That brings him to a base offensive level, if it was 2241C, which it's not, that he's convicted of 224142 or something. But it's not this. Or it's 30 months. Now, at 30 level, step 30. Now, if you're step 30 in the federal sentencing guidelines, then you're talking 97 to 121, even if you have no criminal history, all right? However, he also has, if we're under this specific section, this clause under 4A, not 4A, but 4B and C, if the victim or victims sustain serious bodily injury or something above serious but below life-threatening, you got to bump by 2 to 3 levels. So he could technically be bumped as high as 32 to 33. So he could be looking at, if this plays out the way the U.S. government will argue it, I think, then he could be looking at 135 to 121 to 168. Somewhere in the, and remember, he's convicted on 2 counts. Both have 10 to 20 years in prison. 10 years in prison. So that's up to 20 years in prison. Combs' lawyer Anglifo and Combs' lawyers Anglifo and Alexander Shapiro and Tony Garagos emerged from the holding cell, still waiting for Sean Combs to be brought into the courtroom by U.S. Marshals. Ladies and gentlemen, so do you see what we're talking about? I hope this answers your question, Eva Super Towel. And we're looking at somewhere between, I'd say, 97 and 168 months, more likely 121 to 168. So, his sentence is probably going to be 7 to 14 years, and he's going to serve 2/3 of that. You'll get a third off with good time automatically. So I don't think they're letting him out, because Cassie's lawyer made a really good argument that under the Mann Act, if you got convicted under this section under which Diddy got convicted, forget about the sentencing. It's mandatory that you're held post-conviction pre-sentencing. So I think Judge Submaranian's going to have to yield to that. He has to, basically. And that's my analysis. I'm a towel. I hope I'm doing a good job. We're doing the Diddy verdict live, ladies and gentlemen. The Diddy bail decision. We know the verdict. Diddy has been found guilty on 2 of the 5 counts, and then we also saw an argument from Cassie's lawyer. Let me show it to you right here. All right, it was from Cassie's lawyer earlier. And it says, all right, President Trump's bill passed the House, by the way, 213 to 212. So it goes to his desk now. It passed the House and the Senate. Cassie's lawyer made this argument. Combs is charged under 2421. Pursuant to the Bail Reform Act, 18 U.S.C. 1343A2, detention is mandatory post-conviction on these charges, and Ms. Ventura believes that Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in the case, including herself as well as to the community. And there was another victim, a man named Deontay Nash, who also submitted a letter saying he was afraid of what Combs would do. So now we go back to the updates from in the courthouse. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm entering 1940s report of towel mode. There's nothing you can do about it. This is what's happening. We're watching whether the decision as to whether Diddy's going to be held or whether he's going to be released. There's no way to get live coverage. This is what coverage of every case would be like, ladies and gentlemen, if there were no cameras allowed in the courtroom. So you have to make a decision as to whether or not this is a good thing for democracy or not. I think this is better. I think if all cases were covered this way, it would be more healthy. There'd be less interest, but the people who are interested would be forced to do it in a way that is cogent. Combs' lawyer, as I mentioned, they're still waiting for Sean Combs to be brought out from the holding cell. Bossy Texas Chick is, if you call anything a billion, all right, so listen, I figured this out. Bossy Texas Chick, you are going to be my political strategist, you and Bella, all right? You're coming to Washington. Mr. Towel, excuse me. Yes, Mr. Towel, Miss Bella, Miss Bossy Texas Chick, go to Washington. You are the political strategist. Every bill, okay, every single thing we propose, Bossy Texas Chick, we just call it a big, beautiful bill. It doesn't matter what it's about. It doesn't matter. We just call it the same thing every time. And that's, all right, you are my political strategist. You and Bella, we need to make sure Bella is okay with this. I think Bella is going to demand towels be involved in this somehow. Just give Bella the towels, and we'll tell Bella one of the bills is where she gets unlimited towels. We'll federally subsidize Bella's access to towels. That sounds a little bit like pork. Don't worry, it's not pork, it's more like catnip. We'll all get along. Now, I've thought about this extensively. Clearly, no one should send me to Congress because I'll start doing things to benefit cats just to troll people. That would be hilarious. Those who maybe do send me to Congress, if you want me to federally subsidize towels for cats. Listen. I think we can run a whole platform. Part of my platform will be we're going to give federal subsidies so that cats can be given towels. All right. Is anyone opposed to this plan? Listen, if anyone has an opposition, you're going to have to say no now, because otherwise I'm just rolling forward with this. All of you out there with cats, I think you are going to benefit from this. Now I'm a little nervous about whether Combs is going to be held without bail, if you can't tell. However, any of you, good job, Bossy Texas Chick. But yes, that's absolutely right. But yes, if any of you object, let me know now. Otherwise, part of my political platform, some of it's going to be put Hank Brennan on the Supreme Court. The other part of it's going to be about engendering cogent public discourse, okay, to ward off the usurpation of our republic. And then the third platform to complement the other parts of the platform is going to be, we're going to use federal subsidies to give towels to cats. I'm going to win. Oh, Kath Dawn, hello. You have a safe trip on the bus. We're all here with you. You let us know if you need anything, and I hope this bus ride goes quick for you. I'll do my best to talk about giving towels to cats while you ride on the bus. We're going to get our Diddy updates. Now, I think we're all on the same plan. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're awaiting the judge. Absolutely, Colleen Henry, you're here with us. We're monitoring. I'm being a little towel. Sean Combs has been brought in. Sits next to Tony Garagos. It might be Tenny because he keeps spelling it Tenny. I always thought it was Tony. Reading. Anglifolo walks over to the lectern, then back to his seat. Prosecutors are at place at the front table, waiting on Judge Submaranian. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been waiting to determine if the diddler is going to get his decision, here we go. Yes, we got puppies, kitties, otters, kangaroos, the whole lot of them. Kath, you ride safe, my dear friend. Oh, Dewdrops, I think Kath is riding on the bus with us, and we're going to try to keep Kath entertained and also accompanied as they go on their bus ride, as Kath goes on their bus ride. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Sean Combs is in the courtroom. Is he going to be held? How's it going to play out? We're waiting on the judge. Oh, goodness. Apparently, a lot of different people who like money love South Beach. Tal's a little baffled by the whole thing, but, you know, it's America. Now, tomorrow, we're going to do some more JFK, and then I'm going to try to plan some panels for the end of the week. And then on Saturday, if you're just tuning in, it's just past 5:11 p.m. Eastern here in Boston. A little bit cooler today than other days. We are monitoring, ladies and gentlemen, the Diddler docket. We're going to do a review of everything that went down today. Tomorrow, we're going to review the Kohberger plea. We're going to talk about the state's new evidence that they presented during the plea colloquy. Then we're going to talk about sentencing coming up on July 23rd. That's going to be at 9 a.m. Mountain Time, 11 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. All right, on July 23rd. That's a Wednesday. It's expected to take most of the day. We will have coverage to make sure those victims' impact statements are preserved and recorded and broadcasted in as many places as possible. Now, we are waiting, Little Towels. We're waiting. Judge Submaranian should be taking the bench any minute now. As soon as Judge Submaranian takes the bench, expect the pace of updates to be fast and furious. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm not talking about the Obama administration. I'm talking about being a little towel. Now, all right, here we go, Super Towels. We're almost ready. We're almost ready. It's P. Diddy, Puff Daddy the Diddler, and Towels puffing on the cigar. Allie, you want to go to the Fontainebleau Hotel? I want to do some historical research about a man named Jack Ruby. I don't think I should actually leave my room or the state of Massachusetts for a very long time. I'm just going to sit here on camera all the time. Yeah, I think a lot of people are watching these federal court updates from the Diddler trial. Twitter is a flutter. It's official. Twitter is a flutter, ladies and gentlemen. Twitter is a flutter. Oh, goodness. Twitter is definitely a flutter. Twitter is a flutter. Call in the reserves. Call in the troops. Announce that Twitter is a flutter. Towel is drinking his water. And Twitter is a flutter. Oh, Allie, did you ever go to the Fontainebleau Hotel and meet a man named Frank Sturgis? Oh, Allie, did you know that Jack Ruby didn't die in Parkland Hospital in January of '67? He died in South Beach, Miami, in his mom's home from self-harm on December 12th, 1967, and I know this because I found a CIA, FBI file confirming it. I'll show it to you after the Diddler decision. Still waiting on Judge Submaranian, ladies and gentlemen. Twitter is a flutter, and you know if Twitter is a flutter. Murder by Maestro, you know, I think he would say this man deserves it because Sean Puffy Combs, in my opinion, was most definitely involved in a number of people being taken out. Tupac, Biggie, who were both going to... Remember, Tupac and Biggie were going to form the commission, and they were going to ditch Bad Boy. They were going to create Bad Boy East, basically. And Diddy saw it coming, and he moved. All four of the five people that Diddy started his record label with are dead. And the assistant, the woman, is also dead. Sounds good, Allie. We're going to go do some investigations. All right, folks, let's continue. All right, here we go. What do we got? Nope, nothing yet. No Judge Submaranian. Judge Submaranian knows the world is watching. Well, okay, people, like, I don't think people understand this is federal court. 2 charges carrying up to 10 years each with the sentencing enhancement, read the way that I read it. I'm not a lawyer or your lawyer. This is not legal advice. These are not small charges. This is not a joke. Hey, Beef Rabbit, you are a super towel. Exactly, you read my mind. Like, Diddy was involved in it all. There's a bunch of people that Diddy was involved with that I'm sure, and I'm sure more investigations are coming. There's no statute of limitations on murder. And there's a bunch of stuff that he was involved with that I'm pretty sure he only got away with because of the hip-hop task force. And that turned a bunch of people. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that the CIA and the FBI run the rap game. Are you kidding me? Like, the U.S., I'm not part of any agency, I'm not part of the government, I have no idea what I'm talking about. The U.S. hypothetically has used rap music in emerging third world democracies to overthrow the state. Hold on. It's already denied. Wow. Wait a minute. Where are you seeing that? Bail is denied. Bail is denied. Oh, goodness. It was automatic. For the following reasons, bail is denied. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news, the Diddler's bail has been denied. Breaking news, the Diddler, P. Diddy, has had his request for bail pending sentencing denied in federal court. Diddy is facing up to 20 years for sex trafficking for the purposes of prostitution. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, prostitution. Oh, this is huge. This is huge. This means he's going to jail for a long time. I told you the sentencing guidelines demanded it. Hold on, that's how you spell prostitution. Why is that such a hard word to spell? Prostitution. Why would you correct it to for the purposes of prostitution, not involving force, but instead money? He faces 100. What's the sentencing guidelines? Hold on. He faces 121, 97 to 68 months. He faces 97 to 168 months. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to read the reasons bail was denied. Bail has been denied, ladies and gentlemen. Bail has been denied for Diddler. No one thought it was going to happen. Oh, Rosalie's in the comment. Hi, Rosalie. You're a super towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, how do we do? Victory. What do we post? Oh, Matlock. Matlock. Somebody got. There we go. What do you think of that? Perfect. Oh, it's so perfect. I used it yesterday, but it's better today. What do you think of that, Matlock? Ladies and gentlemen, we find the justice system has finally stood. Federal court. You don't mess around in federal court. Judge, even if a defendant was solely required to show that he is not a danger to the community, he could not meet that burden. Prior to trial, the court denied bail and see no reason to reverse that now. The defense conceded the defendant's violence. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is bad. This man's going to jail for multiple decades. Multiple decades, ladies and gentlemen. This man is going to quote jail for multiple decades. That's the only reason judge would deny bail, because that means he's looking at this sentencing guideline. I was right. He's not looking at 2G 1.1 with the offense level of 14. He might have let him out. No, this is going to be more like under 2A 3.1 with enhancements for violence, because he just said he admitted violence, which means I freaking nailed it, and it's going to be a sentencing level of 32 to 33, 121 to 168 months. That's why he denied bail. He's going to jail for decades. He will never, probably not before 2035, unless he gets a 10-year sentence, in which case he may be out in 7 years. I think it's going to be more to like 15 to 17. He's not seeing the light of day until 2035 at the earliest. Justice for Cassie, ladies and gentlemen. Justice for Cassie. Let's start the movement. Justice for Cassie. Ladies and gentlemen, justice for Cassie. One of our judicial system somewhere in America. The judicial system still functions, and money cannot buy freedom. God bless the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, we needed that. All of us needed. The United States needed that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 10 years or more. Or more. Under the sentencing matrix, you cannot downward depart. You really can't without the government agreeing, and he's looking at 97 to 168 months, and this judge does not like him. He just denied his bail and said he's been violent. This man's never getting out of federal prison. Nope, not happening. Maybe he gets out when he's like 70, but he's going to federal prison for a long time. Oh, judge is going to max him out. Oh, yeah, and if he maxes him out, that's 20 years. Oh, no! Judge, his violence is depicted in the video of Cassie Ventura. The defense the defense admitted this is a terrible moment. Domestic violence is the issue. Is this what she said? It wasn't only that. There was the London hotel incident. Oh, he's gonna max him. He's gonna max him. Oh, goodness. He is gonna max this man, and he's gonna apply the enhancement under section 2A 3.1 4 B and C, and he's going to max him. He's going to straight max him. He's going to max him under the sentencing guidelines. He's going to give this man 168 months. Mark my words, he's going to give this man 168 months. Oh, write it down. It might be a little bit less depending on what some of the other factors are. He is going to give this bastard 168 months because he can. Because he can. Oh, it's glorious. Everything about it is glorious. Those specific words the judge is saying, when you look at it in the context of this specific section, 2.2A 3.1, which applies because this is an offense that can be described under 2242. Oh my God. This man's going to prison for 168 months. And it's only going to get worse. I'm telling you, there's nothing that the judge can say after that that's going to make it better for P. Diddy. I nailed it. He's denying him bail on the basis of him being violent, and he's denying him bail specifically and creating a factual record that he hurt Cassie, which means he's going to apply the 2 to 3 level sentencing enhancement. This man is going to get railed. And he can appeal it all he wants. He's going to be in prison for a while. Judge, there was violence after the searches in this case. As to Jane, there was June 2024 after the searches of Combs' residence. This evidence is a disregard for the law and propensity for violence. Oh, he's screwed. He's going to nail him to the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, you can read it in real time. Judge Subterranean is teeing off on this defendant. He hates, and this is not a sign of hatred, he hates what this man has done, and he's railing on him. If you ever find yourself in this kind of situation, especially if you've used violence in this way, a federal judge is going to wait. They're going to sit there and be patient and nice to your lawyers, and then they're going to freaking unload on you. I mean, they're just going to unload their juridical vengeance. I have not seen anything like it in a while, and it's about damn time, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I say. It's about damn time. So bear with me, little towels. Bear with me as we continue to monitor. All right, we continue to monitor. We're going to bring up the next tweet in 1 second here. I'm just going to get this little towel. There we go. It should be kicking in now any second. Hold on. All right, there we go. Come on now, little towel. You can do it. All right, let's close that and that and that. All right. We're going to get our next update. You can tell, though. You can already tell where this is going, little towels. This man's going to prison for a long time. Yep, if you've been waiting for a moment, folks, if you've been waiting for a moment to feel that it is possible for a judge somewhere to say enough is enough and put their foot down, we certainly are seeing that here. Now, I have it for you, ladies and gentlemen. I have the next update. Hold on, little towels. Trying to get the sentencing update because people are going to need to know about the sentencing guidelines, all right? He could and it is federal court, but that would be open to being overturned on appeal. But he can sentence him under the higher level of the matrix. The court takes no position on what it will consider its sentencing, nor what sentence will impose. But here the burden is on him and he cannot carry it. The defense argues the guidelines start at 21 months. The U.S. says 51 months. He'd done 10 months. Hold on. I got to look at their sentencing memo because the guidelines, if they're saying 51, hold on. If they're saying 51, they're giving him an offense level of 24. So that doesn't mean I was wrong. What it means is that this part of the sentencing guideline only talks about enhancements, okay? That means he's a level 30 offense, okay? And they've adjudicated him down 4 levels to level 24. There's stuff that I don't know about everything the government knows about. There are some mitigating factors other than his criminal history. But the point is, he started at level 30. He went down to 24. All right, and they're saying it's 51, but the reality is Judge Submaranian can max him. Because the only way that they got to level 24, they didn't get to 24 from 14. There's not 10 enhancement points. They went down from 30. That means they used this sentencing guideline. They may even have gone up and then down. So he might have 8 down points, 2 up points. However, Judge Submaranian he can't go down from 51, but he can go up. All right, I'm going to refresh. Hold on, I'm going to refresh. I'm doing it. What did he say? Hold on. I am setting sentencing for Friday, October 3rd. I'm willing to expedite it. We would like it expedited. We will need an expedited pre-sentencing report from probation, but I will be available anytime. Oh, he's in jail for months. Oh, he's not getting out anytime soon. Judge is going to give him a hard time. Whoa. So, all right, now what I want to know, and I'm going to have to read the document, what caused them to drop from a level 30 to a level 24? And judge said 51 months. That can only mean they put him at a level 24 as a start. What caused them to drop 6 levels? They're clearly using this guideline. They didn't go up from 14. There's nothing here that would let them go up from 14 to 24. They had to start with this statute, with this sentencing guideline, and go down to 24. So what made them go down? Now that's just a basis. That means the minimum, judge can't depart downward. He can depart up all he wants. The minimum Diddy's going to do is 51 months with 10 months served, 41 months, 2-4. He's going to do 3 years at minimum. 3 years at minimum. But I think it's going to be, I agree, Eva. I think the U.S. is saying 51 as a minimum, and then it goes all the way up to 168. It's a big sentencing range, but that's what it would mean to be a level 30 base offense, 6 reduction points. So I think he went up 2 to 32 and went down to 34. But the judge can't sentence him below 51, but he could max him if he wanted him. He can't do 240, I don't think. Well, he could. That would be offense level like 37. But realistically, the guidelines probably peg him from like 24 to 33. Yep. Yeah, there's something, Bossy Texas Chick, there's something about this. New tweet on sentencing guidelines. Let me look. I'm looking at the sentencing guidelines, so I want to figure out where we got on there. So let me see what the argument is. There is a great divide on the sentencing guideline. I see that Miss Comey has her statute book open. The rule required the preparation of a report. Absent a reasoned waiver, probation may be able to expedite. Update me by July 8th at noon. There's a great divide on the sentencing guideline. And trust me, Judge is going to go with the state. Judge always goes with the state. I'd say it could. So here's what I'm seeing. And I don't have the government's memo. We'll analyze it tomorrow. Actually, you know what? Let me just go up on Pacer right now. Hold on. Hold on one second. Hold on. USV Sean Combs federal case number. I'll show you how to use Pacer. We'll do this in real time. All right. Hold on. What's the federal case number? All right. I got it. All right. Watch this. All right. So who's ready to learn how to use Pacer? Who's ready? We're having a Pacer session. Who's ready for Pacer class? Everybody get your notebooks. Murder by Maestro, I bet you're in the garden. All right, yeah, well, I think I did pretty much get it right. I got to look at their memorandum to confirm, but I think they moved under 2A3.1. We'll find out. All right, so who's ready? Who's ready for a pacer session? All right, here we go. Pacer session with Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, what's the very first thing we do? What's the very first thing we do? So we're in Pacer, all right? Find cases, all right? Now, we have the case number because I copied and pasted it. 124 CR. Now, it doesn't mean that I typed it in right here, but let's try. I got it! And so then we're going to look for US v. Combs. Here it is, all right? Then we click this one. Now, this docket report's going to be extensive. Now, it may look like you have the case up, all right? It may look like that you have it when you get to this screen. I just want to be clear, you do not have it. You need to click docket report, all right? So under docket report, you're going to go ahead and hit run report. And now, it's the whole case, okay? It's a very long case. So we're going to scroll the whole docket, all right? And we're looking for the U.S.'s sentencing memorandum, all right? We go all the way to the bottom. Very long docket. So that was the letter by Sean Combs, all right? And then transcript, letter by victim 1, order, letter from USA to Sean Combs. All right, so we'll try this one. And let's see if this has the USA's sentencing position. All right, so you got to pay, it's only 90 cents, all right? I'll pay the government 90 cents. And then there you go, you got the PDF. All right, no, we got to publish this. Other people haven't published this. All right, so the government respectfully submits this letter following the jury trial of the defendant, Sean Combs. Following a 7-week jury trial, the defendant was found guilty on 2 counts of interstate transportation for the purposes of prostitution in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2421A. The defendant has moved for bail pending sentencing under the Bail Reform Act. However, because detention is mandatory under the Bail Reform Act, he is not entitled to release, and his detention must be continued. And we're going to read the background here, but let me actually, first of all, let me make sure that this is on the right screen. Hold on. So this is the kind of thing that I don't even know. I couldn't even find this on the document, the feed I was just reading. He didn't post this. He only posted the Combs version. So let me get this uploaded, first of all, because I think it's important that people see this. So hold on. All right, hold on. So let's do that. All right, let's do that. And then let me come over here and let me see if I can do, no, let me try that. All right, there we go. And then, hold on. All right, and then let me grab this. And 1 second, I'm just going to take a screenshot. Sorry for the delay. All right, and then let me see if they talk about sentencing. All right, let me just screen. I got to read the whole thing very quickly. Guidelines calculation. Oh, I got it! They're using 2. No, they aren't. Are they? Did I get it right? 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 Oh my God. Did I really get it right? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Are they going to use the... Okay, they're using enhancements. All right, there we go. All right, we're looking for 2A... 3-1. How did they get from 14 to 24? Oh, all right. So they're using a little grouping. He was a supervisor. He impeded justice, 2 levels. Attempted to obstruct justice. 3.C11. Oh, wow. All right. 51 to 63. All right. So they so why didn't they use, all right, hold on 1 second. I wonder why they didn't use this one. They used this instead of this. I really think they could have used this right here, the cross-reference. But they still got it up to 24, and let me show you how. So here's and you're seeing this first here because apparently other people didn't go pull this. So they're using this logic. So they're recommending 51. They used a different calculation, and they're recommended. They're starting with a base offense level of 14. Then they're adding a grouping analysis. All right, and the grouping analysis is because it's more than one victim, and then they raise that by 5 to a 19. Then they're adding a Chapter 3 enhancement. And they're saying he was a manager or a supervisor, and then they're adding, and that gets him up to, and then there's some violence, and there was attempt to pay off and security guard, so that bumps him another 5. His criminal history category is 0 or 1, and so they're recommending 51 to 63 months imprisonment. However, it may be higher than this preliminary calculation. The government has not had adequate time to consider all potentially applicable guideline provisions. For example, as the court is aware, evidence presented at trial in support of the defendant's convictions on 3 and 5 overlap with evidence related to sex trafficking. Accordingly, much of this conduct is not included in the guidelines definition of acquitted conduct and may be relevant. See USSG 1B13C. For instance, the government expects to seek the application of the 4-point enhancement pursuant to USSG 2G11B1BI. Okay, hold on. We're going to have that. We need to cross-reference. Hold on. What's it under? They're looking under now 2G 1.1B. All right, so hold on. 2G 1.1B, and then they want 1B1. It involves fraud or coercion. Okay? If they do that, it increases by 4 levels. So that would bump him up. Oh, goodness. They're saying that at minimum they're considering bumping him up to a 28. That would be 78 to 90 months. Oh, goodness. And there's other cross-references that are applicable. Look at 22. Why don't they listen to me? 2G 1.1 C 1 B. That gets you, if you can link his conduct with the sex trafficking under 18 U.S.C. 2242, you then apply 2A3.1. If you get into 2A3.1, you can forget about all the enhancements. You could start him at 30 and get him to friggin' 46. Oh, goodness. I have a real passion for this. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, no one else has this document either because they didn't go pull it. Oh, they're going to screw him. They're going to screw him to the wall. I love this prosecutor. Oh, she nailed it. Jay Clayton, Maureen Comey, Emily Johnson, Madison Riddick Smizer, Meredith Foster, Christy Slavic, Mitzi Steiner. Oh, God bless all of you. Oh, they're going to nail him. And it was just hiding in there. Oh, they're going to nail him. Oh, goodness. They expect to seek the application of a 4-point enhancement above what they already recommended. All right, I got to write this up. You ready for this? I'm ready. I'm a tout. I was born to write this stuff up. I could cover the federal courts because I'm a tout. You don't understand? I get so excited about this stuff. Just wind me up and let me go. Just let Towel do his thing. Just unleash him on the world, ladies and gentlemen. You don't understand. I'm a little towel. Sentencing recommendation. Why is that word so hard to spell? I have to make sure I spell it right because a lot of people are going to see this. I don't like having to spell check the word recommendation. I feel like a moron. I spelled it wrong. But then you look like more of a moron if you spell the word recommendation wrong, so you can feel like a moron or look like a moron. So I'd rather feel like a moron and spell check it than look like a moron. You see how that works? Ladies and gentlemen, I found this before anyone else. Now you're going to get to see me write up news in real time. Get ready. We're going on one of those towel adventures. Everybody ready? I'm a little towel. You're a little towel. I'm a little towel. All right, so let's do it. Let's be a little towel. We'll be effective, useful, important, effective little towels. Anybody who has an objection, you are not a towel. And you might be saying, sir, how do you process federal court documents while streaming and also interpreting things and cross-referencing? And how do you understand the federal sentencing guidelines? I don't know. I'm a towel. If you have questions, direct them to my complaint manager. His name is Murder by Maestro. He didn't exactly accept this position. I'm just delegating this to Murder by Maestro so that he gets inundated with complaints and that I can laugh about them. You don't understand. I think that's hilarious. I'm a little bit of a troll at heart. Don't tell anyone. They're going to figure it out. They're going to be like, he's not actually a towel. He's a troll. I'm not a troll. You're a troll. How dare you? How dare you, ladies and gentlemen? You can't just be like, that towel is a troll. I am a towel. I'm a little towel. I'm a little towel. All right, let's get going. We got things to write up. I know this is the only news program in the world where the host goes between solving Watergate, solving the JFK assassination, and then writing up federal court documents while saying repeatedly, I am a towel. Now, you may find this odd, and you may be saying to yourself, why am I here? How did I get here? What the hell is going on right now? Who signed me up for this? Well, you know what? You signed yourself up for this. That's partially what makes it so hilarious, and I'm going to troll you. So, and you can join in on the trolling. I think that's kind of the fun part of all this, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's like, I'm a little towel, So, I do my little towel thing and act like a little towel. So, yeah, if you want the news, you have to get along with the towel thing. And I also giggle sometimes, which people find really funny and endearing. I didn't know it was endearing or funny. I just thought I was being a little towel, But then I would giggle and they'd be like, oh, he's such a funny little towel. I wasn't trying to be funny. I was just giggling because I find myself hilarious. Sometimes I say things and I don't remember I say them, and then people repeat them in chat, and then I find it even more hilarious because I'm like, you're a towel. Oh, goodness, little ladies and gentlemen. That's how you find things in real time on Towel Stream. That's how you do it. Now, let's see. All right. So I don't think we actually have to write this up with text, but I do want to throw my logo on it. Not in an annoying way, just because I worked hard to find this, and I uploaded the damn document, and I'm a towel. So, I'm going to be a little towel, and you be a little towel, and there you go. Everybody's going to be happy. I'm going to be a little towel. Oh, Allie90211, I saw your comment fly by in the background. I love you all, too. You're all wonderful little towels. Now, I'm only sorry that we don't have time right now. We're going to watch it in a second. We don't have time to watch our wonderful clip that was submitted earlier about Dr. David Wilson, and we're going to watch it in a second. But first, I must focus attentively on getting this towel promulgation out related to the P. Diddy sentencing memo from the government, because it perfectly encapsulates a major point of news that a lot of people are going to miss in the national media because they don't do their job and check Pacer. Now, Little Towel does his job and checks Pacer, and he also interprets things at a very rapid rate of speed in the context of real-time breaking news developments. Now, you might be saying, sir, this is a little bit of a lot to take in at once. Well, you know what? Have you considered the fact that you're watching a man who thinks he's a towel, who knows how to access Pacer to download federal court documents before the national media, and in turn troll them by posting them, and therefore becoming hilarious in his own mind? You don't understand. Just in. Prosecutors in the, can I call him the diddler? In the in the case of Diddy, the diddler Combs have submitted a letter to the judge in Combs's case, indicating that although their preliminary sentencing recommendation is 51 to 67 months, they expect at least a 4-point enhancement before sentencing. Now, I want to be clear, a 4-point enhancement, okay, just a 4-level enhancement. if they seek a 4-level enhancement before sentencing under the current federal sentencing guidelines, ladies and gentlemen, that if we go to the guidelines, that would push him from, and we know he was at a level 24, that would push him to a level 28. That would be 78 to 97 months. 78 to 97 months. And then I have to overview. Prosecutors began with a level 14 base offense. Level 14 base for the sentencing guidelines, with a criminal offender level of 1, which is the lowest level possible. Then we have to go through each one. So why did they go up each level? We got to write this up for the public, right? So why did they go up each level? So they went up initially. So we have to start with, there was a grouping analysis. So they used all right. So using prosecutors then applied a grouping analysis because of multiple victims involved in the Combs case. All right, so they used the grouping analysis, right? And then that upped it how much? And so what did it do? The offense, and that raised the offense level to 19. Combs was convicted of 2 counts of sex trafficking involving money rather than force, which each carry a sentence of up to 10 years in federal prison. Okay, so then there's a Chapter 3 enhancement. And then, okay, next, and I'm just going to quote this verbatim. All right, so that next, pursuant, and that brings the total, to 20. It was 3 levels to 19 to 22. Okay, and then there's also an obstruction. Then there was an obstruction analysis. Then, quote, pursuant to impede the obstruction of justice, so that 2 levels were added, bringing the total to 24. Accordingly, the total offense levels for count 3 and 5 is 24. However, accordingly, and then I'm just going to quote from it. However, for the sentencing range portion, the government goes on to say, and he gets no zero, and he doesn't get an adjustment for certain 0-point offenses because it involved violence. Then, in the sentencing range section, the government goes on to say, and I have to quote this in a block quote, but there's no such thing as a block quote in a social media post. Accordingly, based on the preliminary calculation set forth above, the defendant's guidelines range is at least 51 to 63 months imprisonment. The government notes, however, that the guidelines applicable at sentencing may be higher than this preliminary calculation. The government has not had adequate time to carefully consider all potential applicable guideline provisions. For example, as the court is aware, evidence presented at trial in support of the defendant's convictions on count 3 and 5 overlaps substantially with evidence related to the sex trafficking counts. Accordingly, much of this conduct is not included in the guidelines definition of acquitted conduct and may be relevant to the guidelines calculation. See USSG 1B1.3C. All right, hold on. For instance, the government expects to seek the application of a 4-point enhancement pursuant to U.S.G. Section 2G 1.1 B1 BI for offenses involving fraud or coercion. See the section in question, note 2. And then for the purposes of this section, coercion includes any form of conduct that negates the voluntariness of the victim. The government requires additional time to consider any other potential enhancements or cross-references that may be applicable. And then I have to go over here. I have to go grab the relevant section. Hold on. So read the relevant section of the guidelines here. Read the relevant sections of the sentencing guidelines here. And then let me go over and grab the state's full document. Hold on. Let me grab it from my drive. So copy the link. And you'll see in 1 second what this post looks like when it goes live. Let me just copy this link again. Let me see. Read that letter in full here. And I went and paid 90 cents for this. Don't forget about that. I'm a little towel. All right. And then let me see the federal sentencing guidelines in full here. So let me grab those links, right? And then so see the federal sentencing guidelines in full here. And so let me of note, even a 4-level enhancement to the current level of 24 would lead to a recommendation of, and then I have to go over to the guidelines and see what a step 28 is, and a step 28 is 78 to 97 months, 78 to 97 months in prison. Further elevation of the offense level, including to above level 30 if, hold on, I have to then denote which section comes into play. If this part, if comes into play related to sexual conduct, then the sentence range could run as high as, let me check the guidelines one more time. I'm doing this in real time. You're seeing me bring them up. Could range as high, let's say, 121 to 168 months. As high as 121 to 168 months. And that would be offense level 32 to 34. For offense level 32 to 34. Combs was denied bail on, what is it, Wednesday? Or is it Tuesday? On Wednesday. On Wednesday, and will face an expedited sentencing hearing sometime before October. Initial reports from probation and both sides are due in the coming week. I think I wrote it up well, Little Towels. I think I wrote it up well. I got the full letter posted. I got the sentencing guidelines posted. I made it accessible. I couldn't read any of your comments while I was doing that, but I'm going to show you what I posted as soon as I get it up. I was one of the first people to find that document, and we found that there's something hiding in there. They're going for an elevated sentence. The public didn't even notice. It could be way higher. Could be way higher, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness, Little Towels. See the, oh, goodness, all right, come on now. See the federal sentencing guidelines in full here. All right, hold on. Preliminary recommendation is 56 to in prison. They expect at least a 4-level enhancement before sentencing. That enhancement, that level enhancement, indeed could climb even further, noted prosecutors who told the judge who told Judge Submaranian, let me figure out how to spell that. Judge Submaranian, that's a very hard name to spell, but I'd rather spell it right. and it's not with another. All right, so Judge Submaranian, who told Judge Submaranian that they, hold on, I have to go now and get this part, this last part, require additional time, and also that. All right. So I'm writing up a story. You'll see it when it comes up. That they, that, quote, the government expects to seek the application of 4-point enhancement, that, for example, the government sees, and then the DOJ told Judge Submaranian that the government requires. All right, so there we go. I got it. I'm going to post it. Give me a second, little towels. That was really hard to write up. I was doing that in real time. I was glad to be able to talk you through it. I was glad you were here with me for it. I saved my draft, and I posted it. All right, ready, little towels? Here we go. So I'll show it to you right now. I'll bring it up for you on the screen. I worked pretty hard on it. I'm sorry for that little delay there. I hate to have kept you waiting. Sunken grave. I was going to be like, okay, I mean, congratulations. I'm proud of you. I'm a little bit baffled, but okay, good for you. All right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the story I just wrote up. You saw it first here on Towel Stream. We went on to PESA before anyone else. We found the document. We interpreted what the prosecutors were talking about, and now we got the analysis. Prosecutors in the case of Didla Combs have submitted a letter to the judge in Combs' case indicating that although their preliminary recommendation is 51 to 67 months in prison, they expect at least a 4-level enhancement before sentencing. That level enhancement, indeed, could climb even further, noted prosecutors who told Judge Submaranian that, for example, the government expects to seek the application of the 4-point enhancement pursuant to USG SG2 GG1B1BI for offenses involving fraud or coercion. Then the DOJ told Judge Submaranian that the government requires additional time to consider any other potential enhancements or cross-references that may be applicable. Read that letter in full here. Prosecutors began with a level 14 base for the sentencing guidelines, with a criminal offender level of 1, which is the lowest level possible. Using USSG 2G1.1, prosecutors then applied a grouping analysis because of multiple victims involved in the Combs case, and that raised the offense level to 19. Combs was convicted on 2 counts of sex trafficking involving money rather than force, which each carry a sentence of up to 10 years in federal prison. Next, pursuant to USSG 3B1.1, because the defendant was a manager or supervisor and the criminal activity was otherwise extensive, 3 levels are added. That brings the total to 22. Then, pursuant to USSG 3C1.1, because the defendant willfully obstructed or impeded or attempted to obstruct or impede the administration of justice with respect to the investigation and prosecution of counts 3 and 5 and the obstructive conduct related to those counts and relevant conduct, 2 levels are added, bringing the total to 24. Then, in the sentencing range section, the government goes on to say, accordingly, based only on the preliminary calculation set forth above, the defendant's guidelines range is at least 51 to 63 months imprisonment. The government, however, notes that the guidelines applicable at sentencing may be higher than this preliminary calculation. The government has not had adequate time to carefully consider all potentially applicable guidelines provisions. For example, as the court is aware, evidence presented at trial in support of the defendant's convictions on count 3 and 5 overlaps substantially with evidence related to the sex trafficking counts. Accordingly, much of this conduct is not included in the guidelines definition of acquitted conduct and may be relevant to the guidelines calculation. For instance, the government seeks the application of the 4-point enhancement pursuant to USSG 2G1.1B1BI for offenses involving fraud or coercion. See USSG section 2G1.1 note app note 2. For purposes of subsection B1, coercion includes any form of conduct that negates the voluntariness of the victim. The government requires additional time to consider any other potential enhancements or cross-references that may be applicable. Of note, even a 4-level enhancement to the current level of 24 would lead to a recommendation of 78 to 97 months in prison. Further elevation of the offense level, including to above level 30 if 2A3.1 comes into play related to sexual conduct, then the sentence range could run as high as 121 to 168 months for offense level 32 to 34. Combs was denied bail on Wednesday and will face an expedited sentencing hearing sometime before October. Initial reports from probation on both sides are due in the coming week. Read the relevant section of the sentencing guidelines here. See the federal sentencing guidelines in full here. There you go. ladies and gentlemen. How'd I do? Did I do a good job? I had a lot to say. I'm trying to breathe, Dewdrops. I just wanted to convey my information that only Towel found as quickly as I could to you Towel friends. And I even wrote it up as I was relaying it to you. Did you hear me typing there? I was typing like a furious little typist Towel. But yeah, no, he's not walking. He's doing a substantial amount of time in federal prison. It's stacked against you. It's stacked against you there. Yep, resist. He'll get good time. So the way it works is you get a third off your sentence automatically for good time. So say you get sentenced to 15 years or 12 years, third off automatically. And then you get time served. So he's been there 10 months. He's still going to do 7 to 10 years in federal prison. Mark my words. He's already done 1 year, and he's going to do at least 5 more, probably 7 more, maybe 10 more. Eva, if there's a press conference, link to it. If you could. Sorry, I'm eating an Oreo. We might have a press conference incoming. Potential Didla press conference incoming. Hold on. Trying to see if we can get coverage here, ladies and gentlemen. I'll take it live if there's a link. As your host eats an Oreo. That's Towel News Network for you. Read the new tweets. All right, I'm going to read the new tweets. Ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. I'm going to read them. I'm going, little towels. I'm going. Here we go. All right. And we'll hold the hearing on the afternoon of July 8th. Combs and Glifo, Your Honor has had a lot of information from presiding over the trial. We want the sentencing as soon as possible. Other Mann Acts cases, there's nothing remotely similar to this. The cases were reviewed involving defendants making millions or involved minors. The different facts here. See our letter. See U.S. v. Dillon. Actually, it's U.S. v. Dillon Jordan. I cover it here. Combs and Glifo. Then there was the Emperor's Club case of the former governor of New York. We understand this is moving quickly. The issue for us is if we'd have more time, we could have shown extraordinary circumstances. You concede violence in your closing, says Judge. Whether that's relevant to sentencing is not for today, but it can be considered on a bail application. In June of 2024, there's an argument that Mr. Combs was defending himself. Judge, Mr. Combs tried to get into a batterers program in New York. The jury never heard that. Then he got arrested. All these months later, here we are. The same drive to meet the head-on, like the self-respecting businessman he is. Combs and Glifo. He's been a model prisoner. There have been no issues. He's going to have next chapters of his life. When you're charged with racketeering, you have dark talks. When I was reading the Mia messages for his birthday, I have a hard time doing it. Combs and Glifo, his children are here, his 2 daughters. They're in the middle of the second row. They no longer have a living mother. Here, the user of prostitution services has been convicted under the Mann Act. He was acquitted of violence for sex trafficking. Combs and Glifo, he wants to talk to you. Let me check. Okay, check, Mr. Comey. Miss Comey, AUSA Comey. His brazenness is almost unmatched. The suggest it was self-defense is insulting. He slapped her in the shoulder. He had drugs in his NYC hotel room. He invited Jane. Combs and Glifo, we could craft conditions. Would the court be open to us putting together a bail package? I am happy to do so. Judge, the bail application is denied. We'll receive hopefully a joint proposal on expedited sentencing on Tuesday and a hearing at 2 p.m. Adjourned. Boom! So we're going to have a hearing next Tuesday, 2 p.m. It will be the same way. I love this judge. No, and so a lot of people... All right, so I got this one right for a number of reasons. And I know a lot of people were saying, no, he's going to get his... they're going to let him go. It's not a lot of time. No. It's federal court. His crime involved violence. Federal judges hate that stuff. They hate it. He didn't get convicted for it, but just the fact that you did it in front of him or he heard about it, the judge can then immediately take that into consideration. You're guilty. It doesn't mean you're guilty of the violence, but the judge already has the violence in his mind. He's not the jury. That's what he's saying to Glifo. Listen, bro, the jury might have not known about this shit. I do, and I'm pissed. He's gonna fuck him at sentencing. Oh, at least 10 to 20 years. I can just tell by the way the judge is talking. I can tell you right now, Yes, I'm eating Cheez-Its. I already ate lunch, so this is my dinner. Of course, listen, it's because I eat Cheez-Its that my brain works this way. I'm telling you. And Oreos. I had an Oreo before. Oh, of course. There was a family press conference after the Coberger hearing. We're going to watch this right away. If we have coverage of the press conference, if there was a press conference after the Combs trial, we'll watch that as well. But let me just load up this family press conference from after the Coberger trial. Yes, Tonya. Absolutely. You know it, Dewdrops. Kiki and Riri, I'm eating my Oreos. Your mom told me I could do so. Your mom's a super towel. All right, family press conference. Hold on. This is going to be a little more somber. I didn't realize that they actually gave a press conference. Hold on, it's loading up. All right, give me a second, little towels. I'm going to get Combs off the screen here, and we're going to go over to the press conference. This was from 2 hours ago in the Kohberger case. It's the family. They're going to have a statement read, and we're going to take it. Let's go.
Good afternoon. I'm Leander James from the law firm of James, Vernon and Weeks in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I'm a victims' rights attorney. For the past 2 years, I've had the privilege and the honor to provide pro bono representation in this criminal case for Karen Laramie and Scott Laramie, the loving mother and stepfather of Maddie Mogan. I will be reading a statement of gratitude today from the Laramies. 962 days ago, we lost our Maddie, our kind, loving, vivacious, and caring daughter full of purpose and promise. We are grateful for the gift of her life, and we have grieved the loss of that life during each of these 962 days. We love you, Maddie, and we miss you. We are grateful for the gift of the young, vivacious, promising lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. And we deeply, deeply mourn their senseless loss. We remain in solidarity with their families and friends, and we continue to shower them with our prayers and support. We are grateful for their prayers, love, and support that they have given us. They have helped us and sustained us during our darkest times. We are grateful to the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, and his dedicated and caring team, including victim coordinators, Kim and Stacy, who have helped to guide us through the sometimes confusing and disorienting legal process. Thank you for all your dedicated, diligent, and tireless commitment to justice and the successful outcome reached today. We support the plea agreement 100%. While we know there are some who do not support it, we ask that they respect our belief that this is the best outcome possible for the victims, their families, and the state of Idaho. We extend our deep gratitude to the many law enforcement officers and staff who worked tirelessly to obtain the critical evidence that brought justice today, including the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, the Idaho State Patrol, and the Lehigh County Sheriff's Department. We are deeply grateful to Judge Hippler and Judge John Judge before him. We thank you for your diligence, thoughtfulness, and judicial guidance. We appreciate the difficult work you have done to balance the rights of all involved and to uphold the rule of law. You have had our prayers and support throughout this case. We send our love and gratitude to the many family and friends who have supported us, cared for us, and helped us to heal our open emotional wounds. To the good people of North Idaho, who have showered us with kindness and support, we thank you. We also mourn today with you the recent tragic and senseless loss of two brave North Idaho firefighters. We extend our prayers and support to their families. You are not alone. We understand your pain. For all parents who have endured the loss of a child, we know recovery is a long and at times an almost unbearable journey. But you are not alone. And there is hope and there is healing. We thank those in the press who have respected our privacy and the grieving process, and the privacy and grieving process of the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. To others in the press, we gently encourage you to do the same. We thank the many people across our nation and beyond who have reached out to us, prayed for us, and extended their kindness. You too have helped us on our journey to heal. We now embark on a new path. We turn from tragedy and mourning. We turn from darkness and uncertainty of the legal process to the light of the future. We have closure. We embark on a path of hope and healing. We invite all of those who have mourned with us to join us, and we wish you well. Thank you. I will now share a few words of my own. Over the past 2 years, I've been amazed and humbled by Karen and Scott's strength, endurance, and faith. They have uplifted me and so many. They founded a nonprofit to help others in the name of Maddie. They have been a beacon of hope amidst a dark and tragic time. To those young and bright attorneys out there looking for purpose and meaning in your profession, I invite you to join the effort of crime victim attorneys to bring victims justice with compassion, empathy, humility, and understanding. This case is not the end of violence. This case is not the end of lawlessness. We need your help to bring hope and healing to the innocent caught in the crossfire of life. Thank you all.
That makes me want to be a lawyer. I don't really want to be a lawyer. I want to work for the government, but that makes me want to be a lawyer. Like, representing victims like that, just no compromise with the system. Well, obviously, some would say they compromised, but I don't believe they compromised. They got the justice they felt was appropriate. That's what I want to do. I want to stand there and I want to say, the system can work. It can work if we believe in it. It won't always work, and we will have instances of injustice. But if we only believe, if we only stay engaged, if we only participate, a better, fairer, more just world is possible. That makes me want to be a lawyer. But most lawyers are not like that. My mom's like that. Tal mom's like that. And that guy's like that. He's a good man. You won't find too many lawyers like that. Most of them, and Hank Brennan's like that, most of them are compromised sleazebags. Screw you. Screw your profession. I'm not taking the bar. I love some of the work lawyers do. I think most of you are sleazeballs. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've seen some really disgusting stuff done by lawyers, and I don't want to be a part of your world. If all of you are like, well, that's just what the scumbags do. Okay, that's why they do it. So anyway, I like that guy, but I still don't want to be a lawyer. Oh, my mom is Wendy Murphy. That's Towel Mom. She's out there yelling about Towel Mom things. She's always yelling about something. Normally making a good point, but normally yelling. It's probably why Towel likes to yell so much, like a 1940s news announcer. I think Towel Mom thinks I'm a little eccentric. And I'm like, well, Towel Mom, I think you're eccentric. And she's like, no, I'm very normal. And I'm like, well, that makes you eccentric. I think normal people, first of all, there's not that many of them left. Second of all, if the normal people are in the minority, that means you're not normal anymore. Like, if neurotypical people are in the minority, then you're not normal. We are normal, the neurodivergent people. You are just along for the ride. And I think she kind of gets that. She's still a little baffled by it, but she gets it. Oh, yes, that's my mom. Yes, I could. Listen, I told a state trooper once outside the Reed trial, I was like, you could put me anywhere on earth and I would be just fine. Like with no money and just a little bit of tobacco, I'd probably be fine. And he was like, and I was like, you could probably even drop me in the middle of Nicaragua and I'd be fine. And he's like, why Nicaragua? And I was like, well, because I speak fluent Spanish. And he just looked at me and then I smiled like a little towel and walked away. I think my reputation is that, one, some of the state troopers used to come up to me and be like, Grant, will you quote us sections of statute and like from memory and tell us about why you like them? And then I would do that. And then every day they'd be like, Grant, can you tell us a new section of statute today? And I'd be like, yes, the trooper, I would be happy to help tell you about sections of the criminal statute. And then the troopers they were so enthralled. They really wanted to learn about the statutes. And I was like, okay, all right, we'll just have law school on the sidewalk. I'm not a law professor or a lawyer. I'm just a little towel. But you troopers, you gather around and I'll just sermonize to you. And I would be like, okay, so 268. Okay, no, not two. Well, one time I was like, I really like 268.13b. And they were like, what does that mean, Grant? And I was like, that's the constitutional foundation of the buffer zone. And they were like, oh, that's good. And then one time I was like, now, listen, there's another thing we got to talk about, which is MGL, 94G13C. And then they were like, okay. And I was like, now that's the smoking marijuana in public statute. Now you should be very attentive to the fact that it does not apply to people who have medical cards. And they were like, all right, medical patients can smoke in public. Check. I was like, that's right. There you go. So basically, just don't allow me out in public because I will start telling state troopers about all these various obscure statutes. And they'll be like, oh, that's very interesting. And I'll be like, damn right, it's interesting. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, I get it. And like that, I just really like these statutes. Like just because you all are enforcing them doesn't mean you know like all 7,000 of them. I'm glad that they find it interesting. Also, yes, that's true. My mom is a super towel and does stand up for women's rights. That's very true. She's still baffled by towel's existence. I think people are starting to call her towel mom, and I think, oh no, Vicky, I didn't know that. Thank you for bringing us back into that. I did not know that there was a firefighter who was attacked and is fighting for his life. I will learn about that as soon as possible. Of course, multiple of Towel family members, Towel mom's siblings and father were firefighters, and some of them are. So that's very important to little Towel. Oh, you want Towel Mom to come on the show? Okay, how about this? You all go on Twitter, and on Towel Mom's post, you say, okay, Towel Mom, we want you to come on for an interview with Grant. She can't co-host the show because she has a lot of things going on. But she can come on for an interview. You all go pester her on Twitter and be like, Towel Mom, when are you going to go on an interview with Towel? And then we'll do a segment. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day if she'll do it. You never know with Towel Mom. She's just random. She'll be like, I'm writing a column for the Herald. Or I'll find her like one day and she'll be like, oh, I'm writing a brief for the Supreme Court. And then the next day she'll be like, oh, like I'm talking to NATO, or I'm speaking to the UN, or, you know, I called Gloria Aldrich, or whatever the hell. She always has something ridiculous that she's doing. Or she'll be like, I talked to this person's daughter, and it'll be like some very ridiculously famous person. And I'll be like, that does not shock me. Or she'll be like, oh, I was on a cruise, or I was on a boat, or I was down with this guy at this meeting, at this function hall. And I'm like, you're such a dignitary, Towel Mom. I don't really understand how you engage with so many people. I prefer the internet. She's a little baffled by it. I'm a little baffled by her. You don't understand. Us two together, we just baffle each other. Like, she doesn't speak my language. I speak her language, but she doesn't speak my language. So she's just utterly baffled, and she doesn't know how to meme, and she doesn't know what doxing is, and she just is like, what is the internet? I don't understand. And I'm like, well, what are human beings? I don't understand. And she's like, you know, so it's just this very strange interaction. Sometimes we discuss things, but other times she's like, I don't know what Watergate is. And I'm like, how can you not know what Watergate is? You were alive. And she's like, yeah, but I just wasn't paying attention. And I'll be like, what do you mean you weren't paying attention? That's the name. That is literally how our conversations go. We had a conversation this morning literally about that, and that's how it went. I just start yelling sometimes. Yes, exactly. You are all the celebrity towels, so you go to Towel Mom, and she'll be like, oh my goodness, look at all these people and she respects you all on Twitter, and she'll be like, they all want me to talk on Towel Stream, and then I'll have her on, and then I'll just start yelling inevitably about how she doesn't know about Watergate, and then she'll be like, okay, I'm leaving now. Oh, goodness. I have so much fun sometimes. Sometimes I just troll her. Like, I'll just go down there and I'll say, did you ever read, like, this case or this book? And she'll be like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then I'll give her, like, a 20-minute lecture on it, and then she'll just be utterly baffled, and then I just walk away. Oh, goodness. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Captain, you made it home, towel friend. I'm so scared. Wait, what are we scared of? Oh, what are we worried about, Colleen? About Towel Mom? Oh, yes, I troll Towel Mom all the time. You don't understand. She doesn't know what trolling is, so she doesn't get it, which makes it even more funny. Well, yes, Allie, I spend a lot of time researching things, and then I walk downstairs. Sometimes she's there, sometimes she's not. But when she's there, I'm like, well, I have something to tell you. And every time she doesn't really know what's coming, and she doesn't really know how to interact either. She's just baffled. What is the new normal? I would say the new norm is, like, I think they're called, like, star children, but really there's a specific name for it. It's like a form of didactic memory, and I'm not the only one, by the way. I think a lot of them are a little bit like passive, or like they don't really want to shine, but there's all these like star children out there. My theory is it's a biological adaptation. So we had like 80 to 100 years of like a lot of propaganda, like a lot of centralized propaganda. And so I think our neural pathways kind of evolved a little bit beyond our 5 temporal senses. And so now we have this kind of like, I'd call it like an energetic, I call it a non-temporal pathway, but it's more like an energetic pathway of receiving information. And a lot of it has to do with the mind's capacity to retain the information, but just the ability to receive so much information and then relay it. I'm not the only one who can do it. It's like this biological evolution, and I truly believe that we call it like neurodivergence, but the reality is like neurotypical people, quote unquote, are the minority now. So the normal is this. I don't know what this is. It's a little bit of a weird way, but like clearly humans are evolving a little bit, and like our cognitive capacities are merging with the internet a little bit. And our brains like are going to start reflecting in a symbiotic manner, like we are like dynamic creatures. So you're seeing like what human evolution will look like next. We don't need a chip in our brain. Our brain is a computer. We just have to kind of, first of all, we can't keep dumbing our brain down. We can't like kill brain cells with alcohol and stuff like that. But if you just let the brain function to its natural capacity and just fill it with information all the time, then you will be able to engage in this way. And I think a lot of those neural pathways were latent in the human mind. They were just kind of not coming to the surface because we were inundated with propaganda and like centralized mechanisms of information control. Like, do you know, like before the printing press, the only really rich people read books. Even after the printing press, only really rich people read books until like the 1900s. It wasn't until like the penny press in the early 1900s that people started reading. Literacy was not even that common until like 50 or 75 years ago. So in that sense, I think we're seeing an evolution of the human mind, and I'm not the only one that's out there, and this will become the new normal. It's just going to be a bunch of people with just hyper incredible capabilities that start emerging in different domains, music. I'm just one example in sort of the legal studies arena, socio-political, philosophical, cultural, historical. I'm a bit of a polymath, but there are different people like me who will pop up in every sector. I'm already starting to see it in music with people like Connor Price and Nick D and some of these other guys. Like, they have this capacity to produce basically unlimited creations. They can literally every day they're pumping out music, just like every day I'm doing this. They're indefatigable, and our brains operate in this way where we can just constantly apply this knowledge in a form that allows other people to consume it. It's just how we want to channel it. So I think not me, I'm a microcosm of it, but this biological adaptation is rising to the surface. It will become the new norm, and eventually this is the natural Hegelian synthesis. We'll see an emergence of a new cultural zeitgeist, like the Dr. Wilson, or the doctor was talking earlier. We'll see a new cultural zeitgeist centered around the emergence of this sort of hyper-didactic, very technically gifted type of person, and then that will create a new an era of human flourishing, just a matter of time. All right, Diddy publicist to speak coming up. All right, I'll be keeping an eye on it. You let me know, Eva, as soon as we're ready, we'll go over to it. So, yes, I guess if you're abnormal, you're normal, and if you're normal, you're abnormal. But the reality is it doesn't matter what's normal or what's not normal. History is going to be written either way. It's whether or not you take part in the process. You're either going to be forgotten to history, a footnote in history, or taking part in the shaping of history. Your legacy as an individual human will persevere through the impact you made in the world around you. But what really actually defines your ability to help people and change things for the better is how you actively participate in a symbiotic manner in the historical process. So I think a lot of us get it. It doesn't matter whether you're normal, abnormal, or otherwise. If you're actively participating in the emergence of written history in real time, then that is the asymptotic culmination of humans' relationship with truth. Right? That is so sad, Vicky Moore. It is. I wonder if sometimes people should write down what I say. I mean, it's being recorded, obviously, but I sometimes feel like I say really important things. And I'm like, that I feel like that's some kind of philosophical insight or something. We really got to schematically interpolate all this and write it down. We should tell future generations. We'll call it the philosophy of towel. And they'll be like, why was it about towels? Well, everyone likes towels. They were the one thing that nobody could find a reason to dislike. That was the start of it all, I love it, Tonya Vincente. That is a beautiful mission. God bless you, my dear friend. Seriously, if you don't hear it enough, that's one of the most noble missions you can undertake in life. God bless you for that. Asymptotic culmination. Yeah, it's an asymptotic culmination. An asymptote approaches but never touches the x-axis. So as humans, we approach but never touch truth, but we can, in a parabolic curve, get to the culmination of the process. So asymptotic culmination. Okay, I'm a little bit stochastic. I'd call it didactic. David Hume. All right, so David Hume, as I recall, was 1600s to 1800s. I know it's a bit. I want to say 1626 was one of his major publications. And he was a philosopher of religion. I believe he was a contemporary of Jeremy Bentham. And they were in England, and they were kind of prototypical. I want to say Hume was I think he was a humanist, wasn't he? Let me just look up his major work so I can reset myself on Hume. And we are going to take the Diddy press conference, and we have one more video to watch. Let me just briefly refresh. I don't have Father Copplestone's analogy. He was an empiricist, so he was a contemporary. Oh, he was around the time of 17. So I got it a little wrong. I said 1626. It was 1711. I was in the ballpark. And he wrote a treatise on human nature. I did read that. So he was more of like a Lockean contemporary, also with Bacon. And then he also did a little bit of work in the Hobbesian tradition. Obviously, I've read the Leviathan and explicated it on here before. It's a very good text. And George Berkeley, I don't remember as much about Berkeley. Inductive reasoning, belief in causality, they result from custom and mental habit. We never perceive that one event causes another, but only experience the constant conjunction of events. This problem of induction means that to draw any causal inference from past experience, it is necessary to presuppose that the future will resemble the past. This metaphysical presupposition cannot itself be grounded in prior experience. Yeah, it's like the blackjack problem. Just because red or black has been coming up a lot doesn't mean it's going to come up again in the future. Passions rather than reason govern human behavior. I mean, for the most part, reason is not only to be the slave of the passions. I mean, okay, how about what he's really doing is saying that for the most part, for the plebs, reason is the slave of the passions, but for the rulers, passion is the slave of reason. And he didn't really like natural explanations of moral phenomena. And then he gave rise to the is-ought problem, or the idea that a statement of fact alone can never give rise to a normative conclusion of what ought to be done. I don't know if I like that, though. And we don't really have a conception of self. And he inspired utilitarianism, logical positivism, and the philosophy of science, early analytic philosophy, cognitive science, and theology. And, I know why I knew Hume. Kant credited Hume from waking Kant from his dogmatic slumber. Now, here's why this is important. All right, Eve, I'm going to take the press conference. Here's why this is important. Okay, so Kant was like a very pious religious man. He ended up becoming like a pseudo-secular ethicist, and the reason he got there is because Hume woke him from his dogmatic slumber. That's why I knew David Hume. I knew it, folks. You know what I'm saying? Towels just got that sense. When I know a name, it had to have come up in my academic research. I don't do a lot of research into logical empiricism, but I certainly love Immanuel Kant. And if Kant credited Hume with waking him from his dogmatic slumber, then that's why I knew Hume. So that's what I think of David Hume. He inspired Kant to not be such of like a religious fundamentalist, and in doing so helped invent deontological ethics. For that reason, I like David Hume. So there you go. I think Hume's answer for human nature is that it doesn't exist because we only understand ourselves by way of our five senses. But now we're at a more, like, I think, evolved age. You know what I'm saying? Now we got a potential press conference coming up. I'm going to take the press conference. Thank you to Eva Towel for this. Eva Towel is a super towel. But yes, Cat Don, very good question. I don't know if Hume would have an answer to that question. Cat Don, do you ever find that there should be a newer, more interesting word other than the ever-used empiricist? I find that the word conjures up desire for psychology and philosophy to become science. Yeah, I agree. Cat Don, that's exactly my critique of Hume. Like, true philosophy is not empirical. That denies the whole point. All right, let's see if we're going to get a press conference. Here we go. We're seeing if we're going to get a press conference. The Diddy family looks pretty rough. We're told to expect a press conference, ladies and gentlemen. Told to expect a press conference. Eric Leiber. That's funny. Sunken Grave says, I am nothing but a soap dispenser, hence I am clean. Damn right, Sunken Grave. You are wonderful, my friend. I want to give you a super towel hug. So I pinned your message. All right, waiting on the press conference, ladies and gentlemen. Waiting on the press conference. And then we got one more video to watch, and then that will be, at least for today, the end of the day, and then we're coming back tomorrow. Remember, we got things to do. We're going to analyze this Diddy sentencing document. We're going to rewatch the Kohberger plea and then also hit the recitation of the new facts from the state. And then we'll see what else we got tomorrow. I want to listen to that JFK book. I think we're going to start a series on the JFK assassination, and what we're going to do is do live news coverage while also learning about that. Then we're going to do a Watergate series, and basically we're going to turn this into just a rotating news channel, so you just pop in when you want to hang out. LS, is that true? Please tell me that is true. The Diddy fans got removed for spraying each other with baby oil. I'm sorry, it sounds a little sardonic, so you're going to have to actually get me a video of this for me to believe it. But, I mean, would anything... No, nothing would surprise me. You know what I'm saying? Nothing would surprise me. You could literally stand up and declare yourself a towel, and I would say, I know, you're a towel. I wouldn't be surprised at all. So, a dragon could come down at this point, and I would be like, there's no, like, okay, that, like, makes perfect sense. Alright, hold on. Nope, no press conference yet. I was trying to check the other feed. It's just delayed. Hold on, we got news from Australia. Oh, no, it's real. No, it's not real. No, LS, no. Oh, no, this is not about to happen. If I load this link, no! Oh, no. What the hell? He's jailed. Oh, my dear God.
I don't know what she's gonna do, y'all.
I don't know what to say about that. I don't know what to say. No, I didn't think you were lying. I thought you were joking. I thought you were making a very hilarious meta commentary on the state of society. You know, it has another layer to it when it actually happened. No, that's what I'm saying. I did not think you were lying. I thought you were saying this world is so absurd that, like, that's the kind of thing that would happen. Well, okay. And then I was like, yeah, I could see that happening. But, like, if it really happened, I have to see a video. I mean, I didn't expect you to actually send a video of them spraying baby oil on each other outside the court. But, you know, I've seen... Actually, I don't think I've seen stranger things outside of a court. I think that's going to top the list. You know, I've seen a lot of weird stuff outside court. That is the weirdest one. And if that person's goal was to take the crown for the weirdest thing I have ever seen outside court, that's going to do it. You know? I mean, I like Oreos, you know? And eating Oreos outside court, a little weird. You know, but that's like a 1 out of 10. You know, wearing a rubber duck costume outside court, not a little weird. But that's like a 3 out of 10. You know, dancing outside of court, like having cookouts, that's getting weird. But that's still only a 6 out of 10. And, you know, to get to that, I have to rate that at about an 8. Because I have to leave room for something more absurd to happen in the future. But that definitely, like, registers at about an 8. They literally got removed. Do we have video of them being removed by the riot police? Oh yeah, we're gonna need lots of videos, ladies and gentlemen. If they actually got removed by the police for that, we need video. Okay, we can do a hyper in-depth analysis. I mean, listen, I thought LS was just making it was a very stinging, very erudite, incisive social commentary. Now I realize that LS was both doing that and talking about an event that actually happened. This is very metaphysical. Someone called David Hume. You know what I'm saying? You call in Professor Hume. He might be dead, but we can try to summon his spirit. That'll prove him wrong. Take that, David Hume. Who gave me a microphone and allowed me to wait for this for press conferences to begin? I'm not sure that this should be allowed. Peony and Rose, are you admitting to being Bigfoot? Tailgating is 8 out of 10. You may be right. Listen, Peony and Rose, if you're Bigfoot, we accept you here. Now, I'm not saying you have a big foot, but just if you are Bigfoot, you are welcome here. I'm not saying you're Bigfoot, all right? Now, I don't understand. Maybe, I think it's not just me who is expecting this press conference. I think a lot of the news are, and they're just not saying. Oh, goodness. Cat Dawn, I'm so glad you enjoyed that. I'm so glad you enjoyed the joke. Oh no, 5MEOTMT. I'm sorry if this is how you learn that David Hume is dead. I feel terrible, but yeah, he died a while ago. I'm very sorry to have to break the news to you. Listen, we break all sorts of news here on Towel Stream. The death of David Hume was not one of the ones I was expecting. He lost his sense of humor. Oh, David Hume is going to be mad at us. He's going to find out about this. I'm telling you. Oh, goodness. All right, we're going to, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take the Diddy press conference when it goes live, but until then, we're going to watch this other video. Because just watching the federal marshals want to go home. I don't know why these folks are making them stand. The poor federal marshals just stand outside the court. Oh, are we getting some action? We getting some movement? I think they all want to go home, ladies and gentlemen. They've been kept way past their duty time. I'm sure they are all armed. They are very intimidating. We would like our press conference, though. Is there a reason why this is taking so long? All right, potential press conference. Here we go. I'm not guaranteeing anything. We're seeing movement, though. Nope, this could be a different case. All right, hold on. Nope. Nope. It seems to be a different case. All right, come on. Can we just have our spokesperson? Nope. Nothing yet. We're going to hold. We're going to hold. We're going in a holding pattern. We're going over to this. We're going to watch this until we get an update on the Diddy situation. So this is a question and answer session with Professor David Wilson. I think LS provided us. Don't use an OUI board. That's hilarious, Ange. All right, let me get this going back here, and then as soon as the Diddy press conference happens, we're going to take that as well. All right, so this is a video sent in by LS. It's about 28 minutes. It's going to take us home tonight. If you enjoyed Dr. Wilson's presentation earlier, I believe David Wilson, I don't know if he's a doctor. He's very educated. Let's listen. All right, well, we were going to listen. I think it got mad that I turned the captions on. That's okay. We're going to make it work. Come on, little towel. Come on, little towel. I have faith in you. I have faith in you, little towel.
Tyranny and
the press conference is starting. Hold on.
And everything else, as long as you've got a jury system that works, that's what separates us from the rest of the world. And Sean is thankful.
The victims in the United Kingdom are men. 9 out of 10.
I'll let them talk. I don't want to steal their thunder.
Starting it again.
He's I can tell you that I talked to Sean. For those of you who know, I've known him for almost 20 years, and he's thankful, he's relieved, and he thanks the jurors. I think the jurors did what jurors do, which is they saw through an overcharged, overzealous, kind of a crazy prosecution, and they did the right thing. And that's why, when people talk about tyranny and fascism and everything else. As long as you've got a jury system that works, that's what separates us from the rest of the world. And Sean is thankful. As a helicopter parent, I couldn't be prouder, and I'll let them talk. I don't want to steal their thunder. That doesn't really, the bail, I think, is besides the point. He was acquitted of the trafficking. He was acquitted of the RICO. Those were always, I thought, as an observer, a ridiculous use of taxpayer resources. This case was never what it was made out to be. This case was ridiculous in so many different ways, and I'm just thankful that the jury saw through it.
But he's still facing prison time.
Sean is, the interesting thing about prison is it's a timeout, and he's had a lot of time to reflect, and he's in a good place mentally, and frankly, I'm proud of him. And by the way, for those of you who may miss it, the defense didn't put on a single witness. The defense tried their case within the prosecution case. And at the end of the day, it's a colossal failure by the prosecution.
This was just minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. Just minutes ago. Is the diddler trying to avoid... Oh, I'm not muted. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Hello. I'm back. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry, sunken grave. Do not weep. I'm back for you. I'm just letting you know that we have a news report that a stretcher was wheeled in. Is the diddler trying to avoid going back to court? To jail. Ladies and gentlemen, the diddler may have called in the emergency medical response teams. The court, it looks like they're responding to the courthouse. That doesn't look good for the diddler. The diddler just needed 1 day out of jail. Ladies and gentlemen, the diddler couldn't even get his 1 day. Exactly. The diddler probably collapsed. Now he'll get taken to the hospital from the court instead of having to go to the jail hospital. Oh, I bet it was his heart, ladies and gentlemen. His heart. Yes, Diddler still has some family that support him somehow. Mostly because of money, I would guess. But take a look, ladies and gentlemen. This is breaking footage just coming across the wires. The Diddler fans, ladies and gentlemen, were spraying themselves with baby oil. And then Diddler apparently, or someone in the courthouse had a medical issue. There is now an emergency response. We're watching this live footage from outside the courthouse just a few minutes ago. Now, Little Towels, I'm going to keep monitoring. If you have any more footage of the baby oil police response, let's take a look. Let's see, Twitter, police, baby oil response. I'm a little bit baffled that the protesters... here we go. All right, crazy Diddy fans are removed by police after spraying baby oil. It actually happened. LS was on it. All right, here we go. We need the video. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We need the video. I'm surprised the Karen Reed fans didn't start doing this. Okay, we need an actual video of the baby oil being sprayed, though, and we need the video of the police coming in. Hold on. Diddy fans, police, baby oil. I'm shocked that I'm even typing this in. All right, hold on. All right, so that's the... Now I want to... Oh, my God, there's more. Wait, so that's that, but what about the police intervention? Removed by riot police. How is there not video of the police? And obviously you're seeing the scenes just now. We don't know why an ambulance went into the hospital, but it was probably, ladies and gentlemen, it was probably related to the Didla. Now, I can't actually see video of the riot police yet. I'm going to try the Daily Mail link. No promises. I don't know if they actually have video of the removal by riot police. That was certainly the lead, though, ladies and gentlemen. That was certainly the lead. Nope, no video of the removal, but I can show you another video of what was happening. I mean, it's a little bit perplexing, all right? So this person tweeted in French, right? And by the way, there's flash photography. Please turn away if you are sensitive to the effects of flash photography. Now, the Didla fans, this is what they were doing. Oh, her wig fell.
I don't know what she's gonna do, y'all.
I don't really know what to say about that. You know, I'm verklempt. I don't know what to make of that. Verklempt is a good word for this situation. I don't really know what to, express yourself all you want. Dance the night away. If it's hot outside, maybe, have the firemen run the fire hydrant and, dance in the water. That, though, a little baffling. All right, hold on. Yep, Colleen Henry, I think we got the clip of Combs' lawyer speaking. Thank you for the... thank you for that. Might be a different clip, so I'm going to check it right now. And then also, obviously, I'm a little bit baffled by the whole baby oil thing. I don't get it. Maybe it's just me. Just a little towel. Let's see if Combs' lawyers gave... Oh, yeah, here we go. We got a video of Combs' lawyer speaking. Thank you, Super Towel, Colleen Henry. Let's do it. Hold on.
Thank you all for being patient. Am I speaking loud enough? You all can hear me okay? All right. Today's a great victory. It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. And we had a wonderful jury. They listened to every word, and they got the situation right, or certainly right enough. They acquitted him of the sex trafficking, which he was absolutely innocent of. They acquitted him of the racketeering conspiracy that he was absolutely innocent of, and all of the components to it. The kidnapping, he was innocent of that.
We have a backup feed. Don't worry. We have a backup feed. We're going to the backup feed.
The media got it wrong about Sean Combs every single day for nearly 2 years. I ask that for every time you guys see a civil lawsuit, criminal complaints or criminal indictments, you actually take a look and analyze these and see whether or not these are actually going to stand up in a court of law, because today they did not.
He has not sexually assaulted anybody, certainly hasn't sex trafficked anybody, and the jury found that today. Thank you. I am now going to pass this over to Mr. Steele.
Good evening. Good evening. I want to thank the ladies and gentlemen to my right and my left. There is not a better group of honest and ethical, hardworking, and zealous lawyers, and I especially wish to thank Mark and Tenny for allowing me and everyone else to come together. On behalf of my family, myself, I wish to thank you all for being here and writing truthfully about a man wrongly charged with most of the crimes, and that we all must remember that allegations are nothing. And I'd like to thank Sean for letting me be here. Thank you all. God bless you.
What did your client want to say when he raised his hand? Thankfully, in our country, we have a right to a jury trial. And thankfully, Mr. Combs took that right. He actually battled for his freedom, for his innocence. He did it. And a lot of times, you know, people are too afraid to do it. And he did it, and we're so happy that he did. We're proud of him. We are completely honored that he put his faith and his trust in us to fight for him. Today is a major win to show what the system can do. We appreciate and we're so thankful to the jury. Thank you to the court. Thank you, New York. It's been a pleasure being here and fighting in your district. Thank you so much. And listen, we appreciate the media. We do. There was a lot of reporting on the accusations. There was a lot of reporting on the indictment. Please report just as vigorously on the acquittal of these counts, please, because that's also the right thing to do. Thank you.
Bruh, he's in federal prison.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. So, first of all, I want to thank this wonderful team behind me. I am so happy that they allowed me to join it. I would like to say that I've done a lot of trials, but this is probably the most special one to me. And most important, I want everyone to know the job is not done yet. We're not finished. The job is not done yet. And so I want to, again, thank Mark, Tanny, and the rest of these wonderful lawyers behind us. They did a fantastic job. And like those before me have said, our system, the jury system, is important. We need good people to serve on juries. We need good people to come and say a person is not guilty. Take that courage to do that. It's okay. We want you to serve on juries. This particular jury was a special jury. It was fantastic. It listened. It paid attention. It put the nonsense to the side. It put the distraction to the side and came to a lawfully good, just conclusion. Juries are important. Juries are important. But more important than that, I think, is people wanting to be on juries. So for all of you all listening, for all you out there in the public, please accept the call, become a juror, and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
It is such a privilege to be a part of this legal team, this amazing legal team, and to represent Sean Combs. And this is a reminder to everyone, I hope, about the flaws in the criminal justice system, and for everyone to take a second look when the government charges people with crimes, and especially when the Southern District of New York does here. And so I hope everyone takes that seriously. And we take this as an enormous victory and win. This is a huge win. He was acquitted of sex trafficking, acquitted of RICO conspiracy, and he will be able to sleep well at night knowing that. Okay, thank you to everyone. I appreciate you. What did you think about the bail decision?
Jason, guys, can any of you share what Mr. Kohberger
Well, I want to start just by thanking my family and the families of each of the lawyers here for giving us the space and the time to serve Sean and to fight for Sean. I want to thank the court for giving us a fair fight. And you see what happens when you have a good defense team come together in front of a court that gives the defense team a fair fight. And finally, I just want to thank Sean for giving me the honor and the privilege of serving him. Thank you.
I feel like there's not a lot more that I can say because of these wonderful people have really said all there is to say, but I do want to thank Sean for the privilege of this opportunity to help him clear his name. After all, with the Southern District coming after him, guns blazing, it really is a testament to the fact that when you get a fair trial and a jury of your peers listens to the evidence, they will do the right thing. And I just want to say again how proud I am to be part of this team and to have helped Sean get a just verdict.
Are you going to reveal the mayonnaise conviction? Guys, can anyone share what Mr. Combs wanted to say in court when he raised his hand during the bail hearing? Does anyone know? No.
Can you talk about the bail decision and the judge using defense's own words during trial about violence?
I'm not going to talk about the bail decision because it's still a pending unresolved matter. And I don't think we're going to take any more questions. I want to thank you all. You guys have been so diligent and dedicated. I pass you guys in the rain. I walk by you in the sun, and you're all out here every day. I just want to thank you. But I don't think we're going to take any questions.
Can you take us through the ups and downs of the day, though? Because Mr. Combs got acquittals on the major charges. Maybe thought he could go home tonight, and then was told he couldn't.
So a lot of these things are still in process. I mean, the one thing I'm going to leave you with this. We are not nearly done fighting. We are just getting started. To win this and to defeat the prosecutors from the Southern District of New York takes effort from beginning to end. Today was a major step in the right direction, but we fight on and we're going to win, and we're not going to stop until he walks out of prison a free man to his family. Thank you all for coming.
He's out of his mind. They're all out of their mind. I mean, that's what you say, but like they don't stand a chance, and they know it. He's going to prison for a long time. And that'll wrap the day up. Nice bowler hat. I like that guy's hat. I'll wear a hat like that. Should I start wearing a journalist hat? All right, that'll do it for that. But we're not done for the day. We're not done. We got a little more to watch. But that'll do it for that. So that was a ridiculous... No, I don't know about that. Like, yes, they lost, but you'll watch. They're going to get They're going to get 7 to 10 years in prison for him. They didn't. Rico, bro, is going away for the rest of his life. That's like mob stuff. But what they got, I mean, he's going away for a long time, folks. He's going away for a long time. Now, we're in our last segment of the day. I promised we'd watch this video from LS, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And if you're just tuning in, we do have Towel Chat rankings. I'm trying to update them right now. No promises, though. It doesn't always cooperate with Little Towel. What we are going to do, though, is we're going to keep an eye on the Diddy stream. I don't think there's any more lawyers to speak, and I don't foresee the prosecutors speaking because there's still sentencing. So, as a result, Little Towels, we are going to go to our video that I promised we would watch earlier. So give me 1 second while I pull that up. All right. And once I bring that up, we'll be able to watch. It's about a 20-minute clip. It's an interview with David Wilson. I'm very excited to watch it. And then we'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to analyze the sentencing or the initial memo from the Diddy prosecutors. Then we're going to rewatch the Coberger recitation of the new facts and see if we missed anything. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to see if I can. We'll see about Towel Mom. No guarantees. We might have a panel tomorrow. I'd like to invite on Harvard Yard and anyone else who might like to join. Just reach out. Eva Towel, you want to join a panel? You come on. That'll be fun. We'll do like a 30-minute to an hour-long panel. Sometimes with Harvard Yard, I just talk to her for like 3 hours. But, you know, she has a lot to say. All right, so Little Towels, I'm going to get the video that we're going to watch, and then we're going to get out of the, we're going to stop watching the outside of the court. I don't think anyone else is coming out, but I'm going to leave the stream open on the off chance that anyone else does come out. What we're going to do right now is watch this video. This was sent in by LS, and this is David Wilson. We're going to keep the Diddy stream up on the off chance anyone else starts talking, but we're going to watch David Wilson, and then we're going to do our close.
9 out of 10 perpetrators of murder are men. This is a male phenomenon, but the main reason people commit murder in this country is because in 5 minutes of madness, a young man will lash out at another young man whom he feels has disrespected him. Hello, my name's David Wilson. I'm Emeritus Professor of Criminology, and I'm here to answer questions in the honesty box. How can you spot a psychopath? Psychopaths don't have horns on their head or a long pointed tail. If it was that easy, it would be easy to spot a psychopath. But psychopaths are very good at mirroring your behavior. Psychopaths are very good at being plausible. Psychopaths are very good about being charming. But effectively, you spot a psychopath because the psychopath needs to get close to you as quickly as possible. Because if he gets close to you and learns about you, he's able to use that knowledge to manipulate you, because by manipulating you, he's able to live off you. Psychopaths are very parasitical. They don't want to expend too much energy, and therefore they can live off you by knowing the buttons to press, the way to impress you, the way to get money out of you. The label gets used very commonly in our culture, but only 1 in 100 people would be clinically diagnosed as a psychopath. So it's a very rare phenomenon. And of those 1 out of every 100 who would be diagnosed as such, 9 out of 10 would be male as opposed to female. So this is a very, very rare phenomenon as opposed to the way that we just talk about it all the time. Why do serial killers kill? Often it's because, in my experience, they like power, and often it's a sense of power that they feel is denied to them in other aspects of their lives, and therefore by killing they are exercising a godlike power. They decide who should live and who should die. And of course, why do they kill? It's not so much that one should be asking, it's why are some serial killers killing cycle longer than other serial killers killing cycle? And that's about policing. That's about the fact that we've got to care. That's about the fact that we've got to understand that serial killers will target particular groups in our culture who are vulnerable to attack. And it seems to me our responsibility is to try and lessen those vulnerabilities. Is it true psychopaths mimic emotion? And the answer to that is yeah, that's exactly what they do. Psychopaths have defective emotional experiences. They don't know what sadness is. They don't know what happiness is. They know that you're sad or you're happy because they're very good at reading you. So if you're crying, they understand that sadness. If you're smiling and happy and you're ha 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 laughing, they understand that's a different emotion. But they don't feel those emotions. They merely mimic those emotions. They're a very good mirror. So they want to get close to you. They want to make you feel.
It's so interesting because I tried to explain the difference once between like someone on the spectrum and someone who's a psychopath or sociopath, and it's clear like the sociopath doesn't have their own emotions, but they understand under other people's emotions. Someone on the spectrum has emotions, but they either don't know how to, they're either not appropriate for the situation or they don't know how to like regulate the emotion for the situation. So in that sense, neither of them, they both have emotional dysregulation, but psychopaths and sociopaths just don't have emotion. That must be a horrifying life.
They are like you. So they are very good at mimicking emotions. I mean, one of my best friends is a clinically diagnosed psychopath. And he's called Noel. And Noel always says to me, you know, I didn't know why people cried at the end of Titanic. He just didn't get it. He doesn't have those emotions. But he knew everybody else was sad, but he didn't feel that sadness. It's a real tragedy, isn't it? I mean, imagine not being able to have genuine joy, being able to experience what being joyous really feels like. Everybody loves thinking that their boyfriend, their girlfriend, their next door neighbor is a psychopath. You know, it isn't like that. It is a very rare clinical condition. So just be aware of that. Are people born evil? You know, this is such a good question because even though I'm not religious, I have a secular view of evil, and I do believe in evil. And I've certainly met people that I would happily label as such. We're into one of the classic questions of forensic psychology or indeed criminology. Are we born or are we made? I always answer that question by saying it's a messy combination of the two. And we might be born in a way that we have a propensity for violence, but how we are nurtured, how we are raised, the relationship that we have with our parents, with our siblings, with our extended family, with friends, how we are nurtured can ameliorate those things that we are born with, or indeed it can make them, it can aggravate them, it can make them much worse. I thought about that question relatively recently because of Axel Rudakabana, and it was quite clear that when he was younger, his parents had been able to manage, control, help with the problems that this young man had. But when he became a teenager, when he was no longer under the influence of his parents as he had once been, the more problematic aspects of his personality were given full rein. Is Lucy Letby a psychopath? Well, she said very little publicly because, of course, she's pleaded not guilty and is still maintaining her innocence after her conviction. And therefore, it's very difficult to know enough about her to be able to do her psychopathy checklist on her. The interesting thing I feel about Lucy Letby is just how polarizing she is. There are still people who are maintaining her innocence, and a lot of those people are professional people. They're doing it with the best intentions. They believe there's been a miscarriage of justice. That in itself is really, really interesting. And of course, in terms of the research that I did about nurses that will kill in a hospital setting, she is an outlier. You know, she didn't make her colleagues feel particularly nervous to be around her, with one or two exceptions. She doesn't quite fit in terms of the red flags that one would normally associate with nurses that would kill in the hospital setting. And you know, she's middle class, she's nice, she's got a sing-songy name. Even one of the detectives who worked on the case described her as beige. And I think people find it difficult to get their head around the fact that she could possibly be a serial killer, to which I usually reply, our most prolific serial killer was a trusted local GP in Manchester who murdered 215, perhaps as many as 260 of his largely female elderly patients. You know, when Harold Shipman was first arrested and charged with murder, the other patients in his practice set up a Harold Shipman legal fighting fund to pay for his legal expenses. Again, it's interesting to me because of the argument that I made about, you know, the vulnerability of some groups to be attacked by serial killers. The service he was offering that no other doctor offered in Manchester was home visits. Harold Shipman was often the only person who was visiting those elderly people from one week to the next, which is also one of the reasons why so often when they were murdered in their home, they were wearing their best clothes. They dressed up because the doctor was coming to call. So I don't know. I wouldn't be able to diagnose if Lucy Letby is a psychopath, but she is quite clearly our most recent female British serial killer, and our most recent male British serial killer is Stephen Port, who murdered gay men. What is something all serial killers have in common? Well, they all have in common that they'll target specific groups of people. You know, I've worked with so many serial murderers that people always are fascinated. You know, did they have the McDonald triad of bedwetting, fire starting, being cruel to animals? People are always obsessed by, is there something in the biology of the individual serial killer? And as I keep saying, you know, perhaps, but actually what's more interesting is who it is that they're able to kill. I moved from that medical psychological tradition to a structural tradition that looks at the people that get targeted by serial murderers. Because if we look at those victim groups, we're much more likely to be able to reduce the incidence of serial murder as opposed to focusing in on the individual biology or personality of the serial killers. The main reason people commit crime, you know, this is my specialist subject. Murder in this country, think of it as being on a continuum. At one end of that continuum, at the extreme end, we've got serial murder, okay? That's the extreme end that way. At the other end, we've got a typical murder. And that typical murder in this country, and the main reason people commit murder, therefore, is 5 minutes of madness. You know, the most common murder that will take place in Britain is a young man falling out with a young man on a Friday or Saturday night when that young man feels he isn't being given the respect that he deserves. And when he feels that, and he is in the company of his friends, or indeed the friends of the person whom he feels has disrespected him, and he's been drinking too much or using other kinds of substances, he wants to lash out because he wants to regain a sense of who he is in that 5 minutes of madness. And he might not set out to kill, but he certainly is setting out to physically harm the person he believes has disrespected him. That is a typical murder in this country. It is still appalling that 2 women a week are murdered in this country by their partners or ex-partners, and that is about misogyny. That's a shameful statistic, but actually 7 out of 10 murder victims in the United Kingdom are men. 9 out of 10 perpetrators of murder are men. This is a male phenomenon, and this is about men owning that phenomenon, and it's about men in my generation talking to younger men about how to perform masculinity, which is something that men are very reluctant to do. And so we leave that discussion to social media influencers like the Tate brothers. And all that does is store up further problems for us in the future. But the main reason people commit murder in this country is because in 5 minutes of madness, a young man will lash out at another young man whom he feels has disrespected him. Why do some killers engage in post-mortem mutilation or cannibalism, i.e. Jeffrey Dahmer? So we're back to serial killers, we're back to serial murderers, although Dahmer, of course, isn't the only cannibal who has eaten the flesh of his victims. Part of the post-mortem mutilation is about their fantasy. It is about, again, an expression of power. Post-mortem mutilation is often about a kind of deep-seated inability to be human. It's about desecration of another person's body. For some of those killers, that desecration it just thrills them. Why do people stalk others? You know, I've spent a long time talking about murder and serial murder, my work in, prisons with people who've committed appalling violent crimes. And I personally was stalked. I was stalked very badly. And this was when I worked at the university. I was being stalked by a former student of the university. Not that he was my former student, but I was stalked by a former student at the university. And he was paranoid schizophrenic. And he believed he had invaded the body of Sean Penn, and he believed I'd stolen his film script. And when he was barred from coming onto campus, he started to write letters and emails to me, in which he threatened to stab me and stab me and stab me until I was dead. So we had to alert campus security, the West Midlands Police, the West Midlands Mental Health Outreach Team, and I thought that was the end of it until about 6 weeks later in my office hours, he appeared in my office and said he'd come to pick up his film script. That was quite scary. And stalking, I always use the acronym FOUR: fixated, obsessive, unwanted, repetitive behavior. And sometimes stalkers are spurned lovers or old flames. And sometimes there's no relationship between, as in my case with this former student, not of mine, but of the university, there's no relationship at all. They just simply latch on to an individual. But the key thing I would say when I'm asked this question is that keep a diary, keep a note of how you're being stalked. Don't stay quiet about it. Talk to your family and friends about it. Raise it with the police. Give them access to the diary that you keep about the stalking behavior. And don't be afraid to ask for help. And the group that I normally advise in relation to stalking is the Susie Lamplugh Trust, which I think does amazing work, particularly to support women who are being stalked. What is an organized serial killer? I've often argued in line with some of the FBI original stuff that was written on this, that there are two groups, organized or disorganized serial killers. An organized serial killer is someone who has a very specific MO, modus operandi, is forensically aware, is often geographically mobile. By being geographically mobile, the serial killer will often cross police force boundary areas, and therefore that simple geography means that often they will evade detection. A disorganized serial killer is somebody who has the opposite to everything that I've just described, often geographically fixed, will not be forensically aware, will therefore leave lots of clues at the crime scene that can be harnessed and harvested by law enforcement. And a disorganized serial killer will just simply take the opportunity to kill, and therefore won't necessarily have a very fixed victim group that he is interested in killing. He simply accepts the opportunity to kill. Why do women fall in love with serial killers and become prison wives? At one level, this is a paraphilia fetish, and it's called hybristophilia. So there are some women and some men who are attracted to the cruelty of another person. So the cruelty, they don't want that cruelty inflicted on themselves, but they enjoy the idea of that cruelty being inflicted on an other person. Hybristophiliacs. There's also some women that I've met, especially when I was working with people who'd committed very violent crimes up to and including murder and serial murder. There was a sense in which some of them had savior complexes. They felt that, these kinds of violent men are safe. They're safe in one particular way. They're safe behind bars. There's clearly no sexual ability. They can't have sex in this country, so there's no conjugal visits. So there are complex reasons. And so it's not a one-size-fits-all in terms of how to answer that question. Each case will be unique and bring with it unique elements to it in terms of explaining why that should be the case. Why are so many serial killers in the medical profession? And obviously, I've previously mentioned Lucy Letby and I've mentioned Harold Shipman. Well, part of it is about access to vulnerable people. If you're in the medical profession, people are vulnerable and you have a great deal of power over them because you are sick. You're seeking advice. So you go into a relationship with somebody that you might not have met before, a doctor or a nurse. You've gone into an institution that they're familiar with, a hospital that you're not. That person also will have access to drugs that can kill you. And so this is often about the ability to express power in those professions over people who are already vulnerable because they are unwell. The other profession, because you've mentioned medical profession there, the other profession that tends to dominate in terms of the work of British serial killers in particular are driving professions. There are a lot of delivery drivers, taxi drivers, lorry drivers. Obviously, you would be thinking of Peter Sutcliffe when I say that. But, one of our worst murderers of children was Robert Black, who was a delivery driver. And driving, of course, allows the organized serial killer to cross police force boundary areas. So he might abduct in one part of the country, dispose of the body in another part of the country. He has a legitimate reason to be in places that at night that other people might not be in at night. So driving professions dominate just as much as the medical profession, albeit, as I've acknowledged, our most prolific serial killer was a trusted local GP. In your opinion, what is the worst crime? Well, I think any crime that involves an abuse of trust, any crime that involves vulnerable victims who fall into a world in which that trust can be abused. So I do think the very young and the very elderly who meet people as a consequence of their youth or their age, who are then victimized, those are the worst crimes. And then there are specific things beyond that which make a crime even worse for me. I was asked about organized and disorganized, but that wouldn't be the problem for me next. It would be those offenders who are process motivated and those offenders who are act motivated. An act motivated offender simply commits the crime. A process motivated offender enjoys the commission of the crime, and therefore they will prolong the time in which the victim is being tortured. I always think of Dennis Nielsen in that respect because, of course, Nielsen would choke or attempt to drown some of his victims only to revive them so he could do it again. So for me, it's process-motivated offenders who use the opportunity of trust that they have in our culture to gain access to vulnerable people and then abuse that trust. Why am I so obsessed with true crime? I always say that, an interest in true crime is not just explicable, it's necessary. Because if you understand the circumstances in which you are liable to fall victim to crime, you can avoid those circumstances. And it's necessary in our public policy, because if we can identify the circumstances in which people are more likely to fall victim to crime, then in our public policy, we can alter what it is that has created those vulnerabilities. I'd also say there, obviously, and again, I go back to my students. I would have 4 out of 5 of my students would be women as opposed to men. And again, it seems to me through evolutionary psychology that women, of course, women are going to be more interested in true crime, because so often it's women that have to manage the violence of men. So why wouldn't they want to know in what circumstances is this man likely to be violent? I suppose the other thing that I touch upon quite a lot in my TV work, when I'm doing podcasts, but there's another level of true crime, superior true crime, prestige true crime, which is really trying to use our interest in crime to talk about very serious subjects that often don't get discussed in our culture. Serial killers in our culture have only targeted 5 groups of people. It's not about entering the mind of a serial killer. It's thinking about, well, why are those 5 groups so vulnerable to attack? 4 of those groups that serial killers will target in the United Kingdom are dominated by women and girls. There's only 1 group of men that by and large gets targeted by serial killers, and those are gay men. And the 2 groups of women or girls that are most regularly targeted by serial killers are women over the age of 60 and sex workers. So just think about that for a second. If you really wanted to reduce the incidence of serial murder in our culture, you would challenge homophobia, you'd have a grown-up debate about how we police those young women and some young men who sell sexual services. And above all, we would start trying to give a voice to older people in our culture, as opposed to seeing them as a burden on the state. That's when true crime really becomes not just interesting, but absolutely necessary, absolutely important. What do you enjoy about your job? I enjoy lots about my job. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I get to meet people, and I get to go into institutions, meet the staff, meet the people who are being locked up there, and I get to contribute to a public debate. And it's that public debate that I really enjoy. I've enjoyed talking to Lad Bible, because for me, if I can harness your interest in the subject area, there's so much we can do to reduce the levels of violence in our society. And for all those people who are fascinated by serial murders, don't fall for the medical psychological tradition. Fall instead for the structural tradition. And that structural tradition involves us thinking about, why are these groups constantly predated upon by serial killers? Why is it gay men? Why is it sex workers? And why is it older women in our culture? And therefore, if you want to do something to reduce the incidence of serial murder, you challenge homophobia, because that creates the vulnerability that serial killers exploit to kill gay men. You have a grown-up debate about how we police those young women and some young men who sell sexual services in the street. If we started having that honest discussion, I'm absolutely convinced we would reduce the typical amount of murder that takes place in the United Kingdom.
I think that there are prisoners in the women's estate who will think nothing of trying to get a trophy like Lucy Letby. You know, there are some serious
I'll never forget his words. He said, "Something terrible is going to happen." We're hearing camp commanders on the phone with their students, and they're crying and saying, "I'll see you in paradise." And he said, "I'm begging you, if you have any sources inside Al-Qaeda, please help us." I was recruited by the CIA beginning in the late 1980s, but in a very odd way that is no longer legal. I was in graduate school at George Washington University in Washington, D.C., and I was taking a class called The Psychology of Leadership that was taught by an eminent psychiatrist by the name of Dr. Gerald Post. Dr. Post gave us an assignment one day where we had to shadow our bosses and write a psychological evaluation of our bosses. And I was shadowing my boss, and he was a very difficult, mean, unpleasant, strong, brutish kind of person. And I went back to my apartment and I wrote my paper. And I said that he was a sociopath with psychopathic and possibly violent tendencies. I gave Dr. Post the paper, and a week later, he gives it back to me, and he gave me an A, and underneath the A, he wrote, "Please see me after class." So I went to see him, and I said, "Dr. Post, you wanted to see me?" He said, "Come to my office." So we went downstairs in the building into his little academic's office. He closed the door, and he said, "Look, I'm not really a professor here. I'm a CIA officer undercover as a professor here. And I'm looking for people who would fit into the CIA's culture. I think you would fit in. Do you want to be a CIA officer?" And I said, yes. And so he made some calls. It was up to me to pass all the tests, and there were a lot of tests. But that's how I got into the CIA.
And I guess when you first joined the CIA, what was the global political landscape like, and what was the US's stance with their foreign policy?
When I joined the CIA, the Soviet Union was literally in the process of collapsing. And so all eyes were on Eastern Europe. My expertise was in the Middle East. I had a bachelor's degree in Middle Eastern studies. I had studied Islamic theology with one of the leading Muslim scholars in the West. And my master's degree was focused in foreign policy analysis. So I was very specific about the Middle East. And so I was assigned to Iraq, and I immediately became Saddam Hussein's classified biographer in the intelligence community. So while the Soviet Union is falling apart and those analysts are becoming big stars, I focused on Iraq and then much...
Hello, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I started a new video, Little Towels, because Towel had something going on. Listen, I apologize. That was my fault. It wasn't anything related to our stream. It's just I had something I wanted to deal with, and I was able to do it, and I'm in a very good mood, all right? I'm in a very good mood because a lot of good things are happening. I cannot tell you about any of them, but a lot of good things are happening, all right? My name is Grant Smith Ellis. What? I'm a towel. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what's going on. I'm just a little towel, okay? So I'm thrilled that I got to check back in with you. I'm sorry we didn't get to wrap up together after that last video of Wilson. He's a really good speaker. And I'm sorry I also didn't get to transition into that CIA video. You probably saw me walk up and be like, oh, I'm doing crazy things. I'm a little towel, and switch the video. That was the only reason we did that. So, Murder by Maestro has a theory that Guantanamo Bay and all those camps were MK Ultra. It's not really MK Ultra, it's more like CIA black site, but yeah, close enough. All right, Little Towels. We have had quite a night. We started watching CIA spy documentaries. Here's what... Oh, Christina, you made it. You missed quite a day. Diddy was denied bail. Looks like he's going to get somewhere from 51 to 126 months. It's going to be rough for Diddy, the Diddler. Kohberger pleaded guilty. There was new facts relayed by the state. We're going to go over all that tomorrow morning. Towel also solved the JFK assassination and Watergate. I'm not kidding. I actually proved that. Jack Ruby did not die in Parkland Hospital in January of 67. He died at home in Miami Beach with his mother on December 12, 1967 from self-harm. He was an FBI asset who was an anti-communist that was protected from 31 until 52, then showed up again with Sam Giancana's buddy Max Eder in Miami Beach from 61 to 62, and then disappeared, showed up again in 63, killed Lee Harvey Oswald, then never went to jail or the hospital, was sent back to Miami Beach and allowed to live out his days as a free man under the assumed alias Jack Rubin until he died on 12/12/67. In short, I solved Watergate, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Ralph. If you're just tuning in, let me just show you the proof that Towel solved Watergate. All right, and then I got to go because I got stuff to do. I got to go to the store. I'd like a little bit of time to myself before, and I love spending time with you all, but sometimes I just want to drive around, listen to music, and be a little towel, okay? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I just like to do that because I'm a little towel, all right? Yes, I hope so as well. So, little towels, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a few things. One, I'm going to save this link that Murder by Maestro shared. I don't exactly know what it's a link to, but I'm going to share it. Two, I'm going to show you that I solved the JFK assassination, and that's the last thing we're doing because then I'm going to bed. And you might be saying, sir, you cannot just say you solved the JFK assassination and go to bed. Well, okay, first of all, I solved the JFK assassination. Second of all, I'm going to bed. So, I mean, those two things, logically, it might be a little bit, what's the word there? Therefore, because if hold on, what is the word? Post hoc ergo propter hoc. It might be a little bit post hoc ergo propter hoc. However, the logic makes sense, right? So let me just prove to you that I, Towel, solved the JFK assassination. And you might be again saying, no, you didn't. It is impossible for a single man to solve the JFK assassination. I solved the JFK assassination. All right, me. Single-handedly, I will take the Pulitzer for this. Other stuff, I don't really care that much about. This, my music preferences, we can do my favorite books, too. I actually have a list of books that I've been reading. Hold on, book list. Let me show you the list of books that I've been reading as well. Anyway, so in this memorandum, right, it says that there's a bureau letter here, right, and it says that on December 12, 1967, Max Eder, who was a former informant, Jack Rubin, he showed up at Jack Rubin's Miami Beach residence, where Rubin's mother found Rubin unconscious in his bedroom. A suicide note in the bedroom, which blank. Rubin's mother, blank. Max Edner, blank. The blank, which blank. Edner blank, that if blank, regarding Rubin's condition blank, to tell them that Rubin had gone into a diabetic shock. Blank furnished, so Edner furnished the identity of the subject to the FBI in the strictest confidence, stating that if the information was divulged to anyone, Eder blank. And that's basically saying Jack Ruby died on 12/12/67 in his mother's bedroom in South Florida. He did not die in Parkland Hospital. He did not die in January of 67. He was allowed to live for free, live as a free man in Miami Beach from 64, 65, 66, 67. Now, if you're saying, Grant, doesn't that basically prove that the JFK was assassinated by Frank Sturgis's unit of the CIA with the knowledge of Sam Giancana and Meyer Lansky and their help to clean it up? Yeah, it does. It's the smoking gun, okay? It's literally the smoking gun. My music preferences are Bob Dylan. I like a lot of what I would call like acid rap. So like Chance the Rapper started it, but nowadays it's more like Connor Price, Nick D. I like a lot of like London drill music, like Skepta. I like really hard London drill music, especially some of the old school like grime influenced like drill. I like a little bit of Jacksonville rap, so Fulio, may he rest in peace. I like a little bit of that. I like some of the stuff that comes out of Chicago, but it's not like it's a little bit too it's a little bit too like just let's murder people, which I mean Fulio definitely does that as well, but like I don't really like the way that the Chicago drill scene developed. Now if they want to do it, whatever, but it's just not my style. Like a little bit of 90s West Coast rap. I think like a lot of like Big L probably plays into my sort of lyrical delivery. Obviously I listen to everything Tupac ever put out. I like Biggie's catalog. I liked Ice Cube. I was okay with Dre. I wouldn't exactly say it was like my favorite. I liked Eminem at one point, but his lyrical style after sort of like Marshall Mathers, I think it kind of like slowly went downhill. That trilogy though, like the initial few albums from him was just immaculate, just wonderful. I like Kanye. I like early Kanye, like Freshman Adjustment. I like Kanye's Graduation. Late Registration's good. College Dropout's all right. I don't like anything after. 80s, 808 and Heartbreaks is okay. I really like, let's see, I was going a little bit off the Kanye flow there. I I think that there are some other. I like a little bit of Queen, obviously. I like the Beatles. I've studied the Beatles canon pretty extensively. I think like probably Abbey Road or Sgt. Pepper's I like the most. And then obviously I think some of the traditional, like I was mentioning, rock, like Queen and Led Zeppelin. And I listen to a lot of Fleetwood Mac, obviously. Some of that's in there, but that's just a sort of section of it. And then I think there's also obviously like Joan Baez and Woody Guthrie in there. But also I really like local Boston hip hop artists like Mr. Liff, Acrobatic. They go by The Perceptionists. Anything that's kind of, Lupe Fiasco, but in particular Fahrenheit 1st and 15th, like his first few mixtapes. I think those are great. Wiz Khalifa's Cushion Orange Juice, the mixtape in particular, like anything he put out when he was like playing frat houses in Penn State, immaculate. Kind of afterwards, like Rolling Papers and that, it kind of went downhill. I like Currency a lot. He's probably the most underrated lyricist. Talib Kweli, obviously. Common. There are just so many different kind of threads that I can trace in my musical influence. So it's hard for me to do an explication of all of them, but I also like, MGMT, some of the postmodern interpolations. I like a lot of mashups, anything that sounds good with pitch and beat. And that I really like when two songs complement each other. I like Joe Satriani and a lot of the classic guitar players, Chuck Berry, of course. Those songs are just absolute classics. So I think my tastes like span the musical canon. I like a lot of Swedish rap. Like I really like postmodern Swedish inspired rap. So drill music was actually created in Sweden, if you all don't know, by Little Xan. And so I definitely take a lot of inspiration from like underground, like Swedish drill music. And then I think I listen to a lot of, more so than anything else, I listen to a lot of like UK underground tracks, but that also leads me to like Felix Jaheim and like other tracks that'll show up on BBC Radio 1. A lot of times I'll just listen to radio stations around the world, so I'll just bring up a map and just listen into what each radio station's playing, because I like to get a sense of what songs are popular at a given time and what songs are not, because I'm looking for music that I think could be a popular hit that isn't popular. Like I'm always hunting for that. So like what's a really good sound with that is really great lyrical flow and production but hasn't been discovered. So, yeah, I guess that, I think that is, yes, I think I have very eclectic music taste. They definitely span the gambit, but I try, and like I watch Eurovision, and I see some of like the stuff that's up and coming, and I keep up with the meme songs, and I know like what's popular, and what song if I put on a reel is going to get a hit, like I know a lot of those songs too. Especially like the modern meme songs. Like when I say meme, I mean like meme with a Y, like verbified, in not like pronouncing meme wrong. But there are songs that are just turned into sort of social media soundtracks, and I'm very good at isolating those specific sounds because I know what will play well for a short, like Disturbed's techno remix of The Sound of Silence for like an Air Force video, like whatever. I'm really good at matching music to what I'm looking at. And I also think in music. So like when I'm listening to a song, I'm constructing imagery based on the song that I'm listening to, and I'm making like a movie out of it. So that's why I can make those music videos that are tied into songs, because what I'm actually doing is I'm doing a frame by frame microsecond video analysis and interpolating the song, and then my thoughts about the song and the meaning are expressed in the visual imagery. I got this idea because Pink Floyd's interpolation of The Wizard of Oz, I always believed that Dark Side of the Moon was a microsecond by microsecond explication of The Wizard of Oz. And so that's why if you play it, Dark Side of the Moon, synced up with Wizard of Oz, and then invert the film, so like 44 minutes for one side of the album, flip the album, play it again, the film is a perfect mirror image of itself, and it will the soundtrack will complement in a beautifully resonant and symbiotic manner exactly what's going on the screen. So when I realized what Pink Floyd was doing there, I said, oh, they think in music like I do. All it is a matter of me manifesting the visual imagery that I'm seeing when the songs are playing into an actual work product, which is why I learned how to video edit, because a lot of the way I want to express myself is by combining this multi-layered complex imagery into a active real-time storyboard, and I use the power of music to evoke as an evocative psychological tool to tie your interpretation of the visual imagery into the feeling I'm trying to express with my art through the music. So yeah, I'm good at that. Yeah, I think Syd Barrett, Shine On You Crazy Diamond is a perfect tribute to Syd Barrett's legacy within Pink Floyd. I also feel like Roger Waters is a bit of a dick, and David Gilmour was also probably a bit of a dick, but I don't think either of them like hated Syd. I think Syd just did a lot of acid, and like, I don't know, you can only eat so much acid before you don't come back. I think you can eat a certain amount of acid where you become like very functionally intelligent, but then if you eat too much acid, you just don't come back. And a lot of people have this like mythology of like eating acid and turning into a like orange juice container. That's not really what it is. It's more like, I think there's like a threshold limit that your brain can take before you no longer can form neural connections that are tied into the temporal world. And so if you do like, I don't know, 100 hits of acid over your life, you'll probably be okay. But if you do the equivalent of like 500 hits of acid at once or over the course of your life, I think eventually you won't come back. And Syd did a lot of acid, and he did a lot of other drugs, but the acid is probably what got him. It can be a very good tool of enlightenment, but it's an artificial chemical extracted from ergot root. And I do not recommend doing a lot of LSD because you will not come back. Not that I know anything about that. I'm a towel. But anyway, yeah, so Syd wrote the first Pink Floyd album. So we should give Syd Barrett his credit. What was that first album? It has a very weird name. First Pink Floyd album. I know when I see it, I'm going to be like, I should have known the name of that damn album, Grant. It's, the first one was called The Piper at Dawn or something. It had Piper in it, didn't it? Hold on. Their very first album was The Piper at... Hold on. The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. And Arnold Lane and See Emily Play are his two most favorite songs. But yeah, Syd Barrett, like, I can't use I'm a towel as a legal defense. But, Your Honor, you don't understand. I'm not a human. I am an anthropomorphic towel. That would be like trying to sentence a dog. What are you doing? I don't actually understand what's going on. I'm a towel. I think they'd be like, no, sir, you are not a towel. You are being sarcastic. And then I'd be like, oh, well, it is a mimetic device, I suppose, Your Honor. I have to be honest with you. All right, so I went on, that was just a question, by the way, about what music tastes I have. I want to show you my book list. I'm sorry, we've only been going for a few hours, and that was sarcastic. But the reason why I want to show you my book list is I worked very hard on my book list, okay? I'm a little towel, all right? I'm a little towel. I worked hard on my book list, and I want to share it with you. So I don't share this very often, but someone recently at some point had asked what books I was reading. So let's see if I have my book list. I'm not positive that I have my book list, all right, but I think I do. Let me see if it's this one. Is this my book list? Oh, I'll be so excited if this is my book list. You don't understand. I put them all together for you the other day, and then I never showed them to you all, which is why we're doing it now. Now, if you think, oh, it's my book list. Oh, I'm a super excitable towel. Now, if you think Little Towel's excited about music, can I tell you about the books I've been reading recently? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. Me, like music, okay, I love music. But if we can talk about books, oh, goodness, Little Towels, you don't understand. All right, so let's talk about books. Okay, so here are some of the books that I've been reading, okay? So, I was reading a little bit about the Trump presidency. That's a really good book. A very stable genius, Donald Trump's Testing of America. Then I was reading The Rise and Fall of the British Empire. That's also a really good book. Then I was reading Fear, Trump in the White House. I didn't like that one as much. Then I read The People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn. That one was really, really good. Then I read The Bully Pulpit, which is about Theodore Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, and the Golden Age of American Journalism. That's by Doris Kearns Goodwin. That book I read like 20 times a year. It's my favorite book. I liked the Lincoln book by Doris Kearns Goodwin's Team of Rival. It was the inspiration for the Daniel Day-Lewis movie. It was a good book. I learned a lot. It was a long book. I liked it. I like the Teddy Roosevelt book more, though, because I like Ida Tarbell. Now, I've also been reading, what else have I been reading? Let's see. Been reading, oh, yes, the original Watergate stories. That one's a really, really, really good one. I like that one a lot. And then Will Durant. I really like Will Durant. Will and Emily Durant are historians, and I was reading the book that he wrote at the end of his life called Fallen Leaves, Last Words on Life, Love, War, and God. And that man is a genius. He wrote more historical books than anyone I've ever met. Then I was reading Woodward's Rage about Trump. I didn't really like that one. It was okay. And then Taking on the Trust, the epic battle of Ida Tarbell and John D. Rockefeller. Of course, I want to read everything that exists about Ida Tarbell. And then I was reading JFK and the Unspeakable, Why He Died and Why It Matters. That was a good one. It was not as good as the one we were reading this morning, but it was good. I liked it. And then Passionate Sage, the character and legacy of John Adams. That was a good one. I feel like that was better than the miniseries that I saw on Adams. It was more comprehensive. It was by Joseph J. Ellis. It was very good. It really helped me understand the mind of Adams, which helped me understand the split in Washington's cabinet in the 1790s. And so, yeah, I liked it. I don't really like John Adams. I mean, that's kind of blasphemy around here, but it was okay. I think John Adams was a bit of a dick. He kind of was a Hamiltonian, and I didn't like how he treated Thomas Jefferson, so I don't really like him that much. Oh, this one I absolutely loved. The Gatekeeper, Missy LeHand, FDR, and the Untold Story of the Partnership That Defined a Presidency. Listen, you want to read one book, ladies and gentlemen, that's really good. Missy LeHand, did you know that her funeral service was right down the street on Mass Ave in Somerville? Missy LeHand was like the woman behind FDR. She's a G. You don't understand? She's a G. Like, straight up, Missy LeHand, one of the American super towels. Like, I don't know if I could put it into words. She's a super towel. Now, FDR, The First 100 Days. Okay, really good. That was by Anthony J. Bolger. It was really good. I didn't realize the reason why the phrase the first 100 days exists is because of what FDR accomplished in his first 100 days. So, if you haven't read The First 100 Days, oh, you really got to read that one. Now, all of these I would recommend reading. It's going to take you about 10 years. However, they're really, really, really good. And these are, I've read probably like 700 books over the past like 5 years. But these ones are some of my absolute favorite. You don't understand. Some of these I listen to, and you would not believe it's possible, but I do it at night before bed. I listen to some of these for like months on end on repeat. I listen to them over and over and over again, all of these books, and I just have them at my fingertips on my phone, so I can be like, oh, tonight, let's go for a 10-hour journey while I'm sleeping into the world of Franklin Roosevelt. And then I wake up, and it's like I absorbed all the knowledge. I just know it. It's like it's speaking to me while I'm sleeping. I'm telling you, I think I read while I sleep because I just play these audiobooks all the time. My whole world, now, if you're all now realizing, oh, so the reason why Grant is able to do this is, 1, he doesn't drink. 2, he doesn't have a social life. 3, he doesn't do anything but read historical documents and listen to thousands of books all the time. Yes, his brain is just information. He doesn't have anything else up there. He doesn't watch TV or movies or anything. So that's why he knows all this stuff. There's nothing else in his brain. Well, yeah, that's kind of true, actually. Oh, yeah, so the Doris Kearns Goodwin's book, No Ordinary Time, that one's really good, too. She plagiarized that one a little bit. She got in a little trouble for that one. I liked it. I listened to the whole thing. It's like 42 hours on audiobook. I loved it. I just listened to it again recently. And then obviously I think I really like FDR because I've probably read like 40 books on FDR. I think it's very possible that I'm a little bit of an FDR fan. However, I also realized where he went wrong, and, so I'm a little bit more balanced than FDR. But he also had a congressional supermajority, so, he can do whatever the hell he wants. You get a congressional supermajority, then you do whatever the hell you want. The Plot to Kill King, the truth behind the assassination of Martin Luther King. That was a good one. It became very obvious right away that it was the FBI, though. So then I was like, okay, I don't think anyone was trying to hide that. In fact, I think they were sending a message, and then I moved on. I was upset about it, but I think a lot of people suspect that that was an assassination, a political assassination. Oh, now I really liked this one. Agony and Eloquence, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and a World of Revolution. Oh, definitely give that one a read. If you like Thomas Jefferson, you have to read that analysis of John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, it is so wonderful. Yes, Eric, that's why I have such a cheerful disposition. I just hang out with my favorite history friends and my towel friends all the time. Outside of one exception, I really don't have any connections in my family. I don't really have any connections to the world. So, like, the only thing that is in my brain is, like, one very important person, and then this. And I feel a little bad sometimes because even, like, my family and that very important person, like, maybe, like, 3% of my brain, and I'm like, okay, we can give them, like, 7%. Like, come on, little towel. Like, come on. And then I give them 7%. But even 7% of Towel's brain, you don't understand. That's a lot. Like, 7% of Towel's brain focused on any one human is a lot. You don't want to do that to someone. You got to do it in spurts. You know what I'm saying? You got to temper your Towel time. You all love it. But imagine if I was just like, if you were talking to me about your life and then I were giving you, like, life advice, just about the problems in your life, you'd be like, okay, like, okay. Grant, I get that you want to develop a systematized framework to addressing all of this. All right, so, Empire of Liberty. Empire of Liberty. That was a really good one. A history of the early republic. Basically anything about the early republic, I love, as evidenced by the fact that I really liked A Decision in Philadelphia, the Constitutional Convention of 1787. Really good book. Really gives some insight into, like, why they hid the documents and the papers related to it for so long, what the Assumption Compromise, why the capital went from New York to Philadelphia to D.C. Really good book. I learned a lot from that book. What Kind of Nation? Thomas Jefferson, John Marshall, and the Epic Struggle to Create a United States. Also a really good one. You can't understand the early United States if you don't juxtapose this is my nonfiction list. I don't read a lot of fiction, mostly Sherlock Holmes. I read House of Leaves once. I read some Walt Whitman. I read some Hemingway. I like Samuel Clemens. But, like, no, I can't. It corrupts my writing style. I read all the Harry Potter books, of course, like once, but it corrupts my writing style because I don't lie in my writing. So I can't read someone who's creating a fake world, or I'll start doing that in my writing. We remember 10% of what we hear, 20% of what we say, and 80% of what we teach. And it's way easier, or 10% of what we read, 20% of what we hear, and 80% of what we teach. It's way easier for me if I'm always consuming material that I want to replicate, not the content, but the form. So if I want to use advanced precising syntactical form, I have to read and listen to stuff that is only that erudite type of cogent commentary, or I will corrupt my syntax and my thoughts, and I'm not doing that. I only want to think like this. Sometimes I'll watch like a TV show, like Once in a Blue Moon, and I'll turn off my brain, like The Wire or something, once every 10 years. Once in a while, I might read a fiction book. The last one was House of Leaves, but I'd rather read like Habermas's like epistemology or Kant's theory of deontological ethics than fiction. It's not that I don't understand the point of it. I love art. But like if I'm going to read something, it's because I need to retain the information, and I don't need to memorize a bunch of characters in a fiction book unless it's some like CIA spy encoding some lesson about the CIA in a fictional story. Maybe then I would read it. But yeah, I'm not putting down fiction. I love Jane Austen and so many other, the Bronte sisters and Virginia Woolf and all the other writers I was mentioning. I don't discount it, but for my purposes, it's not really the style I'm working in, so I don't have time to read a lot of novels, and if I read them, I would start writing like that, and then I think you all would be just befuddled. Like, why is he writing this like a romance novel? Which, I mean, is kind of interesting, but it's not what I want to do. I'll leave that to Agatha Christie or whatever. Novus Ordo Seclorum. That was a good one. Eva Towell would really like that one, and Alley 90211. It was about like how like they brought about the new country to reflect kind of Freemasonic occultist values, which is true. That was the Agony and Eloquence one. Let's see what other books I've been reading. Oh my goodness, I've been reading a lot of books. You don't understand. I read a lot of books. So I really liked, I was reading The Republic by Plato. The Lost Gospel was good, decoding the ancient text that revealed Jesus' marriage to Mary the Magdalene. I really liked that one. I don't know if I believe it, but I like it. And then Postgate, how the Watergate Post betrayed Deep Throat, covered up Watergate, and began today's partisan advocacy journalism. That was a good one. I listened to every single word of that. I'm going to listen to it again tonight, actually, in hindsight. Last Word, My Indictment of the CIA and the Murder of the JFK by Mark Lane. That was a really good one. Who Really Killed Kennedy, 50 years later, stunning new revelations about the JFK assassination. That was by Jerome R. Corsi. I think he knows, what's his face, either knew Roger Stone or they had a falling out or something. But that was a good book. I like that book. Seizing the Enigma, the race to break the German U-boat codes. That was a good one. I listened to every minute of that. I learned so much about Bletchley Park in that book. Let me just tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I was being a little super towel. All right, now this one, hold on, what's the next one we got? Oh, yeah, we got some more up here. Target, the Spy Who Killed Kennedy. That was a good book. I like that one. The Bluegrass Conspiracy, an inside story of power, greed, drugs, and murder. Also a good one. I'm pretty sure that involved President Clinton. The Nobel Prize, a history of genius, controversy, and prestige. Yep, Alfred Nobel only created that prize because his brother invented dynamite, he invented dynamite. His brother was experimenting with gel caps, died. The French papers thought it was Alfred Nobel. It's not apocryphal. They really did. Printed his obituary. He read it, and he was like, oh my God, I sold weapons to both sides of the Franco-Prussian War, and then he founded the Nobel Peace Prize. The Final Days by Carl Bernstein and Bob Woodward. You got to read that one. American classic. The Completed Autobiography of Ben Franklin. Really good one. Insightful. I'm on my third listen, I think. One Man Great Enough. Abraham Lincoln's Road to the Civil War. This was better than Doris Kearns Goodwin's book on Lincoln. That one. Oh, dear goodness. This guy, John C. Voth. You want a book on Lincoln? One Man Great Enough. That book is amazing. What do we got? Star Spangled Men, America's 10 Worst Presidents. Yeah, the list is pretty spot on. Like, one guy was in office for like a month and died. I think it was Franklin Pierce, and then died of a cold. Might have been 3 months. American Demagogue, The Great Awakening and the Rise and Fall of Populism. Good book. I don't remember too much about it, but it was a good book. The Washington Connection and Third World Fascism, The Political Economy of Human Rights. Oh, that was a really good one. We definitely sponsored some anti-communist fascist movements, let me tell you. In the Beginning, Fundamentalism, the Scopes Trial, and the Making of the Anti-Evolution Movement. Oh, yeah, I wanted to learn about the two lawyers in that trial, Williams Jennings Bryan, and who was the other lawyer in the Scopes Trial? Scopes Trial lawyers. Well, the other lawyer in that trial, it was Clarence Darrow. I wanted to learn more about them. The 10-Cent Plague, the comic book scare and how it changed America. That was a very interesting one. Nemesis, the last days of the American Republic. That was, I don't think we're in the last days. I don't believe it. Oh, yeah, TR, The Last Romantic. Got to read that one. You gotta love it. More of a biography, but just a great one. This one I really like, by Elizabeth Drew. This is probably my favorite Watergate book. Washington Journal, Reporting Watergate and Richard Nixon's Downfall. It was her reporting Watergate, but she wasn't at the Washington Post, so it was like a nice outside perspective on Watergate. I loved it. This book, The American Experiment by James McGregor Burns, 99 hours. You can see, even though I'm halfway through, I have 40 hours left at that point. I love that book. One of my favorite books. If I have to rank these, that one is up there, like with the Teddy Roosevelt book by Doris Kearns Goodwin. Number one, easy. Easily the best research book I've ever read. That book right there, The American Experiment. Definitely read that if you want a good history of the United States. And then you had The Plot to Seize the White House, the shocking story of the conspiracy to overthrow FDR. That was the business plot with Smedley Butler. This is a really good book, too. If you want to understand, like, American fascism. Like, we almost had a Nazi movement domestically. Like, we stopped short of it. Like, but they almost killed FDR in Miami in 1933 before. The inauguration used to be in the spring, and they almost killed him in Miami. They ended up killing the governor of the mayor of Chicago, actually John Daly, I think, at the time. But yeah, they almost killed FDR. They almost got him. And then they tried to overthrow him when he was in office. It didn't work. Then there was a great book by John Dean, The Nixon Defense, What He Knew and When He Knew It. And then T.R., The Last Romantic, also a pretty good book. Again, I talked about that one earlier. This is Towell's reading list, by the way. An Honest President, The Life and Presidencies of Grover Cleveland. Really good. I wanted to read about it because he lived at Grey Gables down Taylor's Point in Cape Cod, so I was very interested. That's so interesting, Sunken Grave. Wow. I would love to go on that kind of hike and see that kind of courthouse. That must have been an incredible experience. I'm so jealous of you, Sunken Grave. Hello, Elizabeth Lander, friend. Landslide, The Final Days of the Trump Presidency. It was okay. Acid Dreams, The Complete Social History of LSD. I didn't actually listen to that book. Didn't really interest me. And then there's some more here on the last page. I want to zoom in a little bit so you can see these. These were some good ones at the end. Freedom from Fear, The American People in Depression and War from 29 to 45. I haven't bought that one yet because you have to use 1 credit a month. These are like incredibly expensive. I probably have like $10,000 worth of books because I get free credits from Audible all the time. So I just get 1 book a month, sometimes 3 books a month for free. Freedom from Fear, and then The Common Cause, The American Revolution of 1763 to 1769. The First Congress, How James Madison, George Washington, and a Group of Extraordinary Men Invented the Government. LBJ, the mastermind of the JFK assassination. Might have to give that one a listen. The Framers' Coup, The Making of the United States. From Colony to Superpower, U.S. Foreign Relations since 1976. Restless Giant, the U.S. from Watergate to Bush v. Gore. Great Expectations, the United States from, we get 2 more, from 45 to 74. And then you can see some more here. Our One Brief Shining Moment by William Manchester. Great book about Kennedy. Definitely recommend it. Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville. Must read. The Death of a President by William Manchester. That one I really, really want to listen to. He was JFK's good friend. Another version of Democracy in America by Tocqueville. World on Fire, Britain's Crucial Role in the American Civil War. I'm very interested in that one because I also want to learn about the War of 1812. Legacy of Secrecy, The Long Shadow of the JFK Assassination. Louis D. Brandeis, A Life, very good book. Black Reconstruction in America by W.E.B. Du Bois. I did end up reading that one, very good. The Rise of American Democracy, From Jefferson to Lincoln. Thy Will Be Done, The Conquest of the Amazon, Nelson Rockefeller and Evangelicism in the Age of Oil. That one was very, very good. And then last page here, Peril by Woodward about Trump. Dissent in the Supreme Court, Its Role in the Court's History and the Nation's Constitutional Dialogue. That was a good one. Understanding Power, The Indispensable Chomsky. Also a good one. Reporter, a Memoir by Seymour Hersh. Cy Hersh was a great reporter. The Devil's Chessboard, Alan Dulles, The CIA and the Rise of America's Secret Government. That's a good book. It's intense, but it's a good book. Breakaway Expeditionary Force, Book 12. See, I have one piece of fiction on there. The City-State of Boston, The Rise and Fall of an Atlantic Power from 1630 to 1865. All in a Day's Work, an autobiography by Edith Tarbell. That one's not available on Audible, but I'm going to get it. And Citizens Reporters, SS McClure, Edith Tarbell, Stephanie Gordon, and the magazine that rewrote America. That's a really good one, too. So, yeah, what do you think of Tal's book list, ladies and gentlemen? Tal obviously has been reading a lot. That is something that I really enjoy doing, and I appreciate all you being with me. So, let's do this. Elizabeth Lander, LS, Murder by Maestro. You've all been here. Sunken Grave, Eric Leiber, you're an amazing super towel. LS, so are you, my dear friend. Christina Towel, it's been so good to see you. Kat Dawn, my friend, I'm so glad you got home safe. You are a super towel indeed. Murder by Maestro is a super towel. Oh, look at me scrolling through all the comments in real time. Oh, you gotta love it, ladies and gentlemen. Elizabeth Lander, hello again. Dark Side of the Moon was here. Ruth Lang, my dear friend, God bless you. LS, hello again. And my dear friend, Kath Dawn again. Oh, look at all you super towels. I'm so glad you stayed with me. It means so much to me. Tonya Vincente, it was so great to have you. Peony and Bros, you're a super towel. Oh, look at all the towel friends that were here. We had a great day. We had a wonderful super towel day. Look at that. Ruth Lang, hello again. Look at all you chatting for that whole time. That was great. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you have no idea how much you mean to me. I am in a mood. I'm in a good mood. I'm feeling good for the first time in a while. I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling happy. You don't understand, ladies and gentlemen. I'm super, super excited, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Going to read some stuff from Harvard Yard, see what videos we can play. And yes, indeed. And then one more thing I got to do. You know we always end the stream in the same way. One, I got to say thank you to Selma Payette for your super towel support. Thank you to Super Towelette Jew Drops for that super towel lemon emoji. I loved him so much. Thank you to Tanya Vincent again. I think Diddy is going to get at least 7 to 10 years. And Peony and Rose said, God knows you're brilliant. We were beginning to draw the parallel in the awareness between your studies and the current trial. God bless you, Peony and Rose. You're one of my dear friends, and Towel loves you so much. Yes, so I'll start up the chat for tomorrow right away, and you know we end the same way every time. If you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream, if you had fun here today, if you made friends, you know exactly what I'm going to say. There's a way you can pay it forward. You can do small acts of service rooted in unconditional love and compassion and kindness. Look for reasons, ladies and gentlemen, to donate to animal shelters. Look for reasons to donate to homeless veterans, even though let me flip that. Look for reasons to donate to homeless veterans. Look for reasons to donate to animal shelters run by veterans. Look for reasons to donate to animal shelters in general. Look for reasons to say hello to someone on the street, smile to a friend, call a family member you haven't heard from in a while. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can even donate 200 tomato plants like Francis Fruchel did one time and have them designated honorary towels. I believe it's possible that through those small acts of service and unconditional love rippling outward in the world, we can change the current socio-political dynamic from one centered on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating power to instead a realpolitik based on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. I know it's possible because of you all, ladies and gentlemen. Every single day I come in here, I see you all engaging and loving and showing so much love and compassion for each other. And that's why I know a better, fairer, more just world is possible. You can hear it in my conviction, in my resolute absolution, ladies and gentlemen. I shall not give up. I will not give up. We won't give up. It's been a pleasure to spend this day with you today, ladies and gentlemen. In every sense of the term, I truly believe that we're entering a new epoch, the age of the water bearer, carrying a towel, rooted in small acts of service and unconditional love. It's been an honor. We'll be back with each other tomorrow. Don't worry. I'll set up the stream for sometime after 9 or 10 in the morning. We'll do a recap stream, so we're not expecting any court developments tomorrow. We'll do a recap stream of the Diddy prosecutorial memo. We'll analyze the sentencing recommendation. We'll look at the Kohberger plea agreement statement, as well as the recitation of facts from the state. We'll look at the family's press conference again. We'll then look at some more of our JFK book. Towel did solve the JFK assassination, and we'll continue to be wonderful Towel friends who are loving and compassionate and kind. It means Natalie B. Hello, my friend, and Christina. It means so much to me. And Sunken Grave, you are a super towel. It means so much to me. We got to spend some time together. Towel Friends on X, you know we're going to say goodbye first because you got a few minutes at the beginning, which means Towel Friends on the YouTube get a few minutes at the end. So let's do it this way. Be well out there, Towel Friends on the X. Stay safe. God bless you. Reach out to me if you have any issues. You know where to find me. Just send me a DM on X. That's the quickest way to get to me. And just know that I love you very much. Towel loves you very much. And be safe out there, friends. Until tomorrow, sometime after 10 a.m. Let me sleep in a little bit. All right, Towel Friends on the X. Be well. God bless. Be safe. Towel Friends on the YouTube, hello. We had quite a day. Oh, thank you so much, Peony and Rose. Oh, Murder by Maestro has taken his spot. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to announce it for the YouTube friends. Murder by Maestro has jumped into third place. He's going to be absolutely thrilled. The final rankings for today are Dewdrop's coming in at number 1. She is the queen. She wears the super towelette crown. Peony and Rose coming in at number 2. Murder by Maestro coming in at number 3, but it's a tie. Vicky Moore is also tied for 3rd. Ange coming in at number 5. Steph at number 6. Eric Leiba at number 7. Allie 90211 at number 8. Kath Dawn at number 9. Nancy Kirkpatrick at 10. Nurse 60 at 11. 5MEO DMT at 12. The Sunken Grave at 13. Selma Paulette at 14. Def Otta at 15. SD with a D at 16. Modella Macy 17. Dark Side of the Moon 18. RP 19. Human Animal 20. You're a good friend. God bless you, my dear friend. Alicia at 21. Bossy Texas Chick at 22. Jimbo at 23. The Lydia at 24. MJ Baker at 25. Holistic Psychology at 26. Jetpack Dino 27. Elizabeth Lander 28. Barb at 29. Stargirl 30. Ann at 31. Truth Over Bias at 32. Jack D 65 at 33. Val at 34. Doobie Doo at 35. Gutter G8 at 36. Respect at 37. Ralph L707 at 38. FBI DOJ Corruption Survivor at 39. And Sonia Blanco coming in at 40, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Dewdrops, Peony and Rose, Murder by Maestro, Vicky Moore, Ange, Steph, Eric Leiber, Allie 90211, Kath Dawn, and Nancy Kirkpatrick. You made it into the top 10 today, ladies and gentlemen. Every single one of you deserves your Super Towel accolades. You got your crown, Murder by Maestro. You got your crown. All right, so here's what we got. I'm going to end this stream. All of you mean so much to me. We're in good spirits. We're sending this off in good spirits. You've made my life better because you're in it. You're special because you are you. I hope you know you have friends here. Anytime you need, you have a friend in Towel. I may not see your message if you don't send it to X because I don't have the greatest way of processing all my inboxes, but I'm trying. And know that I love you all very much, and I want you to feel that love in return. And I hope you lay down your towel heads tonight, your heads on your towel pillow tonight. We got to do that right, and that it is a fluffy, cold, relaxing sleep. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you, Eric, and God bless so many of you. Looking forward to seeing you bright and early after 10 or 11 a.m. tomorrow. I'll set up the stream as soon as I close this down. Towel loves you very much. God bless each and every one of you. Until tomorrow, be safe, be well. You're never alone. Just find me, and I will do my best to come help. Towel loves you. See you soon, friends.